A Gothic architecture which thus continued to hold its own until the first quarter of the 16th century in London and the first half of the 17th century in Oxford had by then long since been driven off the field in northern and central Italy, where it had never succeeded so decisively as in Transalpine Europe in displacing the Romanesque style. The sterility with which the Western genius had been afflicted by a renaissance of Hellenism in the domain of architecture was proclaimed in its failure to reap any harvest from the birth pangs of the Industrial Revolution. A mutation of industrial technique that had begotten the iron girder had thrust into the Western architect's hands an incomparably versatile new building material at a time when the Hellenizing architectural tradition was evidently aghast. Yet the architects who had been presented by the blacksmith with an iron girder, and by Providence with a clean slate, could think of no better way of filling an opportune vacuum than to cap an Hellenic Renaissance with a Gothic revival. The first Westerner to think of frankly turning the iron girder to account without bashfully drawing a Gothic veil over its vulgarity was not a professing architect but an imaginative amateur, and, though he was a citizen of the United States, the site on which he erected his historic structure overlooked the shores of the Bosphorus, not the banks of the Hudson. The nucleus of Robert College Hamlin Hall, dominating Murm the Conqueror's castle of Europe, was built by Cyrus Hamlin in AD 1869–71, yet it was not until the following century that the seed sown by Hamlin began to bear fruit in North America and in Western Europe. The sterilizing of the West's artistic genius was no less conspicuous in the realms of painting and sculpture. Over the span of more than half a millennium running from the generation of Dante's contemporary Giotto, died AD 1337, a modern Western school of painting, which had unquestioningly accepted the naturalistic ideals of Hellenic visual art in its post-archaic phase, had worked out, one after another, diverse methods of conveying the visual impressions made by light and shade, until this long-sustained effort to produce the effects of photography through prodigies of artistic technique had been stultified by the invention of photography itself. After the ground had thus inconsiderately been cut away from under their feet by an operation of modern Western science, the painters made a pre-Raphaelite movement in the direction of their long-since repudiated Byzantine masters, before they thought of exploring a new world of psychology which science had given them to conquer in compensation for the old world of natural appearance which she had stolen from them and presented to the photographer. So arose an apocalyptic school of Western painters who made a genuinely new departure by frankly using paint to convey spiritual experiences instead of visual impressions, and Western sculptors were, within the limits of their own medium, now setting forth on the same exciting quest. 7. Renaissances of religious ideals and institutions. The relation of Christianity to Judaism was as damningly clear to Jewish eyes as it was embarrassingly ambiguous for Christian consciences. In Jewish eyes the Christian Church was a renegade Jewish sect which, on the evidence of its own unauthorized appendix to the canon of Scripture, had sinned against the teaching of the misguided and unfortunate Galilean Pharisee whose name these traitors to Pharisaism had impudently taken in vain. In Jewish eyes, Christianity's allegedly miraculous captivation of the Hellenic society was by no means the Lord's doing. The posthumous triumph of a Jewish rabbi who had been saluted by his followers, in Gentile style, as the son of a god by a human mother was a pagan exploit of the same order as the earlier triumphs of kindred legendary demigods such as Dionysus and Heracles. Judaism flattered herself that she could have anticipated Christianity's conquests if she had stooped to conquer by descending to Christianity's level. Though Christianity had never repudiated the authority of the Jewish scriptures, indeed, she had bound them up with her own. She had made her facile conquests by betraying, as Jewish eyes saw it, the two cardinal Judaic principles, the first and second of the Ten Commandments, monotheism and aniconism, no images. So now, in face of a still impenitent Hellenic paganism, plainly visible under a veneer of Christianity, the watchword for Jewry was to persevere in bearing witness to the Lord's everlasting word. This patient deep disdain with which a sensationally successful Christianity continued to be regarded by an unimpressed and unshaken Jewry would have been less embarrassing for Christians if Christianity herself had not combined a sincere theoretical loyalty to a Jewish legacy of monotheism and aniconism with those practical concessions to the polytheism and idolatry of Hellenic converts for which she was arraigned by her Jewish critics. The Christian Church's reconsecration of the Jewish scriptures as the Old Testament of the Christian faith was a weak spot in Christianity's armor through which the shafts of Jewish criticism pierced the Christian conscience. The Old Testament was one of the foundation stones on which the Christian edifice rested, but so, too, was the doctrine of the Trinity, the cult of the saints, and the representation, not only of the saints but also of the divine three persons, in three-dimensional as well as two-dimensional works of visual art. How could Christian apologists answer the Jewish taunt that the Church's Hellenic practice was irreconcilable with her Judaic theory? Some reply was required which would convince Christian minds that there was no substance in these Jewish arguments, for the tellingness of these arguments lay in the responsive conviction of sin which they evoked in Christian souls. After the nominal conversion, en masse, of an Hellenic Gentile world in the course of the 4th century of the Christian era, the domestic controversy within the bosom of the Church tended to overshadow the polemics between Christians and Jews, but the theological warfare on this older front seems to have flared up again in the 6th and 7th centuries in consequence of a puritanical house-cleaning in Jewry which, in the Palestinian Jewish community, had been taken in hand towards the close of the 5th century. This domestic campaign, within Jewry, against a Christian-like laxity in the matter of mural decoration of synagogues had its repercussions on the Jewish-Christian battlefront. But, when we turn to the parallel controversy within the Christian Church between iconophiles and iconophobes, we are struck with its persistence and ubiquity. We find this irrepressible conflict bursting out in almost every province of Christendom and in almost every succeeding century of the Christian era. It is unnecessary here to catalogue a long list of examples beginning with the 36th canon of the Council of Elvira, circa AD 300–11, which forbids the exhibition of pictures in churches. In the 7th century of the Christian era a new factor was introduced into the argument in the shape of a new actor who made a sensationally brilliant appearance on the historical stage. Yet another religion now sprang, as Christianity had sprung, but this one full-grown, from the loins of Jewry. Islam was as fanatically monotheist and aniconist as any Jew could desire, and the sensational successes of its devotees in the military and soon also in the missionary field gave Christendom something new to think about. Much as the military and missionary triumphs of the devotees of communism had induced in modern Western souls a heart-searching reappraisal of traditional Western social and economic arrangements, so the triumphs of the primitive Muslim Arab conquerors supplied fresh fuel for the controversies that had long been smoldering round the problem of Christian idolatry. In AD 726 the ghost of a Judaic iconophobia, long hovering in the wings, was brought into the center of the stage by the iconoclastic decree of the great East Roman Emperor, Leo Cyrus. This attempt to impose what amounted to a renaissance in the religious field by means of political authority proved a failure. The papacy identified itself enthusiastically with the popular idolatrue's opposition, and thereby took a long step towards emancipating itself from Byzantine authority. The subsequent, possibly half-hearted, move made in the West by Charlemagne in the direction of the policy of Leo Cyrus received a decisive snub from Pope Hadrian I. The West had to wait nearly 8 centuries more for its Judaic Renaissance, and when this came it was a movement from below upwards. Its Leo Cyrus was Martin Luther. In the Protestant Reformation in Western Christendom, aniconism was not the only Judaic ghost that succeeded in reasserting itself. A Judaic Sabbatarian simultaneously captivated the secessionists from the Roman Catholic Church, and the renaissance of this other element in Judaism is less easy to explain, because the extreme meticulousness to which a post-exilic Jewry had carried its observance of its Sabbath was a peculiar people's response to a peculiar challenge. It was a part of the Jewish diaspora's technique for preserving its corporate existence. The Protestants' professed objective was a return to the pristine practice of the primitive church, yet here we see them obliterating a difference between primitive Christianity and Judaism on which the primitive church had insisted. Could these Bible Christians be unaware of the numerous passages in the Gospels in which Jesus was reported to have defied the Sabbatarian taboo? Could it have escaped their notice that Paul, whom they delighted to honor, had made himself notorious by repudiating the Mosaic law? The explanation was that these religious enthusiasts, in Germany, England, Scotland, New England, and elsewhere, were in the grip of one of the most potent of renaissances and were bent on turning themselves into imitation Jews, as enthusiastic Italian artists and scholars had been bent on turning themselves into imitation Athenians. Their practice of inflicting on their children at baptism some of the most unteutonic-sounding proper names to be found in the Old Testament was a revealing symptom of this mania for calling a dead world back to life. We have already introduced, by implication, a third element in the Judaic Renaissance of Western Protestantism, namely bibliolatry, the idolization of a sacred text as a substitute for the idolization of sacred images. No doubt, great cultural benefit had accrued, not only to devout Protestants or Puritans, but to Western souls in general, from the translation of the Bible into the vernacular languages and from the constant reading of it by generations of simple people who read very little else. This had immeasurably enriched the vernacular literatures and stimulated popular education. The Bible stories, over and above whatever might be their religious value, had become a folklore far surpassing in human interest anything available to Western man from any native source. For a more sophisticated minority, the critical study of the sacred text had been an apprenticeship in a higher criticism which could be, and duly had been, applied thereafter in all fields of scholarship. At the same time, the moral and intellectual nemesis of deifying Holy Scriptures was a Protestant servitude from which a still priest-ridden Tridentine Catholicism had remained free. The determination to regard as the unerring Word of God an Old Testament which was being more and more plainly shown to be a collection, or rather an amalgamation, of human compositions of varying degrees of religious and historical merit, had set a religious premium on an obstinate stupidity which had led Matthew Arnold to accuse the virtuous middle classes of his own Victorian age of living in a Hebraizing backwater. 1. The earliest English use of the term cited in O.E.D. is dated AD 1845. Matthew Arnold started the practice of anglicizing the word and writing Renaissance. 1. Barry, J.B., in his edition of Edward Gibbon, The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, Volume V, London 1901, Methuen, Appendix 2, p. 526. 2. Dawson, Christopher, Religion and the Rise of Western Culture, London 1950, Sheet and Ward, p. 90. 1. Dawson, Christopher, Religion and the Rise of Western Culture, London 1950, Sheet and Ward, pages 90 to 91. 1. Feng Yulan, A Short History of Chinese Philosophy, New York 1948, Macmillan, p. 318. 1. Dawson, Christopher, Religion and the Rise of Western Culture, London 1950, Sheet and Ward, pages 229 to 30. 2. Butterfield, H., The Origins of Modern Science, 1300 to 1800, London 1949, Bell, pages 21 to 22. 1. This is what the Clerk of Oxenford, in Chaucer's prologue, had, or wished to have, at his bed's head. 1. Benvenuto Cellini, Autobiography, English translation by J. A. Simons, London 1949, Phaeton Press, Book I, Chapter 12, p. 18. 11. Law and Freedom in History. XXXV. The Problem. 1. The Meaning of Law. During the 100 years which preceded AD 1914, Western man was very little troubled with the problem with which we have now to grapple, because either type of solution seemed as satisfactory as the other. If human destiny were ruled by superhuman law, that law was the highly satisfactory law of progress. If, on the other hand, there were no such law, it could safely be assumed that the activities of free and intelligent human beings would secure the same result. By the middle of the 20th century the situation was evidently very different. Civilizations were known to have collapsed in the past, and the pretentious skyscraper erected by modern Western man was now seen to be displaying ominous fissures. Was there a law, such as Oswald Spengler had laid down, in his pontifical work, The Decline of the West, published AD 1919, that this civilization should go the way of its predecessors, or were we free to retrieve our mistakes and fashion our own destiny? The first step in our inquiry should be to make up our minds what in this context we mean by law. We obviously do not mean the man-made legislation from which, by a metaphor so familiar that we hardly notice it, the term had been transferred to the context with which we are now concerned. The law with which we are now concerned resembles this familiar man-made institution in being a set of rules governing human affairs, but it differs in that it is not made by man and cannot be altered by him. We have already noticed in an earlier part of this study that this idea of law is apt, in the act of being translated to the metaphysical plane, to become polarized into two apparently antithetical concepts. For minds in whose mental vision the personality of the human legislator looms larger than the law which he administers, the metaphysical law governing the universe is regarded as the law of an omnipotent God. For other minds, in whose vision the person of the legislator or ruler is eclipsed by the notion of the law that he administers, the metaphysical law governing the universe is conceived of as the impersonal law of a uniform and inexorable nature. Each of these concepts presents both consoling and horrifying features. The horrifying feature of the laws of nature is their inexorability, and yet this carries with it its compensation. Since these laws are inexorable, they are ascertainable by human intelligence. A knowledge of nature is within man's mental grasp, and this knowledge is power. Man can learn nature's laws to harness her for his own purposes. In this undertaking man had been amazingly successful. He had actually split the atom, and with what results? A human soul that has been convicted of sin and convinced that it cannot achieve its own reformation without the help of God's grace will opt, like David, to fall into the hand of the Lord. An inexorability in punishing, as well as in exposing, man's sin, which is the last judgment of the laws of nature, can be overcome only by accepting the jurisdiction of the law of God. The price of this transfer of spiritual allegiance is a forfeiture of that exact and definitive intellectual knowledge which is the material prize and the spiritual burden of human souls that are content to be nature's masters at the cost of being her slaves. It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God, for, if God is a spirit, his dealings with human spirits will be unpredictable and inscrutable. In appealing to the law of God, a human soul has to abandon certainty in order to embrace hope and fear, for a law that is the expression of a will is animated by a spiritual freedom which is the very antithesis of the uniformity of nature, and an arbitrary law may be inspired by either love or hate. In casting itself upon the law of God, a human soul is apt to find what it brings to it. Hence man's notions of God have ranged from a vision of God the Father to a vision of God the tyrant, and both visions are consonant with the image of God as a personality in the anthropomorphic guise beyond which the human imagination seems unable to penetrate. 2. The antinomianism of modern Western historians. The idea of a law of God had been wrought out by the travail of the souls of Israelite and Iranian prophets in response to the challenges of Babylonic and Syriac history, while the classic exposition of the concept of laws of nature had been fashioned by philosophic observers of the disintegration of the Indic and Hellenic worlds. But the two schools of thought are not logically incompatible with each other, and it is quite conceivable that these two kinds of law should be in operation side by side. The law of God reveals a single constant aim pursued by the intelligence and will of a personality. Laws of nature display the regularity of a recurrent movement, as of a wheel revolving round its axis. If we could imagine a wheel coming into existence without the creative act of a wheelwright, and then revolving forever without serving any purpose, these repetitions would indeed be vain, and this was the pessimistic conclusion drawn by Indic and Hellenic philosophers, who saw the sorrowful wheel of existence turning forever in vacuo. In real life we find no wheels without wheelwrights, and no wheelwrights without drivers who commission these artificers to build wheels and fit them to carts, in order that the repetitive revolutions of the wheels may convey the carts to the destination intended by the drivers. Laws of nature make sense when they are pictured as the wheels that God has fitted to his own chariot. A belief that the whole life of the universe was governed by the law of God was an inheritance from Judaism that was shared by the Christian and Muslim societies, and it had been expressed in two strikingly similar but entirely independent works of genius, the De Civitate Dei of St. Augustine and the Prolegomena to a History of the Berbers by Ibn Khaldun. The Augustinian version of the Judaic view of history had been taken for granted by Western Christian thinkers for more than 1,000 years, and had found its last authoritative expression in Bossuet's Discours sur l'histoire universelle, published in AD 1681. The late modern Western rejection of this theocentric philosophy of history can be both explained and excused, for the picture presented by Bossuet was found, when subjected to analysis, to accord neither with Christianity nor with common sense. Its defects are unsparingly exposed by R.G. Collingwood, a 20th-century writer who achieved distinction both as an historian and as a philosopher. Any history written on Christian principles will be of necessity universal, providential, apocalyptic, and periodized. If challenged to explain how he knew that there was in history any objective plan at all, the medieval historian would have replied that he knew it by revelation, it was part of what Christ had revealed to man concerning God. And this revelation not only gave the key to what God had done in the past, it showed us what God was going to do in the future. The Christian revelation thus gave us a view of the entire history of the world, from its creation in the past to its end in the future, as seen in the timeless and eternal vision of God. Thus medieval historiography looked forward to the end of history as something foreordained by God and through revelation foreknown to man. It thus contained in itself an eschatology. In medieval thought, the complete opposition between the objective purpose of God and the subjective purpose of man, so conceived that God's purpose appears as the imposition of a certain objective plan upon history quite irrespective of man's subjective purposes, leads inevitably to the idea that man's purposes make no difference to the course of history, and that the only force which determines it is the divine nature. 1. In thus misrepresenting Christian revelation, the medieval-minded early modern Western historians were exposing themselves to attack both from late modern scientific dogmatism and from late modern agnostic skepticism. These historians, to quote Collingwood again, fell into the error of thinking they could forecast the future, and, in their anxiety to detect the general plan of history, and their belief that this plan was God's and not man's, they tended to look for the essence of history outside history itself, by looking away from man's actions in order to detect the plan of God. Consequently, the actual detail of human actions became for them relatively unimportant, and they neglected that prime duty of the historian, a willingness to bestow infinite pains on discovering what actually happened. This is why medieval historiography is so weak in critical method. That weakness was not an accident. It did not depend on the limitation of the sources and materials at the disposal of scholars. It depended on a limitation, not of what they could do, but of what they wanted to do. They did not want an accurate and scientific study of the actual facts of history, what they wanted was an accurate and scientific study of the divine attributes, a theology, which should enable them to determine a priori what must have happened and what must be going to happen in the historical process. The consequence of this is that, when medieval historiography is looked at from the point of view of a merely scholarly historian, the kind of historian who cares for nothing except accuracy in facts, it seems not only unsatisfactory but deliberately and repulsively wrong-headed, and the 19th-century Western historians, who did in general take a merely scholarly view of the nature of history, regarded it with extreme lack of sympathy. 2. This hostility towards a medieval conception was not peculiar to a generation of latter-day historians whose complacent agnosticism reflected the pleasant tranquility of their lives. At a higher temperature it also animated their predecessors and their successors. To take the latter first, a 20th-century generation that was tasting the unpleasant experience of being driven from pillar to post by human dictators, bent on putting their subjects through 5-year plans, would have revolted in disgust against the suggestion that a 6,000-year plan was being imposed on them by a dictatorial deity. As for 18th-century Western man, whose immediate predecessors had paid for their fidelity to medieval concepts by inflicting on themselves the agony of the wars of religion, He could not afford to dismiss Bossuet's thesis as a ridiculous and outmoded superstition. For him it was the enemy, and écrasé il name was the watchword of the age of Voltaire. There was here no essential difference between the deists, who were prepared to admit the deity's existence provided that, like a Hanoverian king in Great Britain, he reigned but did not govern, and the atheists who abolished God as a preface to a declaration of nature's independence. Henceforth the laws of nature were free to be entirely inexorable and consequently were in process of becoming completely intelligible. It was the age of the Newtonian self-adjusting universe and of Paley's divine watchmaker, who had simultaneously wound up his watch and his business. Thus was the law of God dismissed as a delusion of the darkness from which late modern Western man was emerging, but, when the men of science set themselves to take over this estate from which God had been evicted, they found that there was one province in which their writ, the laws of nature, could not be made to run. Science could explain non-human nature, it could even explain the workings of the human body, which happened to be very like those of the bodies of other mammals, but, when it was a question of the activities of mankind, not as animals but as human beings in process of civilization, science recoiled. Here was a chaos unamenable to her laws, a meaningless succession of events that a 20th-century English novelist who was also poet laureate called odd tat, standing for one damned thing after another. Science could not make sense of it, so it was left to a less ambitious fraternity, the historians. The 18th-century metaphysical cartographers had partitioned the universe. On the one side of their dividing line they had found an orderly province of non-human affairs in which the laws of nature were believed to be in force, and which was therefore held to be progressively accessible to human exploration by cumulative intellectual enterprise. On the other side they had left a chaotic province of human history from which, as they saw it, no more could be extracted than interesting stories which could be recorded with increasing accuracy but which could not prove anything, and this is what someone, alleged to be the American automobile manufacturer Henry Ford, meant when he said that history was bunk. The chief feature of the period that had followed, down to the time of writing, was that science had set itself to annex, with varying degrees of success, sundry provinces of the domain originally left to the historians, such provinces as, for example, those of anthropology, economics, sociology, and psychology. In the dwindling remainder of their territory, on which an ever-advancing science had not yet set foot, the historians continued to pursue their fact-finding activities, undisturbed. But the fundamental faith of Western man had always been a belief that the universe was subject to law and was not given over to chaos, and a deist or atheist late modern version of this faith was the belief that the law of the universe was a system of laws of nature. The domain of these laws had, in truth, been continually extended. The great names in the history of science had been the names of those who had seen through the superficial appearance of chaos to an underlying order. The work for which Newton, Darwin, and Einstein, for instance, were famous had been work of this clarifying kind. And who would presume to draw a line beyond which these intellectual conquistadores must not extend their operations? A proclamation that one province of the universe, the metropolitan province occupied by man in process of civilization, had been reserved by some undesignated higher authority as a sanctuary for chaos, might satisfy antinomian historians, but would be regarded as blasphemy by all right-minded devotees of science. As a matter of fact, modern Western historians were apt to be much less antinomian than they supposed, on the admission of a distinguished mid-20th century practitioner of the historian's craft. The men of a given generation are generally unaware of the degree to which they envisage their contemporary history within an assumed framework, ranging events into certain shapes or running them into certain molds which are sometimes adopted almost as in a daydream. They may be sublimely unconscious of the way their minds are constricted by their routine formulation of the story, and only when the world is different, and there emerges a new generation not locked from birth in the accepted framework, does the narrowness of that framework become apparent to everybody. It is a mistake for writers of history and other teachers to imagine that if they are not Christian they are refraining from committing themselves, or working without any doctrine at all, discussing history without any presuppositions. Amongst historians, as in other fields, the blindest of all the blind are those who are unable to examine their own presuppositions, and blithely imagine therefore that they do not possess any. 1. This is the picture of a prisoner unconscious of his chains, and in this context we cannot forbear to quote for a second time a passage which, by reason of its urbanity and the brilliance of the book which it prefaced, had become a classic profession of the antinomian unfaith. One intellectual excitement has been denied me. Men wiser and more learned than I have discerned in history a plot, a rhythm, a predetermined pattern. These harmonies are concealed from me. I can see only one emergency following upon another as wave follows upon wave, only one great fact with respect to which, since it is unique, there can be no generalizations, only one safe rule for the historian, that he should recognize in the development of human destinies the play of the contingent and the unforeseen. 1. And yet an historian who thus publicly declared his allegiance to the dogma that history is just one damned thing after another had, in calling his book A History of Europe, committed himself, almost in the same breath, to a predetermined pattern in which the history of one indistinguishable continent was equated with the whole history of mankind, and he had arrived at this late modern Western historical convention by unconsciously subscribing to the articles of a current Western religio historici. The unconscious mental operations required for believing in the existence of Europe were so elaborate that the number of tacitly accepted articles must have run to at least 39. 1 Collingwood, R.G., The Idea of History, Oxford 1946, Clarendon Press, pages 49, 54, 55. 2 Ibid, pages 55, 56. 1 Butterfield, Herbert, Christianity and History, London 1949, Bell, pages 140 and 146. 1 Fisher, H.A.L., A History of Europe, London 1935, Eyre and Spottiswoode, Volume I, p. 7. 30 The Amenability of Human Affairs to Laws of Nature. 1. A Survey of the Evidence. A. The Private Affairs of Individuals. Let us start, for the purpose of our inquiry, by assuming that it J is an open question whether laws of nature have or have not any footing in the history of man in process of civilization. We shall have then to examine various departments of human affairs in order to find out whether the question proves, on closer scrutiny, to be rather less open than we are at present assuming it to be. It might be convenient to take our first soundings among the ordinary affairs of private people, a subject to which modern historians had made magnificent contributions under the heading of social history. Here the difficulty that confronts us in seeking to find laws governing the histories of civilizations is notably absent. The number of recorded civilizations is inconveniently small for purposes of generalization, less than 24, and of some of these our knowledge is very fragmentary. Private individuals, on the other hand, are numbered by the million, and their behavior, under modern Western conditions, had been subjected to elaborate statistical analysis, on the basis of which practical men made predictions on which they risked not only their reputations but their money. Those who controlled industry and commerce confidently assumed that such and such a market would absorb such and such a supply of goods. They would sometimes be mistaken, but more often they would not, otherwise they would have had to go out of business. A business activity which most clearly illustrated the applicability of a law of averages to the affairs of individuals was insurance. We must beware, no doubt, of too hastily enlisting all forms of insurance in support of an argument for the applicability of laws of nature to human affairs in the sense in which we are using the latter term. Life insurance was concerned with the prospects of the human body, and physiology was clearly within the domain of science. At the same time it would not be denied that the soul had some say in the matter, for physical life might be prolonged by prudence and be shortened by various forms of imprudence, ranging from heroism through folly to bestiality. Marine insurance of ships and their cargoes similarly involved the study of meteorology, which was also a department of science, though at present a somewhat unruly one. but when we come to insurance against burglary or fire, it would appear that the insurance companies were gambling on laws of averages applied to the distinctively human qualities of criminality and carelessness. B. The industrial affairs of a modern Western society. The statistical patterns discernible in the fluctuations of demand and supply in the dealings between caterers and their customers notoriously manifested themselves in a succession of booms and slumps, but the pattern of these business cycles had not yet, at the time of writing, been worked out with sufficient precision to have emboldened the insurance companies to open up a new branch of their business by quoting premiums for insurance against the formidable risks arising from them. Scientific investigators had, however, already learned a good deal about the subject. In the intellectual history of an industrial Western society, the phenomenon of trade cycles had been discovered empirically from direct social observation before it was confirmed statistically. The earliest known description of it had been given in AD 1837 by a British observer, S. J. Lloyd, afterwards Lord Overstone. In a book first published in AD 1927, an American student of business cycles, W. C. Mitchell, had declared his belief that the characteristics of business cycles may be expected to change as economic organization develops. On the basis of Business Annals, compiled by another American scholar, W. L. Thorpe, from non-statistical evidence, a third American scholar, F. C. Mills, had calculated that the mean wavelength of a short trade cycle was 5 to 86 years in the early stages of industrialization, 4.09 years in the succeeding age of rapid transition, and 6 to 39 years in the subsequent age of comparative stability. Other economists had propounded other cycles, some of which were believed to have much longer wavelengths. Others had suggested that these waves showed a tendency to subside into a state of equilibrium. There was no general agreement among them about these, and the study was, in fact, in its infancy. We need not pursue it further. The point that we are concerned to make is that, within 200 years of the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution in Great Britain, the fathers of a Western economic science were engaged in disentangling, from the mass of data presented to them by economic history, a body of laws governing an economic department of human activity in which man's distinctive qualities came into play. C. The rivalries of parochial states, the balance of power. After having found the economists using the results of their researches to explore the working of laws applicable to economic history, we naturally turn to the political sphere of activity to see whether anything of the kind may be feasible there also, and, as a field of operations in this political sphere, we will select the rivalries and wars of the parochial states of the modern Western world. The modern period of Western history may be taken to have begun towards the end of the 15th century with the Italianization of the state system of Transalpine Europe, so that we have something over 4 centuries at our disposal for the purposes of our present inquiry. Every schoolboy knows Macaulay's optimistic estimate that on 4 occasions, separated from one another by just over 100 years, the English, or British, people, taking advantage of the comparative immunity afforded by their island fastness, first repelled and then helped to destroy a continental power which was offering, or threatening, to supply Western Christendom with a universal state, or at any rate was, in traditional language, upsetting the balance of power. On the first occasion the offender was Spain's Spanish Armada, 1588, on the second occasion, the France of Louis XIV Blenheim, 1704, on the third occasion, the France of the Revolution and Napoleon Waterloo, 1815, on the fourth occasion the Germany of Wilhelm II Armistice Day, 1918 subsequently recrudescent under Hitler Normandy, 1944. Here is an unmistakably cyclical pattern, viewed from an insular angle, a set of 4 great wars, spaced out with curious regularity, each one larger than its predecessor, both in the intensity of its warfare and in what we will call the area of belligerency. The first of the series is an affair of Atlantic states: Spain, France, the Netherlands, England. The second brings in the Central European states, and even Russia if one regards the Russo-Swedish War as a kind of anexa of the War of the Spanish Succession. The third, Napoleonic, bout brings in Russia as a leading belligerent, and may be taken to include the United States of America, if one regards the War of 1812 as an anexa of the Napoleonic War. Into the fourth, America enters as a leading belligerent, and the general character of the struggle was indicated by the fact that its successive bouts had been named the First and Second World Wars. Each of these four wars for the prevention of the establishment of a modern Western universal state had been separated from its successor and from its predecessor by a time span of about a century. If we proceed to examine the three interwar centuries, we find in each case what might be called a midway or supplementary war or group of wars, in each case a struggle for supremacy not in Western Europe as a whole but in its central area, Germany. Since these wars were predominantly Central European, Great Britain did not engage in any of them up to the hilt, while there were some of them in which she did not interfere at all, and consequently they are not so certainly included in what every schoolboy, meaning, of course, every British schoolboy, knows. The first of these intermediate wars was the 30 Years' War, 1618–48, the second consisted for the most part of the wars of Frederick the Great of Prussia, 1740–63, and the third is associated with Bismarck, though it includes much else, and should be dated 1848–71. Finally, it might be claimed that this drama in 4 acts had an overture, that it opens not with Philip II of Spain, but with the Habsburg-Valois-Italian wars of 2 generations earlier. These wars were started by the sensationally feudal but ominous invasion of Italy by King Charles VIII of France, and its date, 1494, has often been used by educational authorities as a convenient hard and fast line to separate the late medieval from the early modern period. It is 2 years later than the Christian conquest of the last remaining Muslim territory in Spain and the first landing of Columbus in the West Indies. All this can be set out in tabular form, and an examination of the War and Peace cycles in post-Alexandrine Hellenic History 1 and in post-Confucian Cynic History 1 yielded historical patterns curiously similar in their structure and in their time spans to those here described in the course of modern Western history. D. The disintegrations of civilizations. If we look back for a moment at our cyclic pattern of the wars of the modern Western society, we may be struck by the fact that this is not simply a case of a wheel revolving 4 times in vacuo and coming round each time to the position in which it had started. It is also a case of a wheel moving forward along a road in a particularly ominous direction. On the one hand, here are 4 cases of states banding together to defend themselves against an overmighty and presumptuous neighbor and eventually showing him that his pride has led him to a fall. On the other hand, there is a point which the cyclic pattern does not bring out, but which a very elementary knowledge of history does reveal. Each of these 4 bouts of warfare was more extensive, more violent, more destructive, materially and morally, than its predecessor. In the histories of other societies, such as the Hellenic and the Cynic, such bouts of warfare have ended in all the contending pieces being swept off the board except one, which then establishes a universal state. Successive occurrences of the War and Peace cycle in modern and postmodern Western history. This self-amortization of a cyclic rhythm, which proves to be the dominant tendency in struggles for existence between parochial states, has previously come to our notice in our study of the disintegrations of civilizations, and it is not surprising that there should be this affinity between the rhythms of 2 processes that are manifestly bound up with each other. Our study of the breakdowns in which the disintegrations originate has shown us that a frequent occasion, symptom, or even cause of breakdown has been the outbreak of an exceptionally violent war between the parochial states of which the society has been composed. The replacement of the contending states by an ecumenical empire is apt to be followed, not by the entire cessation of outbreaks of violence, but their reappearance in new forms, as civil wars or social upheavals, and so the process of disintegration, though temporarily arrested, continues. We have observed also that disintegrations, like the wars of parochial states, have run their course in a series of rhythmic fluctuations, and we have ascertained, from the examination of a number of examples, that the cyclic rhythm of rout and rally, in which the dominant tendency towards disintegration has fought out its long battle with the resistance movement, has been apt to take a run of 3.5 beats route, rally, relapse, rally, relapse, rally, relapse in accomplishing the historical journey from the breakdown of a civilization to its final dissolution. The first route throws the broken down society into a time of troubles, which is relieved by the first rally, only to be followed by a second and more violent paroxysm. This relapse is followed by a more durable second rally, manifesting itself in the establishment of a universal state. This, in its turn, experiences a relapse and a recovery, and this last recovery is followed by the final dissolution. It will be seen that the drama of social disintegration has, to judge from performances up to date, a more precise and regular plot than the drama of the balance of power, and if we study our table of universal states we shall find that in cases in which the course of events is not disturbed by the impact of alien bodies, social a span of some 400 years is apt to be occupied by the movement of rout, rally, relapse, and more effective rally, running from the initial breakdown to the establishment of the universal state, and a further period of about the same length by the ensuing movement of recurrent relapse, last rally, and final relapse, running from the establishment of the universal state to its dissolution. But a universal state is apt to die hard, and a Roman Empire which went to pieces in the socially backward western provinces on the morrow of the catastrophe at Adrianople in AD 378, just on 400 years after its establishment by Augustus, did not go the same way in the central and eastern provinces till after the death of Justinian in AD 565. Similarly, a Han Empire, which met with its second stroke in AD 184 and which broke up thereafter into the three kingdoms, managed to reconstitute itself for a moment in the Empire of the United Ts in AD 280 to 317, before going into its final dissolution. The growths of civilizations. When we turn our attention from social disintegration to social growth, we shall recollect our finding, in a previous stage of the study, that growth, like disintegration, exhibits a cyclically rhythmic movement. Growth takes place whenever a challenge evokes a successful response that, in turn, evokes a further and different challenge. We have not found any intrinsic reason why this process should not repeat itself indefinitely, even though a majority of the civilizations that had come to birth down to the time of writing might have failed, as a matter of historical fact, to maintain their growth by failing to make, for more than a small number of times in succession, a response that had been both an effective answer to the challenge that had called it forth and at the same time a fruitful mother of a new challenge requiring a different response. We have seen, for example, that, in the history of the Hellenic civilization, the initial challenge of anarchic barbarism evoked an effective response in the shape of a new political institution, the city-state, and we have noticed that the success of this response evoked a new challenge, this time on the economic plane, in the shape of a rising pressure of population. This second challenge evoked a number of alternative responses of unequal efficacy. There was the disastrous Spartan response of annexing by force the food-bearing lands of Sparta's Hellenic neighbors. There was the temporarily effective Corinthian and Chalcidian response of colonization, the winning for Hellenes of new fields to plough overseas in lands wrested from the more backward peoples of the western basin of the Mediterranean, and there was the permanently effective Athenian response of increasing the aggregate productivity of this enlarged Hellenic world, after its geographical expansion had been brought to a halt by the resistance of Phoenician and Tyrrhenian competitors, through an economic revolution in which subsistence farming was replaced by cash crop farming and by industrial production for export in exchange for imports of staple foods and raw materials. This successful response to an economic challenge evoked, as we have seen, a further challenge on the political plane, for the now economically interdependent Hellenic world required a political regime of law and order on an ecumenical scale. The existing regime of parochial city-state dispensations, which had fostered the rise of an autarkic agricultural economy in each isolated patch of plain, no longer provided an adequate political structure for an Hellenic society whose economic structure had now come to be unitary. This third challenge was not met in time to save the growth of the Hellenic civilization from being cut short by a breakdown. In the growth of the Western civilization we can also descry a series of successive challenges evoking successful responses, and this series is longer than the Hellenic in that the third challenge met with a successful response as well as the first and the second. The initial challenge was the same anarchic barbarism of an interregnum that had confronted the Hellenes, but the response was a different one, namely the creation of an ecumenical ecclesiastical institution in the shape of the Hildebrandine papacy, and this provoked a second challenge, for a growing Western Christendom which had achieved ecclesiastical unity then found itself in need of a politically and economically efficient parochial state system. The challenge was met by a resuscitation of the Hellenic institution of the city-state in Italy and Flanders. This solution, however, which served well enough in certain areas, failed to meet the requirements of the territorially extensive feudal monarchies. Could the solution of the problem of creating efficient parochial organs of Western political and economic life, which had been attained in Italy and Flanders through the city-state system, be made available for the rest of the Western world by translating this Italian and Flemish efficiency into nationwide terms? This problem, as we have seen, was solved in England, first on the political plane by injecting efficiency into the medieval Transalpine institution of Parliament, and afterwards on the economic plane through the Industrial Revolution. This Western Industrial Revolution, however, like the Athenian economic revolution in Hellenic history, had the effect of replacing a parochial economic autarky by an ecumenical economic interdependence. Thus the Western civilization found itself confronted, as a result of its successful response to a third challenge, with the same new challenge that had faced the Hellenic civilization after its successful response to its second challenge. At the time of writing, midway through the 20th century, this political challenge had not yet been successfully met by Western man, but he had come to be acutely conscious of its menace. These brief glances at the growths of two civilizations suffice to show that there is no uniformity between their histories in respect of the number of the links in the concatenation of interlocking rounds of challenge and response through which social growth had been achieved, and an examination of the histories of all other sufficiently well-documented civilizations would confirm that conclusion. The upshot of our present inquiry therefore seems to be that the operation of laws of nature is as inconspicuous in the histories of the growths of civilizations as it is conspicuous in the histories of their disintegrations. In a later chapter we shall find that this is no accident, but is inherent in an intrinsic difference between the growth process and the disintegration process. F. There is no armor against fate. In studying the operation of laws of nature in the histories 6F civilizations, we have found that the rhythm in which these laws reveal themselves is apt to be generated by a struggle between two tendencies of unequal strength. There is a dominant tendency which prevails, in the long run, against repeated counteracting moves in which the recalcitrant opposing tendency asserts itself. The struggle sets the pattern. The persistence of the weaker tendency in refusing to resign itself to defeat accounts for the repetitions of the encounter in a series of successive cycles. The dominance of the stronger tendency makes itself felt by bringing the series to a close sooner or later. On these lines we have watched struggles for existence between parochial states following through 3 or 4 cycles of wars fought on one side for the overthrow, and on the other side for the maintenance, of a balance of power, a course that in each case ends in the overthrow of the balance. We have likewise watched the struggle between a broken down society's tendency to disintegrate and a counter-effort to restore it to a lost state of health, a course that, in each case, ends in dissolution. In studying the operation of laws of nature in the economic affairs of an industrial Western society, we have found expert investigators of trade cycles surmising that these repetitive movements might prove to be waves rippling on the surface of waters that were, all the time, flowing in a current whose headway would eventually bring these rhythmic fluctuations to an end. In the same connection we may remind ourselves of our finding that, when and where a conflict between a disintegrating civilization and bands of recalcitrant barbarians beyond its pale had passed over from the war of movement into a stationary warfare along the lines of a universal state, the passage of time had usually militated against the defenders of the limes and to the advantage of its barbarian assailants, until in the end the dam had burst and the flood of barbarism had swept the pre-existing social structure off the map. These are all illustrations of our more general finding that cyclical movements in human history, like the physical revolutions of a cartwheel, have a way of forwarding, through their own monotonously repetitive circular motion, another movement with a longer rhythm which, by contrast, can be seen to be accumulative progress in one direction, which ultimately reaches its goal and, in reaching it, brings the series to an end. There is, however, no warrant for interpreting these victories of one tendency over another as illustrations of laws of nature. Empirically observed matters of fact are not necessarily the outcomes of inexorable fate. The burden of proof here lies with the determinist, not with the agnostic, a consideration that Spengler, with his dogmatic and undocumented determinism, failed to take into account. However, without prejudice to the still open issue between law and freedom in history, we propose, before attempting to carry our argument farther, to take note of several other episodes in which some tendency has reasserted itself against successive rebellions against it. In such resolutions of conflicting forces Spengler would see the hand of fate, but, whether his dogma of inevitability was right or wrong, he hardly attempts to prove it. We will begin with the situation created by the establishment, through military prowess, of an Hellenic ascendancy in Southwest Asia. Though this Hellenic ascendancy was little less than 1,000 years old when, in the 7th century of the Christian era, it was overthrown by the Arab-Muslim warbands, Hellenism had never succeeded, south of the Taurus, in becoming anything more than an exotic alien culture, feebly radiating its influence into an incorrigibly Syriac or Egyptiac countryside from its outposts in a few Hellenic or Hellenized cities. Hellenism's capacity to achieve mass conversions had been put to the test by the Seleucid Hellenizer Antiochus Epiphanes, reigned 175 to 163 BC, when he set out to make Jerusalem as Hellenic as Antioch, and the resounding defeat of this cultural military enterprise had portended the ultimate total disappearance of the intrusive culture. Its always sickly existence was prolonged for centuries by reason of the fact that the Romans took over control from the weakening Seleucidae and Ptolemies. The Hellenic ascendancy over the Syriac and Egyptiac societies had been imposed and maintained by force of arms, and, so long as the subjugated societies had reacted by replying in kind, they had been courting defeat. In the next chapter of the story, the mass conversion of the population of the Oriental provinces to Christianity, in the 3rd century of the Christian era, might have seemed to have done for Hellenism incidentally what Antiochus had tried to do and failed, for in these provinces the Catholic Christian Church had captivated a subject native peasantry and an urban Hellenic ascendancy alike, and, since Christianity had been making its triumphal progress in an Hellenic dress, it looked as if the Orientals had now at last inadvertently received, in association with Christianity, a culture which they had rejected so vehemently when it had been offered to them unadulterated and undisguised. But that would have been a mistaken estimate. Having accepted a Hellenized Christianity, the Orientals set themselves to de-Hellenize their religion by adopting successive heresies, of which Nestorianism was the first. In thus resuming the Oriental resistance movement against Hellenism in the non-military form of theological controversy, the Orientals had hit upon a new technique of cultural warfare in which they eventually prevailed. This anti-Hellenic cultural offensive presented itself over several centuries in the cyclic pattern with which we are already familiar. The Nestorian wave rose and fell, to be followed by the Monophysite wave, and this in turn by the Muslim wave, which carried all before it. It might be said that the Muslim victory was a reversion to the crude method of military conquest. It is true, no doubt, that the Muslim Arab warbands can hardly be regarded as anticipators of the nonviolent non-resistance doctrines of Tolstoy and Gandhi. They conquered Syria, Palestine, and Egypt during the years AD 637 to 40, but it was a conquest of much the same order as that achieved by Garibaldi in AD 1860, when he conquered Sicily and Naples with a force of 1,000 volunteers in red shirts, supported by 2 little guns which were taken round for show, without being provided with any ammunition. The kingdom of the Two Sicilies was conquered by the martial missionary of Italia Una because it wanted to be conquered, and the feelings of the populations of the oriental provinces of the Roman Empire towards the Arab warbands were not altogether unlike those of the Sicilians toward Garibaldi. In the example just given we see a succession of heretical protests against an undesired uniformity, of which the third succeeded. The history of France since the 12th century of the Christian era presents the same pattern in a different context. Since that century the Roman Catholic Church in France had been engaged in a never more than temporarily successful struggle to establish the ecclesiastical unity of France as a Catholic country against an impulse towards secession which had kept on reasserting itself in some new form after each previous manifestation had been suppressed. A revolt against Catholic Christianity which had taken the form of Catharism at its first outbreak in southern France in the 12th century was stamped out there in the 13th century, only to re-emerge in the same region in the 16th century as Calvinism. Proscribed as Calvinism, it promptly reappeared as Jansenism, which was the nearest approach to Calvinism possible within the Catholic fold. Proscribed as Jansenism, it reappeared as deism, rationalism, agnosticism, and atheism. In other contexts we have noted the fate of a Judaic monotheism to be perpetually beset by a repeatedly resurgent polytheism, and also the fate of the kindred Judaic conception of the one true God's transcendence to be no less repeatedly beset by yearnings for a God incarnate. Monotheism put down the worship of Baal and Ashtoreth, only to find a jealous Yahweh's proscribed rival slyly creeping back into the fold of Jewish orthodoxy in the guise of personifications of the Lord's Word, wisdom, and angel, and afterwards establishing themselves within the fold of Christian orthodoxy in the doctrine of the Holy Trinity and in the cults of God's body and blood, God's mother, and the saints. These re-encroachments of polytheism evoked a wholehearted reassertion of monotheism in Islam, and a less thoroughgoing reassertion of it in Protestantism, and these two Puritan movements, in their turn, had been plagued by the soul's irrepressible appetite for a plurality of gods, to reflect the apparent plurality of natural forces in the universe. 2. Possible explanations of the currency of laws of nature in history. If the repetitions and uniformities which we have discerned in the course of this study are accepted as real, there would seem to be two possible explanations of them. The laws governing them may be either laws current in man's non-human environment imposing themselves on the course of history from the outside, or they may be laws inherent in the psychic structure and working of human nature itself. We will begin by looking into the former hypothesis. The day and night cycle, for example, manifestly affects the everyday life of ordinary people, but we can dismiss it from our consideration in the present context. The farther that man advances from the primitive state, the more capable he becomes of turning night into day as and when he requires. Another astronomical cycle to which man had once been a slave was the annual cycle of the seasons. Lent became a season of Christian abstinence because, countless ages before Christianity dawned on the world, the tail end of winter was regularly a season when man had to go short, whether this might be spiritually good for him or not. But, here again, Western and westernizing man had emancipated himself from nature's law. By means of cold storage and of rapid transport over the technologically unified surface of the planet, any meat, vegetable, fruit, or flower could now be purchased at any season of the year in any part of the world, by anyone who had the money to pay for it. The familiar annual round was possibly not the only astronomical cycle to which the Earth's flora was subject and to which man was therefore indirectly enslaved insofar as he was dependent on agriculture for subsistence. Modern meteorologists had brought to light indications of weather cycles with a much longer time span. In an investigation of the eruptions of the nomads out of the desert into the zone we found some indirect evidence of a weather cycle with a time span of 600 years, each of these cycles consisting of alternating bouts of aridity and humidity. This hypothetical cycle seemed, at the time of writing, to be less well established than certain other cycles of the same class, with wavelengths running only into double or perhaps single figures, which appeared to govern fluctuations in the yield of crops artificially sown and harvested under modern conditions. It had been suggested that there was a correspondence between these weather and harvest cycles and the economic-industrial cycles plotted by certain economists. But the preponderance of recent expert opinion was against this view. The brilliant suggestion of Stanley Jevons, a Victorian pioneer in this field of inquiry, that trade cycles might be the effects of fluctuations in the radioactivity of the sun, as advertised by the appearance and disappearance of sunspots, had quite gone out of favor. Jevons himself, in later years, agreed that periodic collapses of trade are really mental in their nature, depending on variations of despondency, hopefulness, excitement, disappointment, and panic. 1. A. C. Pigou, a Cambridge economist, had expressed, in AD 1929, the view that the importance, whatever this might be, of harvest variations as a factor determining fluctuations in industrial activity, was substantially less at the time when he was writing than it had been 50 or 100 years earlier. G. Haberler, writing 12 years later than Pigou, had taken the same view, and is quoted here as a sample of orthodox economic opinion at the time of writing. The waning, like the waxing, of prosperity, must be due, not to the influence of disturbing causes from outside, but to processes that run regularly within the world of business itself. The mysterious thing about these fluctuations is that they cannot be accounted for by such external causes as bad harvests due to weather conditions, diseases, general strikes, lockouts, earthquakes, the sudden obstruction of international trade channels, and the like. Severe decreases in the volume of production, real income, or level of employment as a result of crop failures, wars, earthquakes, and similar physical disturbances of the productive processes rarely affect the economic system as a whole, and certainly do not constitute depressions in the technical sense of business cycle theory. By depressions in the technical sense we mean those long and conspicuous falls in the volume of production, real income, and employment which can only be explained by the operation of factors originating within the economic system itself, and in the first instance by an insufficiency of monetary demand and the absence of a sufficient margin between price and cost. For various reasons it seems desirable, in the explanation of the business cycle, to attach as little importance as possible to the influence of external disturbances. The responses of the business system seem prima facie more important in shaping the business cycle than external shocks. Secondly, historical experience seems to demonstrate that the cyclical movement has a strong tendency to persist, even where there are no outstanding extraneous influences at work which can plausibly be held responsible. This suggests that there is an inherent instability in our economic system, a tendency to move in one direction or the other. 1. There is another and very different natural cycle which cannot be overlooked, namely the human generation cycle of birth, growth, procreation, senescence, and death. Its significance in a particular field of history was vividly illustrated for the writer of this study by a conversation which came his way in AD 1932 at a public luncheon in the city of Troy, New York State. Finding himself seated next to the local director of public education, he asked him what, among his manifold professional duties, was the job that he was finding most interesting. Organizing English lessons for grandparents was his prompt reply. And how, in an English-speaking country, does anyone manage to arrive at being a grandparent without having mastered English? The British visitor thoughtlessly went on to ask. Well, you see, said the director, Troy is the principal center of the linen collar manufacturing industry in the United States, and, before the Immigration Restriction Acts of 1921 and 1924, most of the labor force here was recruited from foreign immigrants and their families. Now the immigrants who came from each of the principal emigrant exporting countries had a way of cleaving as close as they could to their own familiar past by continuing to consort with other birds of the same feather. Immigrants of the same national origin were not only apt to work side by side in the same factories, they were apt to live next door to one another in the same blocks of tenements, and so, when the time came for them to retire, most of them knew little more English than they had known when they had first landed on American shores. They did not have to know any more up to this point in the American chapter of their life, because they commanded the services of homebred interpreters. Their children had arrived in America young enough to go to the public school before entering the factory in their turn, and the combination of an American education with, let us say, an Italian infancy had made them thoroughly bilingual, They talked English in the factory, street, and store, and Italian in their parents' homes, almost without noticing that they were constantly switching back and forth from one language to the other, and their effortless and ungrudging bilingualism was highly convenient for their old parents. Indeed, it abetted their parents' inclination, after their retirement, to forget even the smattering of English that they had once picked up during their working life in the factory. However, this is not the end of the story, for in due course the retired immigrants' children married and had children of their own, and, for these representatives of a third generation, English was the language of the home as well as the school. Since their own parents had married after having been educated in the United States, one of them would be of non-Italian origin as often as not, and then English would be the lingua franca in which the father and mother would communicate with one another. So the American-born children of bilingual parents would not know their grandparents' Italian mother tongue, and, moreover, would have no use for it. Why should they put themselves out in order to learn a foreign lingo that would convict them of an un-American origin which they were eager to slough off and consign to oblivion? So the grandparents found that their grandchildren could not be induced to communicate with them in the only language in which the grandparents were able to talk with any ease, and they were thus confronted suddenly, in their old age, with the appalling prospect of being unable to establish any human contact with their own living descendants. For Italians and other non-English speaking continental Europeans with a strong sense of family solidarity, this prospect was intolerable. For the first time in their lives, they now had an incentive for mastering the hitherto unattractive language of their adopted country, and last year they thought of applying to me for help. Of course I was eager to arrange special classes for them, and, though it is notorious that the enterprise of learning a foreign language becomes more difficult progressively as one grows older, I can assure you that these English lessons for grandparents have been one of the most successful and rewarding pieces of work that we have ever taken in hand in our department. This tale of Troy shows how a series of 3 generations can achieve, through the cumulative effect of 2 successive caesuras, a social metamorphosis which could never have been achieved by representatives of a single generation within the span of a single lifetime. The process by which an Italian family transformed itself into an American family could not be analyzed or described intelligibly in terms of a single life. An interaction between 3 generations was required to bring it about. And, when we turn from changes of nationality to consider changes of religion and of class, we find that here, too, the family, and not the individual, is the intelligible unit. In a class-conscious modern England which in AD 1952 was fast dissolving under the writer's eyes, it had usually taken 3 generations to make gentlefolk out of a family of working-class or lower-middle-class antecedents, and in the field of religion the standard wavelength seems to have been the same. In the history of the eradication of paganism in the Roman world, the intolerantly devout Christian-born Emperor Theodosius I followed the ex-pagan convert Constantine I, not in the next generation, but in the next but one, and, in the history of the eradication of Protestantism in 17th-century France, there was the same interval between the intolerantly devout Catholic-born Louis XIV and his ex-Calvinist grandfather Henry IV. In France at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries it took the same number of generations to breed genuinely devout Catholics among the grandchildren of officially converted bourgeois agnostics or atheists who had re-embraced Catholicism because the Church had acquired a new value for them as a traditional institution which might serve as a barrier against a rising tide of socialism and other ideologies which threatened to abolish the economic inequality between the bourgeoisie and the working class. In the Syriac world, again, under the Umayyad Caliphate, it took 3 generations to breed genuinely devout Muslims among the descendants of ex-Christian or ex-Zoroastrian grandparents who had embraced Islam in order to make themselves acceptable to the primitive Muslim Arab ruling class. The duration of the Umayyad regime, which stood for the conqueror's ascendancy, was determined by the 3-generation period that had to elapse in order to bring the original converts' Muslim-born grandchildren onto the stage of history. The Umayyad agents of an Arab ascendancy were supplanted by the Abbasid exponents of the equality of all Muslims when, in the name of Islamic religious principles, the genuinely devout Muslim grandchildren of cynical converts tried conclusions with the Laodicean Muslim grandchildren of Laodicean Muslim Arab conquerors. If a concatenation of 3 generations thus proves to be the regular psychic vehicle of social change in the 3 fields of religion, class, and nationality, it would not be surprising to find a concatenation of 4 generations playing a similar part in the field of international politics. We have already found that, in the field of encounters between civilizations, the time interval between the creation of an intelligentsia and its revolt against its makers has had an average length of about 137 years in a set of 3 or 4 examples, and it is not difficult to see how a concatenation of 4 generations might also determine the wavelength of a war and peace cycle, if we may assume that the agony of a general war makes a deeper impression on the psyche than is made on it by a comparatively mild round of supplementary wars. If, however, we apply this consideration to the war and peace cycles in modern Western Europe, we shall run up against a stumbling block in finding that one of the supplementary wars, i.e. the 30 Years' War, though confined in its geographical incidence to Central Europe, was probably more, and not less, devastating, within its narrower geographical range, than the general wars which preceded and followed it. This war and peace cycle is neither the last nor the longest of the apparently genuine, though not exact, regularities and recurrences for which we have to seek an explanation. Each of these cycles of 100 years or so is only a term in a series which as a whole constitutes what we have called a time of troubles following the breakdown of a civilization, and this in its turn runs on, in Hellenic and in Cynic history, for example, into a universal state, which also exhibits the rhythms that we have already noticed. The whole process, from start to finish, occupies, in general terms, something between 800 and 1,000 years. Will a psychological explanation of regularities in human affairs, which has served us well enough so far, avail us here? Our answer would have been bound to be in the negative if, in our eyes, the intellectual and volitional surface of the psyche had been the whole of the psyche. In the Western world in the writer's generation a Western science of psychology was still in its infancy, yet the pioneers had already carried their reconnaissances far enough to enable C.G. Jung to report that the subconscious abyss on whose surface each individual human personality's conscious intellect and will were afloat was not an undifferentiated chaos but was an articulated universe in which one layer of psychic activity could be discerned below another. The nearest layer to the surface appeared to be a personal subconscious deposited by a personality's individual experiences in the course of his or her own life up to date. The deepest layer to which the explorers had so far penetrated appeared to be a racial subconscious that was not peculiar to any individual but was common to all human beings, inasmuch as the primordial images latent there reflected the common experiences of mankind, deposited during the infancy of the human race, if not at a stage before man had yet become completely human. On this showing, it was perhaps not unreasonable to surmise that, in between the uppermost and the lowermost of the layers of the subconscious that Western scientists had so far succeeded in bringing within their ken, there might be intermediate layers deposited neither by racial experience nor by personal experience, but by corporate experience of a suprapersonal but infraracial range. There might be layers of experience common to a family, common to a community, or common to a society, and, if, at the next level above the primordial images common to the whole human race, there should indeed prove to be images expressing the peculiar ethos of a particular society, the impress of these on the psyche might account for the length of the periods which certain social processes seem to require in order to work themselves out. For example, one such social image that was manifestly apt to imprint itself deeply on the subconscious psychic life of the children of a civilization in process of growth was the idol of the parochial sovereign state, and it can readily be imagined that, even after this idol had begun to exact from its devotees human sacrifices as grim as any that the Carthaginians ever paid to Baal Hammon or the Bengalis to Juggernaut, the victims of a demon which these victims themselves had conjured up, might well need the poignant experience, not just of a single lifetime and not just of one concatenation of 3 generation cycles, but of a span of not less than 400 years, in order to bring themselves to the point of plucking this baneful idolatry out of their hearts and casting it from them. It can also readily be imagined that they might need, not just 400 years, but 800 years or 1,000, to dissociate themselves from the whole apparatus of the civilization whose breakdown and disintegration a time of troubles had made manifest, and to open their hearts to receive the impress of some other society of the same species or of the different species represented by the higher religions. For the image of a civilization presumably makes a still more potent appeal to the subconscious psyche than the image of any of the parochial states into which civilizations are apt to be articulated on the political plane unless and until they eventually enter into a universal state. From the same angle of mental vision we can likewise understand how a universal state, once established, should sometimes succeed, in its turn, in retaining its hold over its ex-subjects, or even over its actual destroyers, hearts for generations, or perhaps even for centuries, after it has lost its usefulness as well as its power and has become almost as grievously heavy an incubus as the antecedent parochial states that it had been created to liquidate. The relation between the external anxieties felt by the representatives of an adult generation, anxieties that are directly conditioned by the social position of the people who feel them, and the inward, automatically operating, anxieties of these people's children in the rising generation is unquestionably a phenomenon of importance over a wide field. The stamp that is set by the procession of successive generations on both the psychic development of the individual and the course of historical change is something that we shall only begin to understand more adequately than we do at present, when we have become more capable than we are today of taking our observations, and doing our historical thinking, in terms of long chains of generations. 1. If the social laws current in the histories of civilizations are indeed reflections of psychological laws governing some infrapersonal layer of the subconscious psyche, this would also explain why these social laws should be, as we have found them to be, so much more clearly pronounced and more exactly regular in the disintegration phase of a broken-down civilization's history than in its foregoing growth phase. Though the growth phase, as well as the disintegration phase, can be analyzed into a series of bouts of challenge and response, we have found it impossible to discern any standard wavelength common to the successive bouts through which social growth takes place, whether we measure the intervals between successive presentations of challenges or the intervals between successive deliveries of effective responses, and we have also seen that, in the growth phase, these successive challenges and successive responses are infinitely various. By contrast, we have found that the successive stages of the disintegration phase are marked by repeated presentations of an identical challenge which continues to recur because the disintegrating society continues to fail to meet it, and we have also found that, in all past cases of social disintegration that we have mustered, the same successive stages invariably occur in the same order, each stage taking approximately the same period of time, so that the disintegration phase, as a whole, presents the picture of a uniform process with a uniform duration in each case. Indeed, as soon as a social breakdown has occurred, the tendency towards variety and differentiation that is characteristic of the growth phase is replaced by a tendency towards uniformity that shows its power by triumphing sooner or later over interference from outside as well as over recalcitrance from within. We have observed, for example, how, when first a Syriac and then an Indic universal state was cut short by an intrusive Hellenic civilization prematurely, before it had completed a universal state's standard lifespan, the smitten and submerged society could not or would not pass away until, in spite of the disturbing influence of an alien body social, it had duly completed the regular course of a broken-down society's disintegration by eventually re-entering into the interrupted phase and abiding in a reintegrated universal state until the tail of its normal duration was completed. This striking contrast between the regularity and uniformity of the phenomena of social disintegration and the irregularity and diversity of the phenomena of social growth has been frequently noted in this study as a matter of historical fact, without any attempt, so far, to account for it. In the present part, which is concerned with the relation between law and freedom in human affairs, it is incumbent on us to grapple with this problem, and a key to its solution may be found in the difference between the respective natures of the conscious personality on the surface of the psyche and the subconscious levels of psychic life underlying it. The distinctive power conferred in the gift of consciousness is a freedom to make choices, and, considering that a relative freedom is one of the characteristics of the growth phase, it is only to be expected that, insofar as human beings are free in these circumstances to determine their own future, the course which they follow should be in truth, as it appears to be, a wayward one in the sense of being recalcitrant to the rule of laws of nature. The reign of freedom, which thus keeps laws of nature at bay, is, however, precarious inasmuch as it depends on the fulfillment of two exacting conditions. The first condition is that the conscious personality must keep the subconscious underworld of the psyche under the will's and reason's control. The second condition is that it must also contrive to dwell together in unity with the other conscious personalities with which it has to dwell together on some terms or other in the mortal life of a Homo sapiens who was a social animal before he was a human being, and a sexual organism before he was a social animal. These two necessary conditions for the exercise of freedom are actually inseparable from one another, for, if it is true that when knaves fall out honest men come by their own, it is no less true that, when persons fall out, the subconscious psyche escapes from the control of each and all of them. Thus the gift of consciousness, whose mission is to liberate the human spirit from the laws of nature ruling over the subconscious abyss of the psyche, is apt to defeat itself by misusing, as a weapon of fratricidal conflict between one personality and another, the freedom that is its raison d'être, and the structure and working of the human psyche account for this tragic aberration without any need for recourse to Bossuet's impious hypothesis of special interventions on the part of an omnipotent but jealous God to make sure that human wills shall reduce each other to impotence by cancelling each other out. 3. Are laws of nature current in history inexorable or controllable? If our foregoing survey has convinced us that human affairs are amenable to laws of nature, and that the currency of these laws in this realm is also explicable, at least to some extent, we may now go on to inquire whether laws of nature current in human history are inexorable or controllable. If we here abide by our previous procedure of considering laws of non-human nature first before we bring laws of human nature into the picture, we shall find that, as far as laws of non-human nature are concerned, we have virtually answered the question in the previous chapter. The short answer is that, though man is powerless to modify the terms of any law of non-human nature or to suspend its operation, he can affect the incidence of these laws by steering his course on lines on which these laws will minister to his own purposes. That is what the poet, already quoted, meant when he wrote, "When men of science find out something more, we shall be happier than we were before." Western man's success in modifying the incidence of laws of non-human nature on his affairs had been registered in reductions in the rates of insurance premiums. Improvements in charts, followed by the installation of wireless and radar on ships, had diminished the risk of shipwreck. The smudge pots of Southern California and the gauze screens of the Connecticut Valley had diminished the risk of frost damage to crops. The devices of inoculation, spraying, and baptism in pest-killing liquids had diminished the danger of pest damage to crops, trees, and flocks, and, for human beings too, by various methods, the incidence of disease had been diminished and the expectation of life lengthened. When we pass to the realm of laws of human nature, we find the same tale being told in rather more faltering accents. The risk of accidents of various kinds had been reduced by improvements in education and discipline. The risk of burglaries had been found to vary inversely with the conditions of the social milieu in which burglars were bred and therefore to be amenable to measures of social betterment. When we come to consider those alternating flows and ebbs of Western economic activity that had come to be called trade cycles, we find the professional students of them drawing a distinction between controllable and uncontrollable factors, one school going so far as to maintain that these cycles were due to the deliberate action of bankers. The majority, however, held that the rational action of the bankers counted for less than the uncontrolled play of imagination and feeling welling up from the subconscious lower levels of the psyche. Not cherchez la banque but the more familiar cherchez la femme would seem to indicate the direction in which the minds of some of the highest authorities in this field were turning. One reason why spending money is a backward art in comparison with making money is that the family continues to be the dominant unit of organization for spending money, whereas, for making money, the family has been largely superseded by a more highly organized unit. The housewife, who does a large fraction of the world's shopping, is not selected for her efficiency as a manager, is not dismissed for her inefficiency, and has small chance of extending her sway over other households if she prove capable. It is not surprising that what the world has learned in the art of consumption has been due less to the initiative of consumers than to the initiative of producers striving to win a market for their wares. 1. These considerations suggested that the fluctuations in the volume of business activity might continue to escape control so long as the units of consumption continued to be households and the units of production freely competing individuals, firms, or states whose conflicting wills left the economic arena open for the play of subconscious psychic forces. At the same time, there seemed no reason why the Hebrew patriarch Joseph's legendary success, as economic intendant of an Egyptian world during the last days of the Hyksos regime, in making provision during years of abundance against coming years of scarcity, should not be emulated on a global scale in a latter-day economically westernized world that had become coextensive with the whole surface of the planet. There seemed no reason why some historic American or Russian Joseph should not one day bring the sum total of man's economic life under a central control which, whether benevolent or malevolent, would assuredly outrange in its effectiveness the wildest flights of either Mosaic or Marxian fancy. When we pass from business cycles of a few years' duration to the generation cycle with a wavelength of something between a quarter and a third of a century, we can see that the wastage, to which any cultural heritage was prone, was being reduced on the physical plane by printing, photostating, and other techniques, and on the spiritual plane by the spread of education. So far, the results of our present inquiry seem to be encouraging, but, when we pass on to social processes of a vastly longer wavelength, such as the sorrowful wheel revolving through 8 or 10 centuries of breakdown and disintegration, we encounter a question that had been insistently presenting itself to an increasing number of minds in the Western world on the morrow of what had been the Second World War within a single generation. When a civilization had broken down, was it doomed already to follow the wrong turning to the bitter end? Or could it retrace its steps? Perhaps the strongest practical motive for the interest that was undoubtedly being taken by the writer's Western contemporaries in a synoptic study of the history of man in process of civilization was an eagerness to take their historical bearings at a moment in the history of their own civilization which they felt to be a turning point. In this crisis the Western peoples, and the American people perhaps above all, were conscious of a load of responsibility, and, in looking to past experience for light to guide them, they were turning to the only human source of wisdom that had ever been at the disposal of mankind. But they could not turn to history for light on how they ought to act without first putting the preliminary question: did history give them any assurance that they were really free agents? The lesson of history, after all, might turn out to be, not that one choice would be better than another, but that their sense of being free to choose was an illusion, that the time, if there had ever been such a time, when choices would have proved effective was now over, and that their generation had passed out of an H.A.L. Fisher phase in which anything might be followed by anything into an Omar Khayyam phase where the moving finger writes, and, having writ, moves on, nor all thy piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it. If we try to answer the question in the light of the evidence presented by the histories of civilizations up to date, we shall have to report that, out of 14 clear cases of breakdown, we cannot point to one in which the malady of fratricidal warfare had been got rid of by any means less drastic than the elimination of all but one of the war-making states themselves. But in accepting this formidable finding we must not allow ourselves to be discouraged by it, for the inductive method of reasoning is notoriously an imperfect instrument for proving a negative proposition, and, the smaller the number of instances under review, the weaker it is. The experience of some 14 civilizations over a period of a mere 6,000 years had established no very strong presumption against the possibility that, in response to the challenge by which these pioneering civilizations had been worst, some other representative of this relatively novel form of society might succeed some day in opening up some hitherto unknown avenue for an unprecedented spiritual advance, by finding some less prohibitively costly device than the forcible imposition of a universal state for curing the social disease of fratricidal war. If, with this possibility in mind, we now glance back, once again, at the histories of those civilizations which had trodden the whole length of the Via Dolorosa from breakdown to final dissolution, we shall observe that at least some of them had caught sight of a saving alternative solution, even though none of them had succeeded in achieving it. In the Hellenic world, for example, the vision of a homonoia or concord that might do what force could never do had unquestionably been caught by certain rare Hellenic souls under the spiritual stress of a time of troubles that had set in with the outbreak of the Atheno-Peloponnesian War of 431 to 404 BC. In a postmodern Western world the same ideal had been embodied in the League of Nations after the War of AD 1914-18 and in the United Nations Organization after the War of AD 1939-45. In Cynic history during the Cynic Society's first rally after its breakdown, Confucius's pious zeal for the revival of the traditional code of conduct and ritual, and Lao Tse's quietist belief in leaving a free field for the spontaneous operation of the subconscious forces of Wu Wei, had both been inspired by a yearning to touch springs of feeling that might release a saving power of spiritual harmony, and more than one attempt had been made to embody these ideals in working institutions. The objective on the political plane was to find a middle way between two deadly extremes, the desolating strife of parochial states and the desolating peace imposed through the delivery of the knockout blow. The reward of success in running the gauntlet of these adamantine simplicades, whose clashing jaws had crushed every vessel that had attempted to navigate them up to date, might be the Argonauts' legendary experience of bursting out into an open sea hitherto unnavigated by mankind. It was obvious, however, that this issue could not be ensured by any talismanic blueprint of a federal constitution. The most adroit political engineering applied to the structure of the body social would never serve as a substitute for the spiritual redemption of souls. The proximate causes of breakdown in the warfare of states or in the strife between classes were no more than symptoms of spiritual disease. A wealth of experience had long since demonstrated that institutions were of no avail to save froward souls from bringing themselves and each other to grief. If the prospects of man in process of civilization, on his arduous climb up a precipitous cliff face towards an unattained and invisible ledge above, evidently depended on his ability to recover a lost control of this pitch, it was no less evident that this issue was going to be decided by the course of man's relations, not just with his fellow men and with himself, but above all with God his Savior. For these the reader must consult a study of history in its unabridged form, Volume 9. 1 Jevons, W. Stanley, Investigations in Currency and Finance, 2nd ed. London, 1909, Macmillan, p. 184. 1 Haberler, G., Prosperity and Depression, Geneva 1941, League of Nations, p. 10. 1 Elias, N., Weber den Prozess der Zivilisation, Volume 2, Wandlung der Gesellschaft, Entwurf zu einer Theorie der Zivilisation, Basel 1939, Haus zum Falken, p. 45i. 1 Mitchell, W. C., Business Cycles, The Problem and Its Setting, New York 1927, National Bureau of Economic Research Incorporated, pages 165-6. XXXVII The Recalcitrance of Human Nature to Laws of Nature. Such evidences as we have collected of man's ability to control his own affairs, either by circumventing laws of nature or by harnessing them to his service, raises the question whether there may not be some circumstances in which human affairs are not amenable to laws of nature at all. We may begin our exploration of this possibility by inquiring into the rate of social change. If the tempo proves to be variable, this will be evidence, as far as it goes, that human affairs are recalcitrant to laws of nature in the time dimension at least. If the tempo of history should indeed prove to be constant in all circumstances, in the sense that the passage of each decade or century could be shown to generate a definite and uniform quantum of psychological and social change, it would follow that, if we knew the value of either the quantum in the psychosocial series or the time span in the time series, we should be able to calculate the magnitude of the corresponding unknown quantity in the other series. This assumption had been made by at least one distinguished student of Egyptian history who had rejected a chronological date presented by astronomy on the ground that to accept it would mean accepting the, to him, inadmissible proposition that the tempo of social change in the Egyptian world must have been notably quicker during one period of 200 years' length than it had been during an immediately preceding period of the same length. Yet a host of familiar examples could be cited to show that the proposition at which this eminent Egyptologist shied is in fact an historical truism. For example, we know that the Parthenon at Athens was built in the 5th century BC. Hadrian's Olympus in the 2nd century AD, and the Church of Saint Sophia at Constantinople in the 6th century AD. On the principle on which our Egyptologist took his stand, there should be a much shorter interval between the first and the second of these buildings, which are in approximately the same style, than between the second and the third, which are in totally different styles, but here the incontestably certain dates show that, in this case, the shorter of the two intervals was that between the two buildings whose styles were dissimilar. We should be similarly misled if we were to put our trust in the same a priori principle in trying to estimate the relative time intervals between the equipment of a Roman soldier in the last days of the empire in the west, of a Saxon soldier of the Holy Roman Emperor Otto I, and of a Norman knight depicted on the Bayeux tapestry. Considering that the round shields and the gladiators' square-rimmed crested helmets with which Otto's soldiers are equipped are mere variants on the equipment of the late Roman Emperor Majorian's soldiers, whereas William the Conqueror's soldiers are equipped with Sarmatian conical helmets and coats of scale armor, with kite-shaped shields, the hypothesis of invariability in the tempo of change would lead us, here also, to fly in the face of the facts by guessing that the interval between Otto I, reigned AD 936–73, and William the Conqueror, ruled in Normandy AD 1035–87, must have been much longer than the interval between Majorian, reigned AD 457–61, and Otto. Again, anyone who takes a synoptic view of the standard civilian Western male dress as worn in AD 1700 and AD 1950 will see at a glance that the coat, waistcoat, trousers, and umbrella of AD 1950 are merely variations on the coat, waistcoat, breeches, and sword of AD 1700, and that both are utterly different from the doublet and trunk hose of AD 1600. In this case, which is the converse of the two preceding, an earlier and shorter period shows far more change than a later and longer one. These cautionary tales are a warning against the danger of confiding in an hypothesis of invariability in the tempo of change as a basis for trying to estimate the lapse of time that it must have taken for successive strata of the debris of human occupation to accumulate on some site whose history has to be reconstructed solely from the material evidence disinterred by the archaeologist's spade, in default of chronological data furnished by written records. We may perhaps follow up our opening attack on this hypothesis that the rate of cultural change is invariable by citing a few examples, first of acceleration, then of retardation, and, finally, of an alternating rate. A familiar example of acceleration is the phenomenon of revolution, for this, as we found in a previous context in this study, is a social movement generated by an encounter between two communities, one of which happens to have got ahead of the other in one or other of the different fields of human activity. The French Revolution of AD 1789, for example, was, in its first phase, a spasmodic effort to catch up with the constitutional progress which a neighboring Britain had been slowly achieving during the two preceding centuries. Indeed, the continental Western liberalism which inspired so many, mostly abortive, revolutions in the 19th century had been given the name of Anglomania by some continental historians. A common type of acceleration is to be found in the behavior of marchmen just within the fringe of a civilization, or of barbarians just beyond its pale, who are suddenly inspired to catch up with their more advanced neighbors. The writer of this study vividly remembers the impression made on him by a visit to the Nordiska Museet at Stockholm in 1910. After passing through a series of rooms displaying samples of Scandinavian Paleolithic, Neolithic, Bronze Age, and pre-Christian Iron Age cultures, he was startled to find himself in a room displaying Scandinavian artifacts in the style of the Italian Renaissance. Wondering how he could have failed to notice the products of the medieval period, he retraced his steps, and there, sure enough, was a medieval room, but its contents were insignificant. He then began to realize that Scandinavia had passed in a flash out of a late Iron Age, in which she had been beginning to create a distinctive civilization of her own, into an early modern age in which she had become an undistinguished participant in a standardized Italianate Western Christian culture. Part of the price of this feat of acceleration had been the cultural impoverishment to which the Nordiska Museet bore witness. As with Scandinavia in the 15th century of the Christian era, so with the whole of the non-Western but precipitately westernizing world of the writer's own day. It is a commonplace to remark that the African peoples, for example, were trying to achieve in a generation or two a political, social, and cultural progress that had occupied the West European peoples, whom the Africans were simultaneously imitating and resisting, for 1,000 years or more. These peoples tended to exaggerate, and the Western onlooker, perhaps, to underrate the amount of real acceleration that Africa had achieved. If revolutions are a dramatic manifestation of acceleration, the phenomenon of retardation is to be seen in a straggler's refusal to keep pace with the movement of the main body. An example may be found in the obstinate retention of the institution of slavery by the southern states of the North American Union a whole generation after it had been abolished in the neighboring West Indian islands of the British Empire. Other examples were furnished by groups of colonists who had migrated to new countries and had maintained there the standards prevalent in their homelands at the time when they had left home, long after their cousins in the old country had abandoned those standards and had moved forward. The case was a familiar one, and it was sufficient to mention Quebec, the Appalachian Highlands, and the Transvaal in the 20th century of the Christian era as compared with France, Ulster, and the Netherlands at the same date. The previous pages of this study present many examples of both acceleration and retardation which the reader can recall for himself. It is obvious, for example, that what we have called Herodianism is akin to acceleration and that what we have called Zelotism is akin to retardation. It is also obvious that, since change can be for the worse as well as for the better, acceleration is not necessarily good nor retardation necessarily bad. A concatenation of alternating changes of speed which runs, not to 2, but certainly to 3, and possibly to 4, terms is to be found in the modern Western history of the arts of shipbuilding and navigation. The story begins with a sudden acceleration which revolutionized both these arts during the 50 years AD 1440 to 90. This spurt was followed by a retardation which persisted through the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, but which was followed in its turn, after that long pause, by another sudden acceleration during the 50 years AD 1840 to 90. In AD 1952 the next phase was enigmatical because it was still in progress, but to a layman's eye it looked as if the further technological advances then in progress, notable though these were, might nevertheless prove to fall short of the revolutionary achievements of the Victorian half-century. In the 15th century, there was a swift and momentous change in the building of ships. In the space of 50 years the sea-going sailing ship developed from a single master into a three-master carrying 5 or 6 sails. 1. And this technological revolution not only gave its authors access to all quarters of the globe, it also gave them an ascendancy over all non-Western mariners whom they might encounter. The new ship's distinctive virtue, in which it surpassed its successors as conspicuously as its predecessors, was its power to keep the sea for an almost unlimited length of time on end without having to call at a port. The ship, as it came, during its flareut, to be called par excellence, was the offspring of a happy marriage between diverse traditional builds and rigs, each of which had peculiar excellences but also consequent limitations. The Western ship that was brought to birth between AD 1440 and AD 1490 harmonized the strong points of an age-old Mediterranean or propelled longship, alias galley, with those of no less than 3 distinct types of sailing ship, a coeval square-rigged Mediterranean round ship, alias carrack, a lateen-rigged Indian Ocean caravel whose forerunner is depicted in the visual records of an Egyptian maritime expedition to the East African land of Punt in the reign of the Empress Hatshepsut, 1486–68 BC, and a massively built Atlantic-faring sailing ship which caught Caesar's eye in 56 BC when he occupied the peninsula afterwards called Brittany. The new design, which combined the best points of these four types, was complete by the end of the 15th century, and the best ships then afloat did not differ in essentials from those of Nelson's day. Then, after 3.5 centuries of retardation, the Western art of shipbuilding found itself on the eve of another outburst of acceleration, and, this time, the work of creation at high speed was to go forward on two parallel lines. On the one hand, the steam engine was to be substituted for sail, and contemporaneously the art of building sailing ships was to awake from its long sleep and carry the old type forward to a new and hitherto undreamed of perfection at which, for some purposes, the sailing ship was to hold its own in competition with the steamship throughout the creative half-century AD 1840–90. If we now look for an explanation of these accelerations and retardations, which are such striking departures from the uniformity of movement that we should expect in societies wholly subject to the laws of nature, we shall find our explanation in the formula of challenge and response, which we examined and illustrated at length in an earlier part of this study. Let us take the last case cited, namely the two great accelerations, with a long period of retardation between them, in the history of Western shipbuilding and navigation. The challenge that evoked the creation of the modern Western ship within the half-century AD 1440–90 was a political one. Towards the close of the Middle Ages, Western Christendom found itself not only foiled in its attempt to break out southeastwards into Dar al-Islam, i.e. in the Crusades, but seriously threatened by the counter-attack of the Turks up the Danube and along the Mediterranean. The danger of the West's position at this date was accentuated by the fact that the Western Christian society happened to occupy the tip of one of the peninsulas of the Eurasian continent, and a society so precariously situated must sooner or later be pushed into the sea by the pressure of mightier forces thrusting outwards from the heart of the Old World if this besieged society did not forestall disaster by breaking out of its cul-de-sac into wider lands elsewhere. Otherwise it might expect to suffer at the hands of Islam a fate which it had already itself inflicted, many centuries before, on the abortive far western Christendom of the Celtic fringe. In the Crusades the Latin Christians, choosing the Mediterranean as their warpath and traversing it in vessels of the traditional Mediterranean builds, had been moved by a longing to possess the cradle of their Christian faith. They had failed, and the menacing subsequent advance of Islam had put Islam's foiled Western antagonists between the devil and the deep sea. They chose the deep sea and devised the new ship with consequences surpassing the wildest dreams of the most optimistic of the disciples of the Portuguese Prince Henry the Navigator. The overwhelming success of the 15th century Western shipwright's response to the challenge of Islam accounts for the long spell of retardation which followed in the Western shipwright's trade. The second spell of acceleration in this field was due to a very different cause, namely the new economic revolution which began to affect parts of Western Europe towards the end of the 18th century. The two outstanding features of this revolution were a sudden increase of population at an accelerating rate and a rise of commerce and manufacturing industry to a preponderance over agriculture. We need not enter here upon the complicated but familiar story of 19th century Western industrial expansion and of the contemporary growth of population, which not only multiplied, to various degrees, the number of inhabitants of the sundry motherlands in the West European Old World, but also rapidly began to fill the great open spaces in new lands acquired by Western pioneers overseas. It is obvious that oceanic transport would have proved a positively throttling bottleneck obstructing these developments if the shipbuilders had not responded to the challenge as heartily and as effectively as they had responded 400 years before. We have chosen our illustration from the material field of human affairs, a couple of successive technological responses in a particular craft to a couple of challenges, the first political and military, the second economic and social. But the principle of challenge and response is the same all the way up and down the scale, whether it be the challenge of empty bellies craving for bread or the challenge of hungry souls craving for God. Whatever it be, the challenge is always God's offer of freedom of choice to human souls. 1 Bassett Locke, J.W., and Holland, G., Ships and Men, London 1946, Harrap, p. 46. 38. The Law of God. In the present part of this study we are trying to gain some insight into the relation between law and freedom in history, and, if we now return to our question, we shall find that we have already reached an answer. How is freedom related to law? Our evidence declares that man does not live under one law only, he lives under two laws, and one of these two is a law of God which is freedom itself under another and more illuminating name. The perfect law of liberty, as St. James calls it in his epistle, is also a law of love, for man's freedom could only have been given to man by a God who is love in person, and this divine gift can be used by man for freely choosing life and good, instead of death and evil, only if man, on his side, loves God well enough to be moved by this responsive love of his to commit himself to God by making God's will his own. Our wills are ours, we know not how. Our wills are ours, to make them thine. 1. History is, above everything else, a call, a vocation, a dispensation to be heard and responded to by free human beings, in short, the interaction of God and man. 2. Law and freedom in history prove to be identical, in the sense that man's freedom proves to be the law of a God who is identical with love. But this finding does not dispose of our problem, for, in answering our original question, we have raised a new one. In finding that freedom is identical with one of two codes of law, we have raised the question of the relation in which these two codes stand to each other. At first sight the answer would seem to be that the law of love and the law of subconscious human nature, which both manifestly have jurisdiction over human affairs, are not only different but are contradictory and even incompatible, for the law of the subconscious psyche holds in bondage souls whom God has called to work with him in freedom. The more searchingly we compare these two laws, the wider the moral gulf between them seems to be. If we appraise the law of nature by the standard of the law of love and see through love's eyes all that nature has made, behold, it is very bad. Look, high heaven and earth ail from the prime foundation. All thoughts to rive the heart are here, and all are vain. 3. One of the conclusions that have been drawn by human spectators of the moral evil of the universe is that this chamber of horrors cannot be any God's handiwork. The Epicureans held that it was the undesigned outcome of the fortuitous concourse of indestructible atoms. The Christian, on the other hand, finds himself compelled to choose between two other alternatives, both of which are grievously disconcerting. Either the God who is love must be the creator of a manifestly ailing universe, or the universe must have been created by another God who is not the God of love. The heretic Marcion at the beginning of the 2nd century and the poet Blake at the beginning of the 19th century of the Christian era both adopted the latter of these alternatives. Their solution for this moral enigma was to attribute the creation to a God who was neither loving nor lovable. While the Savior God won souls by love, the Creator God could only impose a law and exact savage penalties for formal breaches of it. This melancholy taskmaster God, whom Marcion identified with the Mosaic Jehovah and whom Blake names Urizen and nicknames Nobodaddy would be bad enough if he performed his duties competently according to his own limited lights, but notoriously he fails to do so, and his failure must be due either to incompetence or to malevolence. Obviously there is no intelligible relation whatever between the world's sins and the world's sufferings. While Marcion is on strong ground in affirming that creation is bound up with evil, he is on weak ground in denying that it has anything to do with goodness and love, for the truth is that God's love is the source of man's freedom, and that a freedom which gives vent for creation thereby opens the door to sin. Every challenge can be regarded equally as a call from God or as a temptation by the devil. Marcion's vindication of God's love at the cost of denying his unity is wider of the mark than Irenaeus' vindication of the identity of the Creator and the Redeemer at the cost of identifying with one another two epiphanies of the Godhead which are morally irreconcilable from a human standpoint. Moreover, the testimony of Christian experience to the truth of a logical and moral paradox has been strikingly vindicated by modern Western science. The travail of striving to reconcile two irreconcilable epiphanies of God, which had tormented the minds of saints and scholars, was declared by at least one school of latter-day Western psychologists to have already tormented a subconscious psyche in an antecedent struggle through which the future saint and scholar's moral personality had been originally acquired at a stage of early infancy in which God's future place in the soul's universe had been occupied by the infant child's mother. As the baby begins, early in the second year of postnatal life, to draw a distinction between itself and outer reality, it is the mother who comes to represent the external world and to mediate its impacts on the child. But she dawns upon its growing consciousness under two opposite aspects. She is the child's chief object of love, and its fountainhead of satisfaction, security, and peace. But she is also authority, the chief source of power mysteriously set over the child and arbitrarily thwarting some of the impulses along whose paths its new life quests outwards. The frustration of infantile impulse generates anger, hate, and destructive wishes, what the psychologists generally style aggression directed against the thwarting authority. But this hated authority is also the loved mother. The infant is thus faced with the primal conflict. Two irreconcilable sets of impulses are directed towards the same object, and that object is the center of its surrounding universe. 1. Thus, according to one psychological theory, the conscious moral conflict of maturity is subconsciously anticipated in early infancy, and in the infantile, as in the adult, struggle a spiritual victory exacts its spiritual price. Primitive love conquers primitive hate by saddling it with the burden of primal guilt. 2. And psychology thus endorses the Irenaean anti-Marcionite Christian finding that love and hate, righteousness and sinfulness, are indissolubly linked with one another through the chain of creation. Without a mother, no strong love focused on a personal object; without such love, no conflict of irreconcilable influences, no guilt, and, without such guilt, no effective moral sense. 3. 1 Tennyson, In Memoriam, in the Invocation. 2 Lampert, E. The Apocalypse of History, London 1948, Faber, p. 45. 3 Houseman, A. E., A Shropshire Lad, Slayeth. 1 Huxley, J., Evolutionary Ethics, The Romanes Lecture, 1943, reprinted in Huxley, Th. and J., Evolution and Ethics, 1893-1943, London 1947, Pilot Press, p. 107. 2 Ibid, p. No. 3 Ibid. 12. The Prospects of the Western Civilization. 6. The need for this inquiry. As he took up his pen to write the present part of the study, the writer was conscious of a distaste for his self-imposed task, which was something more than a natural shrinking from the hazards of a speculative subject. It was, of course, clear that forecasts made in 1950 might be belied by events long before the manuscript could be printed and published. Yet, if the risk of making himself ridiculous had been a governing consideration in the writer's mind, this would have deterred him from ever embarking on any part of the study, and, in committing himself to part 12 of the work after having already given 11 hostages to fortune, he could take heart from the reflection that at this date the prospects of the Western civilization were at any rate very much less obscure than they had been when, in the early months of the year 1929, he had been drafting the original notes for this part that were now lying at his elbow. The Great Depression, which was then just about to set in, with all its consequences, which included the Second World War, had, long before 1950, completely swept away the illusion, prevalent in 1929, that things in general were, after all, not so very different from what they had been before 1914. The writer's distaste for his present subject ought therefore to have been appreciably diminished by the intervening passage of 2 enlightening decades of history if it had been merely a recoil from the hazards of forecast. His disinclination had, however, little or nothing to do with the difficulty of estimating the Western civilization's prospects, but was rooted in a reluctance to throw overboard one of the cardinal principles governing his approach to his study. He was distressed by a fear that he might be abandoning a standpoint from which alone it was, in his belief, possible to see in true perspective the whole history of a species of society of which the Western civilization was but one representative, and his belief in the rightness of this non-Western standpoint had been confirmed, in his judgment, by the results of 2 decades spent in trying to read the map of history from a non-Western angle of vision. One of the stimuli that had spurred the writer to embark on the present study was a revolt against a current late modern Western convention of identifying the Western society's history with history, writ large. This convention seemed to him the offspring of a distorting egocentric illusion, to which the children of a Western civilization had succumbed like the children of all other known civilizations and primitive societies. 1. The best point of departure from this egocentric assumption seemed to be to adopt the contrary assumption that all the representatives of any species of society are philosophically on a par with one another. The writer had adopted this counter-assumption, and it had seemed to him to justify his faith in it through the first 6 parts of the present study. In his 7th part he had found the value of the civilizations to be unequal on the evidence of an essay in which the touchstone had been the part played by their breakdowns and disintegrations in the history of religion, but the result of this test had not been to re-exalt the Western civilization. On the contrary, the finding had been that the civilizations of the greatest mark and moment had been the civilizations of the 2nd generation, the Syriac, the Indic, the Hellenic, and the Cynic, from the standpoint of an observer who saw the guideline of history in a progressive increase in the provision of spiritual opportunities for human souls in transit through this world. The writer's own adoption of this standpoint had reinforced his original reluctance to single out the Western civilization for special treatment. However, in deciding to abide in AD 1950 by a plan originally drawn up in AD 1927-9, he was bowing to the logic of 3 facts which had lost none of their cogency during the intervening years. The first of these facts was that, in the 2nd quarter of the 20th century of the Christian era, the Western civilization was the only extant representative of its species that did not show indisputable signs of being in disintegration. Of the 7 others, 5, namely the main body of Orthodox Christendom and its Russian offshoot, the main body of the Far Eastern civilization and its Korean and Japanese offshoot, and the Hindu civilization had not only entered into but had passed through their universal state phase, and a scrutiny of the histories of the Iranic and Arabic Muslim civilizations revealed strong evidence that these 2 societies had also broken down. The Western society alone was possibly still in its growth phase. The second fact was that the expansion of the Western society and the radiation of the Western culture had brought all other extant civilizations and all extant primitive societies within a world-encompassing westernizing ambit. The third fact that seemed to make this inquiry imperative was the alarming fact that, for the first time in the history of the human race, all mankind's eggs had been gathered into one precious and precarious basket. Gone are the days when madness was confined by seas or hills from spreading through mankind. When, though a Nero fooled upon a string, wisdom still reigned unruffled in Peking, and God in welcome smiled from Buddha's face. Though Calvin in Geneva preached of grace. For now our linked-up globe has shrunk so small. One Hitler in it means mad days for all. Through the whole world each wave of worry spreads, and EPO dreads the war that Epstein dreads. 1. In a Third World War fought with atomic or bacteriological weapons, it seemed improbable that the angel of death would overlook even those nooks and corners of man's terrestrial habitat which, till recently, had been either so uninviting or so inaccessible, or both, as to give their poor, weak, backward inhabitants a virtual immunity against the unwelcome attentions of civilized militarists. In a talk given at Princeton just 3 weeks before the enunciation of the Truman Doctrine of American support for Greece and Turkey against Russian pressure, March 12, 1947, the writer had given play to the fancy that, if a westernizing world were to allow itself to fall into a Third World War, the sequel might be a rendering, in real life, of one of Plato's myths, in which the Athenian philosopher imagines the mountain shepherds periodically issuing from their fastnesses in order to build Up a new civilization on the vacated site of an old one that has perished in the latest of a number of periodic cataclysms. In the imagery of a collective subconscious psyche, shepherds had come to symbolize the unspent and unspoiled primitive human potentialities for creation that God had still held in reserve after he had led a sophisticated majority of mankind into the temptations that had worst Cain the husbandman, his son Enoch the city builder, and their heir Tubal-Cain the smith. Whenever man in process of civilization had come to grief in essaying this most recent, and perhaps most hazardous, of human enterprises up to date, he had always, so far, counted on being able to draw upon the reserve power latent in still primitive brethren of his whom he had driven out of those choicer portions of the earth that he had appropriated as his own domain, to wander about in sheepskins and goatskins in deserts and in mountains, and, in the past, these comparatively innocent survivors of the children of Abel had heaped coals of fire on the heads of the children of Cain by coming to their murderer's rescue when the Cainite sins had found them out. A shepherd from Iskra, on the foothills of Mount Helicon, had spoken the prologue to the tragedy of Hellenic history, and shepherds from the Negev, on the fringes of the Arabian desert, had stood by the cradle of Christianity in Bethlehem. In his Platonizing Jeu d'Esprit, the present writer had suggested in AD 1947 that, if the Western civilization in which he and his audience were implicated were to inflict some major catastrophe on the oikoumene, the task of launching, all over again, a cultural enterprise that had been on foot for the last 5,000 or 6,000 years might perhaps fall to Tibetans hitherto safely ensconced behind the ramparts of their plateau, or to Eskimo hitherto snugly nestling against an innocently inclement ice cap that was a less vicious neighbor than any Homo homini lupus. Within the 3.5 years that had elapsed between the delivery of that address and the writing of the present lines in the still peaceful precincts of the same university town, these tentative fancies had been overtaken and written down by the march of historical events. At the moment of writing in December 1950, an invading Chinese Communist expeditionary force was reported to be en route for Lhasa, while Eskimo who had formerly been happy in having no foe or friend except physical nature found themselves in the fairway of a transpolar bombing route between the basins of the Volga and the Mississippi, and of a Ventre-Terre invasion route, across the ice floes of the Bering Straits, from the once sequestered habitat of the primitive denizens of the north eastern tip of Russia in Asia into an Alaska that was divided from the main body of the continental United States by nothing but a Canadian-Polish corridor. Thus a now ubiquitous Western society held the fate of all mankind in its hands at a moment when the West's own fate lay on the fingertip of one man in Moscow and one man in Washington who, by pressing a button, could detonate an atom bomb. These were the facts that led the present writer reluctantly to endorse in AD 1950 the conclusion, reluctantly reached in AD 1929, that an inquiry into the prospects of the Western civilization was a necessary part of a 20th-century study of history. One when the editor of the abridgment was staying on the slope of Mount Kilimanjaro in AD 1935, he was told the cause of the First World War as understood by the Chaga tribe, who live on the southern side of that mountain. Mount Kilimanjaro was first ascended by a German, Dr. Hans Meyer, in AD 1889. When he reached the top, he found there the god of the mountain, who, gratified by an attention that he had never before received, made over to the worthy German mountaineer and his fellow countrymen all the Chaga country, but on one condition, namely that one of the climber's fellow countrymen should ascend the mountain every year, or was it once every 5 years, to do homage to him. All went well. The Germans occupied German East Africa, and an industrious party of German mountaineers ascended the mountain at the proper intervals, until, in AD 1914, there was a most unfortunate omission of this duty. Justly incensed, the god of the mountain revoked his gift and made the country over to the enemies of the Germans, who declared war upon them and drove them out. This Anglo-German war in the East African heart of the world brought with it incidentally, as is the way with wars, some sideshow bouts of fighting in relatively unimportant outlying areas. The Chaga account of the First World War seems to be as good as many other accounts of it, and indeed better than some, in that it recognizes the importance of the part played by religion in history. One Skinner, Martin, Letters to Malaya, IN 2, London 1941, Putnam, pp 34-35. XL. The inconclusiveness of a priori answers. What was the Western civilization's expectation of life in AD 1955? On first thoughts, a student of history might be inclined to rate the West's current expectations low, considering the well-known prodigality of nature. The Western civilization was, after all, one out of no more than 21 representatives of its species. Was it rational to expect to see the 21st civilization on trial succeed in avoiding the failure that had been the lot of all the others? Considering the number of failures that had been the price of each dearly bought success in the past history of the evolution of life on Earth, it might appear improbable that, in the history of a species still so young as the civilizations were, any representative of the third generation would be cast for the part of finding some hitherto untraveled way of going on living and growing indefinitely, or else of creating a mutation that would generate a new species of society. Yet such an inference would have been drawn from the experience of life, not at the human, but at a pre-human level. It might be true that, when nature had been engaged on the evolution of rudimentary organisms, she had been apt to coin millions of specimens in order to give herself the off chance of making a lucky hit that would produce a novel and superior design. In the evolution of plants, insects, fishes, and the like, 20 specimens would, no doubt, have been a ridiculously small number for nature to work on, but it would surely be an unwarrantable assumption to suppose that rules of evolution that might be inevitable for animal or vegetable organisms were also necessarily applicable to such entirely different specimens as human societies in process of civilization. In fact, the argument from the prodigality of nature is, in the present context, no argument at all. We have raised it only to dismiss it. There remain a pair of emotional a priori answers to our question which must be considered before we proceed to examine the testimony of the civilizations themselves. The two emotional answers were mutually contradictory, and the writer of the study, who had been born in AD 1889, had lived to see the West begin to revert from one of these two feelings to the other. The outlook prevalent among people of the middle class in Great Britain at the end of the 19th century can best be conveyed by a quotation from a parody, written by two schoolmasters, of a schoolboy's notions of history as presented in his examination scripts, and entitled 1066 and All That. History is now at an end, this history is therefore final. This fin de siècle English middle-class outlook was shared by the contemporary children of the German and Northern American victors of the latest bout of modern Western wars. The beneficiaries from this aftermath of the General War of AD 1792 to 1815 had not, by then, begun to suspect, any more than their English opposite numbers, that the modern age of Western history had been wound up only to inaugurate a postmodern age pregnant with tragic experiences. They were imagining that, for their benefit, a sane, safe, satisfactory modern life had miraculously come to stay in a suddenly inaugurated timeless present. A sense of timelessness seemed to brood, for example, over a 60 years long Victorian age, though, indeed, a casual examination of the pictures in the popular Diamond Jubilee production, 60 Years a Queen, suggested a fast-moving pageant of change in every department of life, ranging from technology to dress. At that date, English middle-class conservatives, for whom the millennium had already arrived, and English middle-class liberals, for whom it lay only just round the corner, were, of course, aware that the English working classes' share in the middle class's prosperity was shockingly small, and that British subjects in most of the colonies and dependencies of the United Kingdom were not enjoying a self-government that was the privilege of their fellow subjects in the United Kingdom and in a few other dominions of the British Crown, but these inequalities were discounted by the Liberals as remediable and by the Conservatives as inevitable. Contemporary citizens of the United States at the North were similarly aware that their economic prosperity was not shared by their fellow citizens at the South. Contemporary subjects of the German Reich were aware that the inhabitants of a Reichsland annexed from France were still French at heart and that the rest of the French nation was still unreconciled to the amputation of the ceded departments. The French were still entertaining thoughts of a revanche, and the subject population in Alsace-Lorraine were still dreaming the same dream of an eventual liberation as other subject populations in Schleswig, Poland, Macedonia, and Ireland. Such peoples did not acquiesce in the comfortable belief that history was at an end. Yet their unwavering confidence that to them, intolerable established system must be borne away, sooner or later, by time's ever-rolling stream made little impression, at the time, on the torpid imaginations of representatives of the powers then in the ascendant. It may be safely said that there was, in AD 1897, no living man or woman, even among the most sanguine prophets of nationalist or socialist revolution, who dreamed that a demand for national self-determination was going to break up the Habsburg, Hohenzollern, and Romanov empires and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland within the next 25 years, or that a demand for social democracy was going to spread from the urban working class of a few precociously industrialized provinces of the Western world to the peasantry of Mexico and China. Gandhi, born AD 1869, and Lenin, born AD 1870, were then still unknown names. The word communism stood for a lurid but brief and apparently irrelevant past episode which had come to be regarded as the last eruption of history's now extinct volcano. This ominous outbreak of savagery in the Parisian underworld in AD 1871 was written off as an atavistic reaction to the shock of a startling military disaster, and there was no discernible fear of the recrudescence of a conflagration that had been smothered for a quarter of a century under the wet blanket of a bourgeois Third Republic. This complacent middle-class optimism was no new thing at the time of Queen Victoria's Jubilee. We find it 100 years earlier in the stately periods of Gibbon and Turgot's second discourse, delivered at the Sorbonne in AD 1750, on the advantages which the establishment of Christianity has procured for the human race. 100 years farther back again we can detect it in the casual observations of Pepys. The shrewd diarist detected a rise in the political and economic barometer, 1649 and all that, which included the massacre of Saint Bartholomew and the Spanish Inquisition, were things of the past. Indeed, the generation of Pepys was that in which we have already placed the beginning of the late modern age, AD 1675 to 1875, and this late modern age is one of the great ages of faith in progress and in human perfectibility. 2 generations earlier than Pepys we find a more sonorous prophet of this faith in Francis Bacon. A faith that has lived 300 years dies hard, and we can detect its expression, 10 years after it had received its apparent knockout blow in AD 1914, in an address delivered by a distinguished historian and public servant of the pre-Diluvian generation, Sir James Headlam Morley, AD 1863 to 1929. In our analysis of this Western culture, the first great fact that we will notice is that, though undoubtedly there is a common history and common civilization for all Western Europe, the people were not joined in any formal political union, nor has the country ever been subjected to one common government. For a moment, indeed, it looked as though Charlemagne would establish his authority over the whole area. That hope, as we know, was to be disappointed. His attempt to create a new empire failed, as all subsequent attempts have failed. Again and again attempts were made by the later empire, by the rulers of Spain and France, to unite the whole of Western Europe in one great state or empire. Always we find the same thing: the appeal to local patriotism and personal liberty inspires a resistance which breaks down the efforts of every conqueror. And so there has been as a permanent characteristic of Europe that which critics call anarchy, for the absence of a common rule means struggle, fighting, and war, a ceaseless confusion between rival units of government contending with one another for territory and predominance. This is a condition which to many is very shocking. Undoubtedly it implies a great expenditure of energy, a great destruction of wealth, at times a great loss of life. There are many, in consequence, who would have preferred to see the gradual establishment of some common government and who, to its disadvantage, contrast the history of Europe with that of Imperial Rome, or at the present day of the United States of America. There are many, from the days of Dante onwards, who have longed for that ordered government which might appear to be the true reflex and instrument of divine providence. How often do we hear it said that if, on the soil of America, English and Italians and Poles and Ruthenians and Germans and Scandinavians can all live side by side in peace and contentment, why should they not do so in their original homes? I have not today to discuss ideals of the future, we are concerned with the past, and all that we have to do is to note the fact that this anarchy, this warfare, this rivalry, existed just at the time when the energies of the continent were at their highest. Let us note also that the energies of the Mediterranean world, the vital force, artistic spirit, intellectual ingenuity seem gradually but steadily to have decayed, and that the beginning of the decay coincided with the establishment of a common government. May it not be that the friction and disorder was not in reality merely destruction of energy, but the cause by which the energy was produced? 1. It is strange to hear Gibbon's reassuring voice still echoing in an England that was now ringing with the dread sound of an apocalyptic trump. By AD 1924, however, the antithetical feeling, expressed in a different reading of the significance of an antecedent Hellenic civilization's decline and fall, was already in the ascendant in a stricken Western world. 5 years before Headlam Morley delivered his address, Paul Valery had eloquently proclaimed that all civilizations were mortal. Spengler was saying the same thing at the same time. We can now see that the doctrine of progress was based on a number of false premises. But does that admission compel us to accept the doctrine of doom? Such would be very simple reasoning. One might as well argue that because Johnny Head in Air had fallen into the slough of despond, there could therefore be no way across it. Valery's pessimism and Gibbon's optimism are, both alike, rationalizations of emotions which happen to be superficially appropriate to the brief spans of their respective lives. 1 J. W. Headlam Morley, The Cultural Unity of Western Europe, in the New Past and Other Essays on the Development of Civilization, edited by E. H. Carter, Oxford 1925, Blackwell, pages 88-89. XLI The Testimony of the Histories of the Civilizations. 1. Western Experiences with Non-Western Precedents. In earlier parts of this study we have tried to gain some insight into the causes of the breakdowns of civilizations and into the process of their disintegrations by surveys of the relevant historical facts, and in studying the breakdowns we found that the cause was, in every case, some failure of self-determination. A broken-down society would prove to have forfeited a salutary freedom of choice through having fallen under the bondage of some idol of its own making. Midway through the 20th century of the Christian era, the Western society was manifestly given over to the worship of a number of idols, but, among these, one stood out above the rest, namely the worship of the parochial state. This feature of postmodern Western life was a terrifying portent on two accounts. First, because this idolization was the true, though unavowed, religion of the great majority of the inhabitants of the westernizing world, and secondly, because this false religion had been the death of no less than 14, and perhaps of 16, of the 21 civilizations on record. Fratricidal warfare of ever-increasing violence had been by far the commonest cause of mortality among civilizations of all three generations. In the first generation it had certainly been the destruction of the Sumeric and the Andean, and probably of the Minoan as well. In the second generation it had destroyed the Babylonic, the Indic, the Syriac, the Hellenic, the Cynic, the Mexic, and the Yucatec. In the third generation it had destroyed the Orthodox Christian, both in its main body and in its Russian offshoot, the Far Eastern in its Japanese offshoot, the Hindu and the Iranic. Of the 5 remaining civilizations, other than the Western, we may suspect that the Hittite had likewise brought itself to ruin by fratricidal warfare at home before it had run full tilt against a petrified Egyptiac world, and had subsequently succumbed to a barbarian Volker Wandering. The Mayan civilization had, so far, yielded no evidence of fratricidal warfare. The Egyptiac and the Far Eastern civilization in China seem to have sacrificed their lives to a different idol, namely an ecumenical polity with an increasingly parasitic bureaucracy. The only remaining specimen is the Arabic society, which may have been destroyed by the incubus of a parasitic nomad institution in a non-nomad world, the slave ascendancy of the Egyptian Mamluks, unless this society affords a solitary case of destruction by an alien assailant. Moreover, in the postmodern chapter of Western history, the devastating effects of the idolization of parochial sovereign states had been enhanced by a demonic drive. The restraining influence of a universal church had been removed. The impact of democracy in the form of nationalism, coupled in many cases with some newfangled ideology, had made the warfare more bitter, and the impetus given by industrialism and technology had provided the combatants with increasingly destructive weapons. The Industrial Revolution that had begun to affect the Western world in the 18th century of the Christian era was an unmistakable counterpart of the economic revolution that had overtaken the Hellenic world in the 6th century BC. In both cases, communities that had previously made their living more or less in isolation, by subsistence farming, had now gone into economic partnership with each other to increase their output and their income by learning to produce and exchange specialized commodities. In so doing, they had ceased to be autarkic, and they could no longer resume their autarky even if they had so wished. The effect in both cases had been to give the society a new structure on the economic plane that was incongruous with its structure on the political plane, and the fatal result of this faulting in the social fabric of the Hellenic society has already come to our notice more than once. One discouraging symptom in modern Western history had been the emergence, first in Prussia and then in Germany at large, of a militarism that had been deadly in the histories of other civilizations. This militarism had first made its appearance in the reigns of the Prussian kings Frederick William I and Frederick the Great, AD 1713–86, at a time when, of all ages of latter-day Western history, the conduct of war had been most formal and its destructiveness at a minimum. In its final phase, up to the time of writing, the mad dog militarism of a National Socialist Germany could be compared only with the Furor Assyriacus after its temperature had been raised to the third degree by Tiglath-Pileser III, reigned 746–727 BC. Whether the unprecedentedly drastic destruction of the National Socialist war machine had destroyed the will to militarism in all parts of a westernizing world seemed, at the time of writing, much more doubtful. To set against these bad omens there were also some more favorable symptoms. There was one ancient institution, no less evil than war, which the Western civilization had got rid of. A society which had succeeded in abolishing slavery might surely take heart from this unprecedented victory of a Christian ideal as it addressed itself to the task of abolishing the coeval institution of war. War and slavery had been twin cancers of civilization ever since the species of society had first emerged. The conquest of one of them was a good omen for the prospects of the campaign against the other. Moreover, a Western society that was still being worst by war could take heart from its record on other spiritual battlefields. In its response to the challenge presented by the impact of industrialism on the institution of private property, the Western society had already in many countries made some headway in forcing a passage between the Scylla of unrestricted economic individualism and the Charybdis of totalitarian control of economic activities by the state. There had also been some measure of success in coping with the impact of democracy on education. In throwing open to all an intellectual treasure house which had been a small minority's jealously guarded and oppressively exploited preserve since the dawn of civilization, the modern Western spirit of democracy had given mankind a new hope at the cost of exposing it to a new danger. The danger lay in the opening which a rudimentary universal education gave for propaganda, and in the skill and unscrupulousness with which this opportunity had been seized by advertising salesmen, news agencies, pressure groups, political parties, and totalitarian governments. The hope lay in the possibility that these exploiters of a semi-educated public would prove unable to condition their victims so thoroughly as to prevent them from continuing their education to a point at which they would become immune against such exploitation. But the plane on which the decisive spiritual battle was likely to be fought was neither the military nor the social nor the economic nor the intellectual, for in AD 1955 the crucial questions confronting Western men were all religious. Had the fanatically positive Judaic religions been discredited beyond repair by the incriminating record of intolerance that had given the lie to their professions? Was there any virtue in the religious toleration into which a disillusioned Western world had subsided toward the close of the 17th century of the Christian era? How long would Western souls find it bearable to go on living without religion? And, now that the discomfort of a spiritual vacuum had tempted them to open the door to such devils as nationalism and fascism and communism, how long was their latter-day belief in toleration likely to stand the test? Toleration had been easy in a lukewarm age in which the varieties of Western Christianity had lost their hold on Western hearts and minds, while these had not yet found alternative objects for their frustrated devotion. Now that they had gone a-whoring after other gods, would an 18th century toleration hold its own against a 20th century fanaticism? Wanderers in a Western wilderness, astray from the one true God of their forefathers, who had been taught by a disillusioning experience that parochial states, like sectarian churches, were idols whose worship brought not peace but a sword, might be tempted to seize upon a collective humanity as an alternative object of idolization. A religion of humanity that had missed fire in the frigid mold of a Comtean positivism had set the world ablaze when it had been fired from the cannon's mouth of Marxian communism. Would a life and death struggle for the salvation of souls, which Christianity had waged and won in its youth against an Hellenic worship of a collective humanity embodied in the cults of Dea Roma and of a Caesar, have to be fought out again, 2,000 years later, against some latter-day embodiment of the worship of the same Leviathan? The Hellenic precedent raised the question without revealing the answer. If we now pass on from the symptoms of breakdown in the Western world to the symptoms of disintegration, we shall recall that, in our analysis of schism in the body social, we found unmistakable traces, in a latter-day Western world, of the appearance of the characteristic threefold division into a dominant minority, an internal proletariat, and an external proletariat. The Western world's external proletariat need hardly detain us, for the former barbarians were being eliminated, not by extermination, but by being transferred to the ranks of a Western internal proletariat which had come to embrace a great majority of the living generation of mankind. The thus forcibly domesticated barbarians were actually one of the smallest contingents of which this vast 20th century internal proletariat of the Western society was composed. A far larger quota had been contributed by children of non-Western civilizations who had been caught in a world-encompassing Western net. A third contingent, the most unhappy and therefore the most actively dissident of the three, consisted of Deracines of diverse origins, Western as well as non-Western, who had suffered divers degrees of coercion. There were the descendants of African Negro slaves who had been forcibly transplanted across the Atlantic. There were the descendants of Indian and Chinese indentured laborers whose emigration overseas had often in effect been just as involuntary as that of African slaves. Then there were others who had been uprooted without crossing any seas. The most flagrant examples of proletarianization were the poor whites in the Old South of the United States and in the Union of South Africa, who had sunk to the social level of their more successful fellow colonists imported or indigenous African helots. But, over and above all these outstanding unfortunate groups, it could be said that, wherever there were masses of people, rural or urban, who felt that the Western social system was not giving them what they were entitled to have, there was an internal proletariat, for our definition of proletariat has, throughout this study, been psychological, and we have consistently used it to denote those who felt that they no longer belonged spiritually to the society within which they found themselves included physically. The proletarian reaction against a dominant minority had found violent expression at various times and in various places, from medieval peasant wars to the Jacobinism of the French Revolution. In the middle of the 20th century of the Christian era it was expressing itself more powerfully than ever before, and this along two channels. Where the grievances were mainly economic, the channel was communism; where they were political or racial, the channel was a nationalistic revolt against colonialism. In AD 1955 the threat to Western civilization from the Russo-Chinese Communist bloc was obvious and menacing. At the same time there were a number of less sensational, but not necessarily less substantial, entries on the other side of the account. The first point that might come to tell in a menaced Western civilization's favor was the alloy of Russian nationalism in an ecumenical communism that professed, with a show of Pauline fervor, to have risen superior to all invidious distinctions between Jew and Greek. This vein of insincerity was a flaw in communism's moral armor. At a moment when, in Eastern Asia, the Western cause was suffering grievous adversity, a Western telepathist who could have looked into the hearts of the close-lipped statesmen in the Kremlin might have learnt that they were watching the spectacular successes of their Chinese allies with mixed feelings. The future of Manchuria, Mongolia, and Xinjiang was, after all, of vastly greater importance for China and for Russia alike than the future of Indochina, Hong Kong, and Formosa. It was conceivable that Malenkov or his successor Khrushchev or Khrushchev's possible successor, at present still below the horizon, might become another Tito, and that, after Germany and Japan had been rearmed by the West, and China by the Soviet Union, a frightened West might hail a frightened Russia as the white man's hope. The long since discredited Kaiser Wilhelm II had called attention to the yellow peril and had been thought a fool for his pains, yet some writers still persisted in holding the view that he was not only a well-meaning but also a very clever man, and, significantly, even Hitler had commended the Kaiser's judgment on this one point. This at first sight unconvincing prognostication had a solid basis in two indisputable facts. Russia was the only major province of the patrimony of the white race in which the population was increasing in the 20th century at the rate at which it had increased in the 19th century in Western Europe and North America, and Russia was also the province of the white race's patrimony which marched with the continental frontiers of China and India. If either or both of these subcontinents, each of which housed nearly a quarter of the human race, were to succeed in carrying the process of westernization on the technological and organizational planes to a point at which Chinese or Indian manpower would begin to count in the world's military and political balance sheet in proportion to its mere numbers, it was to be expected that such an invigorated Samson would insist on a drastic revision of the world's hitherto grossly inequitable distribution of territory and natural resources. In such an event, Russia, struggling to preserve her own existence, might find herself involuntarily performing, for a Western world snugly sheltering under her lee, the unrewarding service of acting as a buffer that the main body of Orthodox Christendom had once performed for the same Western world when the explosive quarter had been, not India or China, but a Southwest Asia united under a dynamic primitive Muslim Arab leadership. These were highly speculative forecasts relating to a future not yet in sight. There was perhaps more solid ground for encouragement in the fact that a Western community which had come into headlong collision with the Chinese in Korea and had been desperately embroiled in Indochina had managed to come to terms with the Indonesians on the morrow of their liberation from the Japanese, and had voluntarily abdicated its dominion over the Filipinos, Ceylonese, Burmans, Indians, and Pakistanis. The reconciliation between an Asia represented by various communities formerly subject to the British Raj and a Western society represented by British protagonists in the drama of late modern Western imperialism opened up a prospect that some part, at least, of the vast Asian contingent in a worldwide Western internal proletariat, which had been heading towards secession from a Western dominant minority, might change its course and make for the alternative goal of partnership on terms of equality with its former Western masters. A similar issue might be hoped for in the Asian and North African provinces of the Islamic world, and also in most of Africa south of the Sahara. A more intractable problem was presented by those areas in which climatic conditions had tempted the Western European not only to establish his rule but also to make his home, and the same problem arose in a less menacing form in regions where non-white populations had been imported to do the more disagreeable and elementary chores of the white man's work for him. The difference in the degree of menace, as seen from the white standpoint, expressed itself in the statistics of the racial composition of the local population. Where the non-white was indigenous, as for example in South Africa, he usually far outnumbered the dominant white race. Where he had been forcibly imported, as in the United States, the proportions were in the reverse. In the United States, at the time of writing, the tendency of a color bar to harden into a caste distinction on Indian lines was being resisted by the counter-operation of the spirit of Christianity, and, though it was impossible to tell as yet whether this Christian counterattack was a forlorn hope or the wave of the future, it was a good omen that, in the United States as in India, the redeeming spirit had been at work on both sides. In the hearts of the dominant white majority, a Christian conscience that had insisted on abolishing Negro slavery had come to realize that a merely juridical emancipation was not enough, and on the other side a colored proletarian minority had shown signs of responding in the same spirit. The alienation of the internal proletariat is, as we found in an earlier part of this study, the most conspicuous symptom of the disintegration of a civilization, and, with that in mind, we have been considering what evidence there might be, both of alienation and of reconciliation, within the Western society as it stood in the middle of the 20th century of the Christian era. So far, we have been considering those elements of the proletariat which were themselves non-Western in origin but which had been brought within the frontiers of the Western society by the West's worldwide expansion. There remained, needless to say, all that part of the proletariat which was racially indistinguishable from its dominant minority, that vast majority of Western men and women whom superior persons born into a 19th-century Western privileged minority referred to under such various names as the working classes, the lower classes, the populace, the masses, and even, in a contemptuously quizzical vein, the great unwashed. Here the immensity of the theme is daunting. It must suffice to say that in practically all Western countries, and more particularly in the most highly industrialized and most thoroughly modernized Western countries, there had been, in the past half-century, an immense practical advance towards social justice in every department of life. The political revolution through which India had obtained her emancipation from the British Raj had not been more remarkable than the social revolution in Great Britain through which a Western country in which power, wealth, and opportunity had been still, within living memory, the close preserve of an odiously small and scandalously overprivileged minority, had transformed itself, with remarkably little ill-feeling on either side, into a community in which a large measure of social justice had been secured at the cost of a minimal sacrifice of individual liberty. The foregoing survey of facts telling against, as well as facts telling in favor of, the likelihood of the Western civilizations coming to grief through a secession of an internal proletariat suggests two tentative conclusions. In the first place, the forces of reconciliation appeared to be stronger than any corresponding forces at work in the Hellenic society at a corresponding stage in its history. Secondly, this difference in the Western world's favor appeared to be mainly due to the continuing operation of a spirit of Christianity that had not lost its hold over the hearts of Western men and women, even though their minds might have rejected the creed in which the abiding truths of Christianity had been translated into the ephemeral language of a pagan Hellenic philosophy. This persistent vitality of a higher religion which had once provided a larval Western society with its chrysalis was an element that had been conspicuously lacking in an otherwise comparable Hellenic situation, and it might be conjectured that there was some relation between this apparent invincibility of Christianity's spiritual essence and the paucity and jejunity of the new crop of religions that could be descried raising their heads here and there in a westernizing world at this time. We may therefore conclude that the evidence from non-Western precedents bearing on the future of the Western civilization was not decisive. 2. Unprecedented Western experiences. So far we have been examining elements in the postmodern Western situation which are comparable with elements in the histories of the other civilizations, but there are also elements in it to which the histories of the other civilizations present no parallels. Two of these unparalleled features leap to the eye. The first is the extent of the mastery that Western man had acquired over non-human nature, the second is the accelerating rapidity of the social change that this mastery was bringing about. Ever since man's passage from the lower to the upper Paleolithic stage of technological progress, the human race had been lords of creation on earth in the sense that, from that time onwards, it had no longer been possible either for inanimate nature or for any other non-human creature either to exterminate mankind or even to interrupt human progress. Thenceforth, nothing on earth, with one exception, could stand in man's way or bring man to ruin, but that exception was a formidable one, namely, man himself. As we have seen, man had already brought himself to grief in the misconduct of some 14 or 15 civilizations. Eventually, in AD 1945, the detonation of the atomic bomb had made it clear that man had now acquired a degree of control over non-human nature which made it impossible for him to avoid any longer the challenge of the two evils which he had brought on the world in the very act of providing himself with a new species of society in the shape of societies in process of civilization. These twin evils were two different manifestations of the single evil of war, though it might be convenient to distinguish them by giving them different names: war as ordinarily understood, and class war, horizontal war and vertical war, in other words. This was a situation with which the human race was very ill prepared to cope. In considering its prospects, we may manage to simplify our task by giving separate consideration, first to technology, war, and government, and then to technology, class conflict, and employment. XLII: Technology, War, and Government. 1. Prospects of a Third World War. As a result of two world wars, the number of the great powers had been reduced from a fluctuating plurality, in which some states, such as Italy, had borne the title by courtesy, though everyone knew that they could not sustain it, to two only: the United States and the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union had established its domination over Eastern Germany as well as over most of the successor states of the former Habsburg and Ottoman empires, which had been overrun, during the Second World War, by the ephemeral National Socialist German Third Reich. The only reason why Western Germany and the interwar Austrian Republic had not followed their neighbors into Russia's maw by AD 1956 was that they had come, meanwhile, under the protection of the United States and her West European allies. By this date it had become apparent that the substitution of a United States protectorate for an untenable independence was the only insurance against Russian, or Chinese, domination that promised to be effective in the long run for any state anywhere in the world. This role, which was a new role for the United States in the Old World, had long been familiar to her in the New World. From the days of the Holy Alliance to the days of the Third Reich, the Monroe Doctrine had saved the successor states of the Spanish and Portuguese empires in the Americas from falling under the domination of some European power at the price of replacing a Spanish or Portuguese colonial administration by a United States hegemony. Benefactors are seldom popular, and unless their benefactions are completely disinterested, they may not altogether deserve to be. The feelings of, say, the French towards the United States since AD 1945 were not very different from those of, say, the Brazilians at any time within the past 100 years. However that might be, the Soviet Union and the United States found themselves, in AD 1956, confronting one another as the only two great powers still surviving on the face of the planet, and in any international balance of power two was bound, at the best, to be an awkward number. It was true that, in contrast with Germany and Japan 20 years earlier, both were economically sated countries, which could find peaceful employment for the whole of their manpower, for many decades to come, in cultivating their own estates. But past history had shown that mutual fear was as potent a source of warlike aggression as economic want. The Russian and American peoples were ill-equipped for understanding each other. The Russian people's habitual temper was one of docile resignation, the Americans one of obstreperous impatience, and this difference of temper was reflected in a difference of attitude towards arbitrary government. The Russians acquiesced in this as inevitable, whereas the Americans had learned from their own history to think of it as an evil institution which any people could overthrow at will. The Americans saw their summum bonum in a personal liberty which they rather oddly identified with equality, whereas the Russian communist dominant minority saw their summum bonum in theoretical equality which they still more oddly identified with liberty. These temperamental and doctrinal differences made it difficult for the two peoples to understand and trust each other, and this mutual distrust bred fear, now that the arena in which they menaced one another had been transformed out of all recognition by the unprecedentedly rapid progress of technology, which had made a once wide world shrivel to dimensions so diminutive as to make it henceforth impossible for the rivals to take their stand in this arena without finding themselves within point-blank range of each other. In a world thus technologically unified, it looked as if a competition for world power between the Soviet Union and the United States might be decided in the long run by the suffrages of those 3/4 of the living generation of mankind who, 5 or 6,000 years after the dawn of civilization, were still living in the Neolithic age on the material plane of life, but who had begun to become aware that a higher standard was possible. In exercising a choice, now open to it, between an American and a Russian way of life, this hitherto submerged majority might be expected to choose whichever way of the two seemed to them the more likely to satisfy this awakening majority's revolutionary aspirations. Yet, although the last word might lie with the hitherto submerged non-Western majority of mankind, it nevertheless seemed probable that, in the short run, the decisive weight in the scales of a Russo-American balance would prove to be, not those 3/4 of the world's population, but that 1/4 of the world's present industrial war potential that was still located in Western Europe. In global terms it might be said that there was now one sole continent, Euraphrasia, skirted by two large offshore islands, North and South America. On this global view, Russia appeared as the continental, and the United States as the insular power, much as, in the European interparochial wars of the modern period of Western history, Britain had played the part of the insular power, and Spain, France, and Germany the part of serving as Britain's successive continental enemies. In the postmodern global arena the West European sector was still crucial, because it was the insular power's continental bridgehead. In times past, Flanders had been the cockpit of Western Europe, in which its incorrigibly belligerent parochial states had fought their battles. Now the whole of Western Europe appeared to be marked out for serving, in the event of another general war, as the cockpit of a westernizing world. There was, perhaps, a poetic justice in this transformation of the strategic map, but this did not make the plight of inhabiting a cockpit less unwelcome to West Europeans in general since AD 1946 than it had been to Flemings since before the close of the 15th century. The progress of technology has no power to diminish the sway of human feelings over the course of human affairs. Militarism is a matter not of technology but of psychology, the will to fight. Wars are exhilarating when fought elsewhere and by other people. Perhaps they are most exhilarating of all when over and done with, and historians of all civilizations had traditionally regarded them as the most interesting topic in their field. Most armies in the past had been relatively small, and had largely consisted of people who preferred fighting to other occupations. But, since the levée en masse in a revolutionary France in AD 1792, modern Western warfare had become a far more serious matter, and the warfare of the future threatened to become more serious still. War was now tending to kill the militarism of peoples who experienced it, and the will of the people is a force to which even an autocratic government has ultimately to yield. Among the countries that had suffered the most severely in the First World War, France had virtually refused to endure the Second. Hitler had succeeded in galvanizing the Germans into a further bout of militarism, but in AD 1956 it seemed doubtful whether another Hitler, if another were ever to arise, could perform the same tour de force again. It was significant that the favorite conventional epithet of the communist dictators was peace-loving. Napoleon in St. Helena had still described war as a belle occupation, but it may be doubted whether he would have applied the phrase to atomic warfare if he could have lived to see its advent. These reflections were primarily applicable to peoples of advanced civilization who had had first-hand experience of 20th-century warfare. The traditional submissiveness of the peoples of Asia, on the other hand, had, since time immemorial, taken the political form of passive obedience to arbitrary governments, and the cultural process of westernization would have to go far beyond the rudimentary accomplishment of acquiring a Western military technique before the Asian peasant soldier would begin to think of questioning, or defying, orders to sacrifice his life, even in an aggressive war which meant nothing to him personally. How far could mid-20th century Asian governments go in exploiting their subjects' ingrained submissiveness for military purposes? In Western eyes it might look as if the Chinese and Russian peasant soldier had given his government a blank check drawn on his life, yet history had demonstrated that there was a limit beyond which neither a Chinese nor a Russian government could venture with impunity. Chinese regimes, from the Tizin to the Kuomintang, that had had the temerity to give the screw just one turn too many had repeatedly paid for this slight excess by the forfeiture of their mandate to rule, and in Russian history it had been the same story. A tsardom that had had the wisdom to take the sting out of the Russian people's sufferings in the Crimean War by conceding the reforms of the 1860s had paid with its life for its obstinacy in refusing to forestall trouble once again by paying a corresponding ransom for subsequent military reverses, first in the Japanese War of AD 1904-5, which had provoked the abortive Russian Revolution of the latter year, and afterwards in the First World War, which had provoked the double Revolution of AD 1917. It seemed, then, that there were limits at which the moral of Russia or any other peasant country would collapse. Nevertheless, it seemed likely that the government of the Soviet Union would face the terrors of a war with the United States rather than make any political concession to the United States that, in Russian eyes, would be tantamount to submission to an American ascendancy. If it was thus likely that there were circumstances in which the Soviet Union could and would go to war with a power of its own caliber, was this also to be predicted of the United States? In AD 1956 the answer appeared to be in the affirmative. Ever since the first settlement of the oldest of the 13 colonies, the American people had been one of the most unmilitary, yet at the same time one of the most martial, of the nations of the Western world. They had been unmilitary in the sense that they had disliked submitting themselves to military discipline and had had no Gallic ambition to see their country win military glory for its own sake. They had been martial in the sense that, till the date of the closing of the frontier circa AD 1890, they had always numbered among them a contingent of frontiersmen who were accustomed, not only to bearing arms, but to using them at their own discretion in pursuit of their own private enterprises, a state of affairs that, by then, had long since been obsolete in the greater part of Western Europe. The martial spirit of 10 generations of American frontiersmen would have been acknowledged by the North American Indians at any time since the first landing of white men from the British Isles on American coasts, by the English colonists' French rivals in the 18th century, and by their Mexican victims in the 19th century, and these encounters between the Anglo-American frontiersmen and their competitors for the possession of North America were also evidence that not only the frontiersmen, but the American people as a whole, were prepared, exceptionally and temporarily, to submit themselves to a military discipline without which the frontiersmen's personal spirit and prowess would have been unable to prevail against antagonists of their own cultural level. The soldierly qualities latent in the American people as a whole had been revealed to their German adversaries in the German-American Wars of 1917-18 and 1941-5, but the most impressive demonstration of American valor, discipline, generalship, and endurance had been given in a war in which Americans had been arrayed against Americans. The War of AD 1861-5 between the Union and the Confederacy had been the longest, the most stubborn, the costliest in casualties, and the most fertile in technological innovations of all wars waged in the Western world between the fall of Napoleon and the outbreak of the First World War. Moreover, the two world wars that, within living memory, had harrowed Germany and Germany's Russian and West European victims as severely as the American Civil War had harrowed the South, had left the United States virtually unscathed. The psychological effects that two world wars in one lifetime had produced on the moral of West Europeans had hardly made themselves felt on the American side of the Atlantic, and in AD 1956 it could not be doubted that the American people would indeed be prepared to face the terrors of a war with the Soviet Union rather than make any concession to the Soviet Union that, in American eyes, would be tantamount to submission to a Russian ascendancy. But the foregoing historical evidence, suggesting the likelihood of a will to war in certain circumstances on the part of the American and the Russian people, has to be estimated in the light of the developments of atomic warfare and of the psychological effect of these developments, an effect which, under mid-20th century conditions, would not lag very far behind the technological developments themselves. To die for a country or a cause becomes a gratuitous and meaningless act of heroism if it has become demonstrably certain that the country will perish together with the patriot, and the cause together with the devotee, in one all-comprehending catastrophe. 2. Towards a future world order. By AD 1955 the abolition of war had, in fact, become imperative, but it could not be abolished unless the control of atomic energy could be concentrated in the hands of some single political authority. This monopoly of the command of the master weapon of the age would enable, and indeed compel, the authority to assume the role of a world government. The effective seat of this government, in the conditions of AD 1955, must be either Washington or Moscow, but neither the United States nor the Soviet Union was prepared to place itself at the mercy of the other. In this awkward pass, the traditional line of least psychological resistance would, no doubt, have been to resort to the old-fashioned expedient of ordeal by battle. A knockout blow had, as we have already seen, been the brutal means by which one broken down civilization after another had passed out of its time of troubles into its universal state. But on this occasion the knockout blow might knock out not only the antagonist but also the victor, the referee, the boxing ring, and all the spectators. In these circumstances the best hope for the future of mankind lay in the possibility that the governments and peoples of the United States and the Soviet Union might have the patience to pursue a policy which had come to be called peaceful coexistence. The greatest menace to the welfare and, indeed, to the continued existence of the human race was not the invention of atomic weapons but the rise in living human souls of a temper such as had once prevailed in an early modern Western world for about 100 years, beginning with the outbreak of the Western Wars of Religion circa AD 1560. At the opening of the second half of the 20th century there were capitalists and communists who, like their Catholic and Protestant forerunners, felt it to be impracticable as well as intolerable to acquiesce in leaving the allegiance of society divided for an indefinite time to come between the true faith, their own, and a damnable heresy, their adversaries. But the history of the Western wars of religion bore witness that spiritual issues could not be settled by force of arms, and mankind's acquisition of atomic weapons gave warning that it would not be open to capitalists and communists to learn the futility of religious warfare by the empirical method of prolonged trial that had been practicable for Catholics and Protestants in an age in which man's worst weapons had been swords, pikes, and muzzle-loading guns. In circumstances so precarious and obscure, a dogmatic optimism was as unwarrantable as a dogmatic pessimism, and the living generation of mankind had no choice but to reconcile itself, as best it could, to the knowledge that it was facing issues in which its very existence might be at stake, and that it was impossible to guess what the outcome was going to be. In AD 1955 these perennial waifs on board Noah's Ark were in the situation in which Thor Heyerdahl and his 5 fellow Vikings on board a balsa log raft had found themselves on the morning of the August 7, 1947. On that fateful morning the westward flowing current that had borne the raft Kon-Tiki 4,300 miles across the Pacific Ocean was now carrying her towards the Raroa Reef. Beyond the line of surf breaking over this barrier the approaching seafarers could descry the feathery tops of palm trees, and they knew that these palms bedecked idyllic isles set in a still lagoon, but between them and this haven ran the foaming and thundering reef in one line from horizon to horizon. One and the set of the current and the wind gave the voyagers no chance of circumnavigation. They were heading perforce towards an inevitable ordeal, and, though they might know what were the alternatives awaiting any voyagers in this plight, they could not guess which of these alternatives was to be the ending of their own saga. If the raft were to disintegrate among the breakers, the crew would be torn in pieces by the knife-edged coral, unless they were saved by speedy drowning from that more painful death. If the raft were to hold together, and if its crew were to succeed in holding onto it until the breakers had defeated their own malice by washing the raft onto the reef high and dry, a shipwrecked crew might swim across the still lagoon beyond and reach one of the palm-crowned islands alive. If the moment of the raft's arrival at the reef should happen to coincide with the flood of one of those high tides that periodically submerged the reef to a depth that compelled the breakers to subside, the Kon-Tiki might, after all, clear the death line in calm water, and so come through unscathed. In the event, a high tide did flow in to lift her battered frame off the reef into the lagoon some days after the surf had cast her up onto a bare coral scree, but on the morning of the August 7, 1947, no man on board the Kon-Tiki could tell which of these alternative destinies was going to be his. The experience of these 6 young Scandinavian seafarers on that day was an apt allegory of an ordeal that still lay ahead of mankind at the opening of the second half of the 20th century of the Christian era. An arc of civilization that had traveled a time distance of some 5 or 6,000 years across the ocean of history was making for a reef which its crew would not be able to circumnavigate. This unavoidable danger ahead was the perilous transition between a world partitioned into an American and a Russian sphere and a world united under the control of a single political authority which, in an age of atomic weapons, must supersede the present division of authority sooner or later in one way or another. Was the transition to be pacific or catastrophic, and, if catastrophic, was the catastrophe to be complete and irremediable, or would it be partial and leave behind it elements out of which a slow and painful recovery might ultimately be achieved? At the time when these words were being written, no one could foreknow the outcome of the ordeal towards which the world was manifestly moving. Without waiting, however, for a facile wisdom after the event, an observer might perhaps usefully speculate on the shape of things to come, so long as he confined his consideration of a future world order to elements which an ecumenical dispensation seemed likely to have in common with each of the 2 demi-mundane dispensations that had been crystallizing respectively round the United States and round the Soviet Union. In so far as technology could, and did, supply facilities for transport, world government was already a quite practicable proposition. As soon, however, as we ascend or descend from the plane of technology to the plane of human nature, we find the earthly paradise skillfully assembled by the ingenuity of Homo faber being reduced to a fool's paradise by the perversity of Homo politicus. The Parliament of Man, whose inauguration the prophet Tennyson seemed to have synchronized approximately with the invention of the aeroplane, was now in being under the more prosaic name of the United Nations Organization, and UNO had not proved as ineffective as its critics sometimes asserted. On the other hand, UNO was evidently incapable of becoming the embryo of a world government. The realities of the distribution of power were not reflected in the clumsiness of a constitution that had embodied the unrealistic principle of one state, one vote, and had then found no better means of bringing a fictitious equality of states into line with the harsh reality than the concession to 5 powers, one of whom had since been reduced from China to Formosa, of a veto that was denied to their nominal peers. The best prospect in sight for the UNO was that it might evolve from being a forum into becoming a confederacy, but there is a great gulf between any confederacy of independent states and any confederation of peoples with a central government claiming and receiving the direct personal allegiance of every individual citizen of the Union, and it was notorious that the history of political institutions knew of no case in which that gulf had been crossed by any other process than a revolutionary leap. On this showing, UNO seemed unlikely to be the institutional nucleus out of which an eventually inevitable world government would grow. The probability seemed to be that this would take shape through the development, not of UNO, but of one or other of 2 older and tougher political going concerns, the government of the United States or the government of the Soviet Union. If the living generation of mankind had been free to choose between them, there could be little doubt in any Western observer's mind that a decisive majority of all living men and women that were competent to form any judgment on this issue would have opted for becoming subjects of the United States rather than of the Soviet Union. The virtues that made the United States incomparably preferable stood out conspicuously against a communist Russian foil. America's cardinal virtue in the eyes of her present and prospective subjects was her transparently sincere reluctance to be drawn into playing this role at all. An appreciable portion of the living generation of American citizens, as well as the ancestors of all American citizens who were not themselves immigrants, had been moved to pluck up their roots in the Old World and to start life again in the New World by a yearning to extricate themselves from the affairs of a continent whose dust they had demonstratively shaken from off their feet, and the buoyancy of the hope with which they had made their withdrawal was matched by the poignancy of the regret with which the living generation of Americans was making its compulsory return. The compulsion was, as we have seen, an aspect of that annihilation of distance which was making the Old and the New World one and indivisible. But the ever-increasing clearness with which this compulsion was being recognized was not diminishing the reluctance with which it was being accepted. The Americans' second outstanding virtue was their generosity. Both the United States and the Soviet Union were sated powers, but their economic and social situations were identical only in the general sense that Russia, like America, commanded vast undeveloped resources. In contrast to America, Russia had hardly begun to exploit her potentialities, and the development that she had carried out, at such a cost in human effort and suffering, during the 12 years immediately preceding the German assault upon her in AD 1941, had been largely ruined by the invasion. Thereafter the Russians had taken an unjust advantage of finding themselves on the winning side by recouping themselves for a German destruction of Russian industrial plant by seizing and removing plant, not only from a guilty Germany, but also from East and Central European countries that the Russians professed to be liberating from the Nazis, and from Chinese provinces in Manchuria that they professed to be liberating from the Japanese. This was a contrast indeed to the American post-war Reconstruction policy, implemented in the Marshall Plan and other measures, in which a number of countries, whose life had been disorganized by the war, were set on their feet again with the help of money voted by the Congress at Washington with the goodwill of the American taxpayer, out of whose pockets all this money had to come. In the past it had been customary for victorious powers, not to give, but to take, and there had been no departure from this evil custom in the policy of the Soviet Union. The Marshall Plan set a new standard for which there was no comparable historical precedent. It might be said that this generous policy was in America's own interests, on a long and enlightened view, but good deeds are not the less good for being, at the same time, wise. Citizens of West European countries were, however, now haunted by fears that some American decision, in which the West European peoples might have had no say, might bring Russian atomic weapons down upon their heads as unintended byproducts of some impulsive American retort to Russian provocation. Though the satellite states of the American Union enjoyed, in most respects, an enviable freedom of action that was entirely denied to the satellites of the Soviet Union, they did find themselves in much the same helpless plight in these matters of life and death. In AD 1895, in connection with an Anglo-American dispute about the location of the frontier between British Guiana and Venezuela, an American Secretary of State, Richard Olney, had issued a resonant dispatch which had secured for his name such immortality as it still enjoyed. Today the United States is practically sovereign on this continent, and its fiat is law upon the subjects to which it confines its interposition. Why? It is not because of the pure friendship or goodwill felt for it. It is not simply by reason of its high character as a civilized state, nor because wisdom and justice and equity are the invariable characteristics of the dealings of the United States. It is because, in addition to all other grounds, its infinite resources, combined with its isolated position, render it master of the situation and practically invulnerable as against any or all other powers. This dictum had not lost any of its cogency in coming to be applicable to a far wider sphere of hegemony than Latin America alone, and, though a non-American might resign himself to the fact that American whips were preferable to Russian scorpions, a philosopher might, in Gibbonian parlance, be permitted to enlarge his views by observing that the virtual monopoly, by a paramount power, of the determination and execution of policies in which the lives and fortunes of satellite peoples were at stake, was pregnant with a constitutional problem which could be solved only by some form of federal union. The constitutional issues raised by the advent of a supranational order were not likely to be settled easily or rapidly, but at least it was a good omen that the United States was already committed by its own history to an approval of the federal principle. 1 Heyerdahl, Thor, Kontiki, Chicago 1950, Rand McNally, p. Z42. Slyene Technology, Class Conflict, and Employment. 1. The nature of the problem. If the meaning of the word employment may be stretched to cover not only the amount and distribution of work and leisure but also the spirit in which the work is done and the use to which the leisure is put, it would be true to say that the impact of an unprecedentedly potent Western technique on a worldwide westernizing society that was still articulated into a number of separate classes with widely different standards of living had confronted the heirs of the Western civilization with a Problem of employment comparable to the problem of government discussed in the preceding chapter. Like the problem of government, the problem of employment was nothing new in itself, for, if the primary cause of the breakdowns and disintegrations of other civilizations had been a failure to get rid of war by a voluntary and timely expansion of the scope of government from a parochial to an ecumenical range, a secondary cause had been a failure to get rid of class conflict by voluntary and timely changes in the pressure and product of work and in the enjoyment and use of leisure. In this field, however, as in that, the difference in degree between a latter-day Western and any previous human mastery over non-human nature was tantamount to a difference in kind. By putting an unprecedentedly powerful new drive into economic production, modern technology had made a customary social injustice seem remediable and therefore feel intolerable. When the newfangled cornucopia of mechanized industry had churned out fabulous wealth for those Western entrepreneurs who had sown the seed and reaped the harvest of the Industrial Revolution, why should wealth and leisure still be monopolized by a privileged minority? Why should not this newfound abundance be shared between the Western capitalists and the Western industrial workers, and between the Western industrial workers and an Asian, African, and Indian American peasantry that had been herded en masse into a world embracing Western society's internal proletariat? This new dream of the possibility of abundance for all mankind had generated unprecedentedly insistent and impatient demands for freedom from want. The ubiquity of these demands raised the question whether the productivity of the cornucopia was really as inexhaustible as it was assumed to be, and this question could only be answered by solving an equation in which there were at least three unknown quantities. The first of these unknown quantities was the extent of technology's potential capacity to satisfy the rising demands of a human race which was continuing to multiply and beginning to demand leisure. What were the planet's reserves of irreplaceable material resources in the shape of minerals, and of replaceable material resources in the shape of water power and crops and livestock and manpower and human skill? How far could the resources so far tapped be made to increase their yield, and how far could mankind's wasting assets be offset by the tapping of alternative resources hitherto unexploited? The current findings of Western science seem to suggest that the capacity of technology was enormous, but at the same time the contemporary reactions of human nature made it evident that there might prove to be practical limitations, on the human plane, to a productivity which might be virtually infinite in abstract terms of technological potentiality. A production that might be technically possible could not be translated into reality unless and until human hands could be found to pull the levers, but the price of this immense potential enhancement of the power over non-human nature was a proportionate number of turns of the screw in the regimentation of the workers, and their inevitable resistance to such encroachments on their personal freedom was bound to militate against the realization of what was technologically feasible. What was the extent of the sacrifices of personal freedom that the workers would be prepared to make for the sake of increasing the size of the cake of which they were each demanding a larger slice? How far would the urban industrial workers go in submitting to scientific management? And how far would the primitive peasant majority of mankind go in adopting Western scientific methods of agriculture and in accepting limitations on a traditionally sacrosanct right and duty of procreation? At this stage the most that could be said was that the potential capacity of technology to increase production was running a race with the natural human refractoriness of the industrial workers and of the peasants. The world's teeming peasantry was threatening to cancel the benefits of technological progress by continuing to raise the numbers of the world's population pari passu with each successive increase in the means of subsistence. At the same time the industrial workers were threatening to cancel the benefits of technological progress by limiting production through trades union restrictive practices pari passu with each successive increase in the potentialities of productivity. 2. Mechanization and private enterprise. The outstanding feature on the economic-social plane was the tug-of-war between a regimentation imposed by mechanized industry and an obstinate human reluctance to be regimented. The crux of the situation was the fact that mechanization and police were unfortunately inseparable. An observer might find his impressions affected by the light in which he happened to view the scene. From a technician's angle of vision the recalcitrant industrial worker's attitude might appear childishly unreasonable. Were these people really unaware that every desirable object had its price? Did they think that they could have freedom from want without submitting to the conditions which must be fulfilled before their wants could be satisfied? But an historian might see the spectacle with different eyes. He would recall that the Industrial Revolution had started in an 18th-century Britain, at a time and in a place where an exceptionally high degree of freedom from regimentation had been enjoyed by a minority, and that members of this minority had been the creators of the system of mechanized production. The pre-industrial freedom of enterprise which these pioneers of industrialism had inherited from a previous social dispensation had been the inspiration and lifeblood of the new dispensation that their initiative had conjured into existence. Moreover, the industrial entrepreneur's pre-industrial spirit of freedom, which had been the mainspring of the Industrial Revolution, had continued to be its driving force in the next chapter of the story. While, however, the captains of industry had thus continued, for a season, to elude the fate of being crushed by a steamroller of their own manufacture, this fate was the birthmark of the new urban industrial working class, who had felt from the outset the crushing effects upon human life of a triumphal technology's success in mastering non-human nature. In a previous context we have watched technology liberating man from the tyrannies of the day and night cycle and the cycle of the seasons, but, in the act of setting him free from these ancient servitudes, it had enslaved him to a new one. The trades union organizations that were the new industrial working class's characteristic contributions to the new structure of society were, indeed, legacies from the same pre-industrial paradise of private enterprise that had bred the captains of industry. Looked at as instruments for enabling the workers to hold their own in their struggle with their employers, they were, in fact, creatures of the self-same social dispensation as their capitalist antagonists. Evidence of this community of ethos may be found in the fact that in a communist Russia the liquidation of the private employers had been followed by the regimentation of the trades unions, while in National Socialist Germany the liquidation of the trades unions had been followed by the regimentation of the private employers. In Great Britain, on the other hand, after the general election of AD 1945, under a Labour government whose program was to take the ownership of industrial enterprises out of private hands without interfering with personal freedom, the workers in the nationalised industries had never thought of dissolving their trades unions or of renouncing their right to promote their members' interests by means of all the devices which they had employed against the dispossessed private profiteers, and this course of action could not be disposed of by being declared illogical, for the purpose of trades unions was to resist regimentation, whether imposed by a private capitalist or by a national board. Unfortunately, the workers' resistance to regimentation at the hands of an employer had driven them into regimenting themselves. In fighting against the fate of being turned into robots in the factory, they had imposed upon themselves the fate of serving as robots in the trades union, and from this fate there seemed to be no escape. Nor was there any consolation in the fact that their old-time and familiar enemy, the private entrepreneur, was himself now being regimented and robotized out of existence. The adversary was no longer a comprehensible human tyrant whose eyes could be damned and whose windows could be broken when tempers were roused. The workers' ultimate adversary was an impersonal collective power that was both more potent and more elusive than any execrable and consequently identifiable human being. If this abending self-regimentation of the industrial workers was a gloomy portent, it was also an awe-inspiring spectacle to see the Western middle class beginning to take the road which the Western industrial working class had long been following. The century ending in AD 1914 had been the Western middle class's golden age, but the new era had seen this class fall, in their turn, into the adversity to which the Industrial Revolution had condemned the industrial workers. The liquidation of the bourgeoisie in Soviet Russia had been a sensational portent, but a more accurate index of what was coming was to be found in the contemporary social histories of Great Britain and other English-speaking countries which had suffered no political revolutions. During the period between the Industrial Revolution and the outbreak of the First World War, the distinguishing psychological characteristic of the Western middle class, in contrast with the working class, both manual and clerical, had been its appetite for work. In the citadel of capitalism on Manhattan Island there had been a trivial yet significant illustration of this difference of attitude as recently as AD 1949. In that year the financial houses on Wall Street were trying, without success, to induce their shorthand typists, by offers of special remuneration at high overtime rates, to reconsider a collective decision to refuse henceforth to attend at their offices on Saturday mornings. The shorthand typists' employers were eager to devote their own Saturday mornings to work for the sake of retaining the profits that they would forfeit if they were to submit to this shortening of their own working week, but they had ceased to be able to do their own work without having shorthand typists in attendance to assist them, and they found themselves unable to persuade these indispensable collaborators in their business of money-making that the game of working on Saturdays was worth the candle. The shorthand typists took the stand that 1 day's, or even 1/2 day's, additional leisure was worth more to them than any monetary inducement for withdrawing their demand for this amenity. Additional money in their pockets was of no use to them if they had to earn it at the price of foregoing the additional leisure without which they would have no time for spending it. In this choice between money and life, they opted for life at the cost of letting the money go, and their employers did not succeed in persuading them to change their minds. By AD 1956 it had begun to look as if, so far from the Wall Street shorthand typists ever being brought round by a monetary inducement to the Wall Street financiers' point of view, the financiers might eventually be converted by economic adversity to the standpoint of the typists, for by this date even Wall Street was beginning to feel a breeze that had already chilled once sanguine hearts in Lombard Street. In the 20th century of the Christian era, the Western middle class's opportunities for doing profitable business were being progressively reduced in one Western center of capitalist activity after another, and these economic reverses were having depressing effects on the middle class ethos. This class's traditional zest for work was being sapped by a progressive restriction of the field for private enterprise. Inflation and taxation were making nonsense of its traditional virtues of strenuous earning and thrifty saving. The rising cost of living was conspiring with the simultaneously rising standard of living to reduce the size of its families. The loss of personal domestic service was threatening to undermine its professional efficiency. The loss of leisure was threatening to undermine its culture. Moreover, the middle-class woman, the mother on whom, as scores of biographies showed, the maintenance of high middle-class standards chiefly depended, was being harder hit than the middle-class man. The progressive exodus of the middle class out of private enterprise into public service, or into its psychological equivalent in the service of great non-governmental corporations, had been bringing with it gains as well as losses for the Western society. The principal gain was the subordination of the egoistic profit motive to the altruistic motive of public service, and the social value of this change could be measured by the effects of corresponding changes in the histories of other civilizations. In the histories of the Hellenic, Cynic, and Hindu civilizations, for example, the social rallies inaugurated by the establishment of universal states had been signalized and achieved in large part by the redirection of a hitherto predatory class's abilities to public service. Augustus and his successors had made good civil servants out of predatory Roman businessmen, Han Lupang and his successors had made them out of predatory feudal gentry, Cornwallis and his successors had made them out of predatory commercial agents of the British East India Company. Yet, in each case, though in different ways, the results had revealed characteristic weaknesses, and the ultimate failure was to be explained by the ambivalence of a civil service ethos, in which the sovereign virtue of integrity was counterbalanced by a lack of zest and by a disinclination to take the initiative or to incur risks. These characteristics were now being displayed by the general run of 20th-century Western middle-class civil servants, and this did not augur well for their prospects in grappling successfully with the enormous task that would sooner or later confront them, the task of organizing and maintaining a world government. When we look into the causes of this civil service ethos, we find that it was the response to the challenge of pressure exerted by a machine which bore no less hardly upon human souls for being constructed out of psychic instead of metallic materials. To tend the machinery of a highly organized state, administering many millions of subjects, was as soul-destroying a task as the performance of any typical set of scientifically managed physical movements in a factory. Red tape, in fact, could prove more constrictive than iron, and red tape had now entered into the civil servant's soul, while the part played by formalities and routine in an overworked civil service was being played by an increasingly rigid and disciplinary party system in overworked elected legislatures. The significance of all these tendencies for the prospects of the current capitalist system was not difficult to gauge. The Western middle class's fund of pre-industrial psychic energy had been capitalism's driving force. If this energy was now being depotensiated, and was at the same time being diverted from private enterprise into public service, this process spelled capitalism's doom. Capitalism is essentially a process of economic change. Without innovations, no entrepreneurs; without entrepreneurial achievement, no capitalist returns and no capitalist propulsion. The atmosphere of industrial revolutions of progress is the only one in which capitalism can survive. Stabilized capitalism is a contradiction in terms. 1. It looked as if the regimentation imposed by industrial technology might be taking the life out of the pre-industrial spirit of private enterprise, and this prospect opened up a further question. Would the technical system of mechanized industry be able to survive the social system of private enterprise? And, if not, would the Western civilization itself be able to survive the death of a mechanized industry, to which it had given hostages by allowing its population to increase in the machine age far beyond the numbers that any non-industrial economy could support? It was indisputable that the industrial system could only work so long as there was some fund of creative psychic energy to drive it, and that hitherto this driving power had been supplied by the middle class. The ultimate question therefore seemed to be whether there was some alternative source of psychic energy, employable for the same economic purposes, on which a westernizing world could draw, if the middle class's energy were to be depotensiated or diverted. If a practical alternative was within reach, the world could afford to look forward with equanimity to the demise of the capitalist system. But, if there was no such alternative, then the outlook was disconcerting. If mechanization spelled regimentation, and if this regimentation had taken the spirit out of an industrial working class and out of a middle class in succession, was it possible for any human hands to handle the almighty machine with impunity? 3. Alternative approaches to social harmony. The social problem confronting mankind was being approached from different angles in different countries. One approach was being made in North America, another in the Soviet Union, and a third in Western Europe. The North American approach was inspired by the ideal of creating an earthly paradise in a new world, and this earthly paradise was to be based on a system of private enterprise which the North Americans, including within this term the English-speaking Canadians, as well as the people of the United States, believed that they could maintain in perfect health, whatever its fate elsewhere, by raising the economic and social standards of the wage-earning classes to a middle-class level, and thus counteracting what we have described in the previous section as the natural psychological effects of industrial mechanization. It was an inspiring but perhaps a too simple faith, based, as it was, on a number of illusions, all of which could be reduced to the fundamental illusion of isolationism. The New World was not as new as its admirers could have wished. Human nature, which included original sin, had crossed the Atlantic with the first immigrants and with all their successors. Even in the 19th century, when isolationism seemed feasible on the political plane, this earthly paradise contained an abundance of snakes, and, as the 20th century advanced and darkened, it became more and more apparent that the duality of worlds, new and old, was a theory which did not fit the facts. The human race was now all in the same boat, and a philosophy of life which was not applicable to the whole of it might not be applicable to any part of it in the long run. The Russian approach to the problem of class conflict was inspired, like the American, by the ideal of creating an earthly paradise, and had taken shape, like the American, in a policy of getting rid of class conflict by eliminating class divisions, but here the likeness ended. While the Americans were trying to assimilate the industrial working class to the middle class, the Russians had liquidated the middle class and had banned all freedom of private enterprise, not only for capitalists but also for trades unions. In the communist Russian policy there were strong points which the Soviet Union's Western rivals could not afford to underrate, and the first and greatest of these assets was the ethos of communism itself. In the long run this ideology might prove an unsatisfying substitute for religion, but in the short run it offered to any soul whose house was empty, swept, and garnished an immediate satisfaction for one of the deepest of man's religious needs, by offering him a purpose transcending his petty personal aims. The mission of converting the world to communism was more exhilarating than the mission of keeping the world safe for the right to take profits or for the right to strike. Holy Russia was a more rousing war cry than Happy America. Another strong point in the Russian approach was that Russia's geographical position made it impossible for Russians to entertain the delusion of isolationism. Russia had no natural frontiers. Moreover, Marxism, as preached from the Kremlin, made a potent appeal to the world's peasantry from China to Peru, and from Mexico to tropical Africa. In her social and economic situation, Russia had a much closer affinity than had the United States with the depressed three-quarters of the human race for whose allegiance the two powers were competing. Russia could claim, with a specious appearance of veracity, that she had saved herself by her exertions and would save the rest of the world proletariat by her example. A part of this proletariat was resident within the United States itself, and the anxiety of certain sections of anti-communist Americans about the potency of this Marxian appeal was unconcealed and, in some of its manifestations, hysterical. The West European approach towards the solution of the problem of class conflict, an approach which was most in evidence in Great Britain and in the Scandinavian countries, differed from the American and the Russian in being less doctrinaire than either of them. In countries that were in process of losing power and wealth to the rising giants on the fringes of the Western world at the very time when their local industrial workers were demanding a New Deal, it was manifestly impracticable for the West European middle class to follow the North American middle class in offering to the working class, with both hands, the two amenities of a middle-class standard of living and an abundance of opportunities for the gratification of personal ambitions. It would have been still more impracticable to offer to the West European working class the strait waistcoat of a totalitarian regime. Accordingly, the current Anglo-Scandinavian approach was an attempt to find a middle way by experimenting in a combination of private enterprise with governmental regimentation in the interests of social justice. It was a policy that was often identified with socialism, a term which was laudatory in the mouths of its British admirers, whereas it was depreciatory in the mouths of its American critics. So far as the British welfare state system was concerned, it had been built up piecemeal and undogmatically by legislative contributions from all political parties. 4. Possible costs of social justice. Social life is impossible for man without some measure of both personal liberty and social justice. Personal liberty is an indispensable condition for any human achievement, good or evil, while social justice is the sovereign rule of the game of human intercourse. An uncurbed personal liberty drives the weakest to the wall, and social justice cannot be enforced up to the hilt without the suppression of the liberty without which human nature cannot be creative. All known social constitutions had been pitched somewhere between these two theoretical extremes. In the working constitutions of both the Soviet Union and the United States, for example, elements of personal liberty and of social justice were combined in diverse ratios, and in the mid-20th century westernizing world the mixture, whatever it might be, was invariably labeled democracy, because this term, disinterred from the Hellenic political vocabulary where it had often been used in a pejorative sense, had now come to be an obligatory shibboleth for every self-respecting political alchemist. Thus used, the term democracy was simply a smokescreen to conceal the real conflict between the ideals of liberty and equality. The only genuine reconciliation between these conflicting ideals was to be found in the mediating ideal of fraternity, and, if man's social salvation depended on his prospects of translating this higher ideal into reality, he would find that the politician's ingenuity did not carry him far, since the achievement of fraternity was beyond the reach of human beings so long as they trusted exclusively to their own powers. The brotherhood of man stemmed from the fatherhood of God. In the trembling balance in which personal liberty and social justice were being weighed against one another, the spanner of technology had been thrown into the anti-libertarian scale. This finding could be illustrated and supported by taking an observation of a coming state of society which was already within sight, though it might not yet be within reach. Let it be assumed, for the sake of the argument, that an almighty technology has already accomplished the next major tasks on its agenda. By thrusting an atomic bomb into man's hands, it will have forced him to abolish war, and at the same time it will have enabled him to reduce the death rate to an unprecedentedly low minimum by bestowing impartially on all classes and on all races the benefits of preventive medicine. Let it also be assumed, as was, indeed, probable, that these prodigious improvements in the material conditions of life have been carried out at a speed with which cultural changes have failed to keep pace. These assumptions require us to imagine that the peasant 3/4 of mankind will not yet have lost their habit of reproducing their kind up to the limits of their means of subsistence, and this assumption in turn requires us to imagine them still to be expending on increases in their head of population all the additional means of subsistence that will have been placed in their hands by the establishment of a world order that will have brought in its train the benefits of peace, police, hygiene, and the application of science to the production of food. Such prognostications would not be fantastic, they would merely be projections, into the future, of tendencies long current. In China, for example, increases in population had swallowed up increases in the means of subsistence which had been bestowed by the introduction of previously unknown food crops from the Americas in the 16th century and by the establishment, in the 17th century, of the Pax Manchuana. Thanks to the naturalization of maize in China circa AD 1550, of sweet potatoes circa AD 1590, and of peanuts a few years later, the population had risen from 63,599,541 indicated by the census returns of AD 1578 to an estimated figure of 108,300,000 in AD 1661. Thereafter it had risen further, to 143,411,559 in AD 1741, to a figure of the order of 300 million in the middle of the 19th century, and to one of the order of 600 million in the middle of the 20th century. These figures show not only an increase but an increase in an accelerating geometrical progression, and this in spite of recurrent bouts of plague, pestilence, and famine, battle, murder, and sudden death. The figures of the contemporary movement of population in India, Indonesia, and elsewhere told the same tale. If such things had been happening yesterday, what was to be expected tomorrow? Though the cornucopia of science had produced an abundance that had falsified Malthusian pessimism up to date, the insuperable finiteness of the area of the Earth's surface must set a ceiling to the progressive increase of mankind's food supply, and it seemed as likely as not that the ceiling would be reached some time before the peasantry's habit of breeding up to the limit would have been overcome. In thus forecasting a posthumous fulfillment of Malthus's expectations, we should also have to forecast that, by the time of the Great Famine, some ecumenical authority would have made itself responsible for looking after the elementary material needs of the whole population of the planet. In such a state of affairs, the begetting of children would have ceased to be the private affair of wives and husbands and have become the public concern of a ubiquitous impersonal disciplinary power. The nearest that governments had come hitherto towards intruding on this inner sanctum of private life had been to institute negative or positive rewards for the parents of unusually large families if the authorities were anxious to obtain an increase of manpower for labor or for cannon fodder, but they had no more dreamed of forbidding their subjects to restrict the size of their families than they had dreamed of compelling them to multiply. Indeed, the freedom to beget or not to beget had been so heedlessly taken for granted that, even as late as AD 1941, it had not occurred to President Roosevelt to raise the number of axiomatic human freedoms consecrated in his Atlantic Charter from 4 to 5 by explicitly putting on record the sacred right of parents to determine the size of their own families. It now looked as if the future might show that there had been an unintentional logic in Roosevelt's artless silence on this point, since it appeared that, in the last resort, a novel freedom from want could not be guaranteed to mankind unless a familiar freedom to beget were taken away from them. The problem of how this was to be done raised some very delicate questions. If the time were indeed to come when the begetting of children would have to be regulated by an external authority, how was this curtailment of personal liberty likely to be received, on the one hand by the peasant majority of mankind, and on the other hand by a minority whom an industrial technology had already emancipated from the peasant's bondage to an unquestioned custom? The controversy between these two sections of the human race was likely to be bitter, since each would have a grievance against the other. The industrial workers would resent the assumption that it was morally incumbent on them to provide sustenance for an unrestricted increase in the number of peasant mouths. The peasantry, on their side, would feel aggrieved at being threatened with the loss of their traditional freedom to reproduce their kind on the plea that this was the only alternative to starvation, for this sacrifice would be demanded of them at a time when the gulf between their own pauper standard of living and that of the industrial workers in Western or Westernized countries would probably have become greater than it had ever been before. A progressive widening of this gulf was, in truth, one of the consequences that must be expected, if we are right in forecasting that, at the time when global food production would be reaching its ceiling, the peasantry would still be expending most of its additional supply of commodities on increasing its numbers, and the industrialized workers expending most of theirs on raising their standard of living. In this situation the peasantry would not see why, before they were called upon to renounce the most sacred of human rights, the affluent minority should not be called upon to part with a larger quota of their provocative superfluities. Such a demand would strike a sophisticated Western elite as preposterously unreasonable. Why should a Western or Westernized elite, which owed its prosperity to its intelligence and foresight, be penalized to pay for the peasantry's improvident incontinence? This demand would seem the more unreasonable, considering that a sacrifice of Western standards would not exorcise the specter of worldwide famine but would merely keep it at bay for an inconsiderable period, during which the sacrifice would be reducing the most advanced peoples to the level of the laggards. So harsh a reaction as this would be of no help towards solving the problem, and, indeed, it could be foreseen that, if such a food crisis as we have forecast were eventually to occur, the predominant reaction of Western man would not be along these unsympathetic lines. Cool calculations of enlightened self-interest, a humane desire to alleviate suffering, and a sense of moral obligation that would be the surviving spiritual legacy of a dogmatically discarded Christianity, a combination of motives that was already inspiring a number of international efforts to raise standards of living in Asian and African countries, would impel Western man to play the part of the Good Samaritan rather than that of the priest or the Levite. If and when this controversy broke out, it seemed likely to be carried from the plane of economics and politics onto the plane of religion, and this on several accounts. In the first place, the peasantry's persistence in breeding up to the limits of its food supply was the social effect of a religious cause which could not be modified without a change in the peasantry's religious attitude and outlook. The religious outlook which made the peasantry's breeding habits so resistant to argument might not have been irrational in origin, for it was a survival from a primitive state of society in which the household had been the optimum social and economic unit of agricultural production. A mechanized technology had now done away with the social and economic environment in which the worship of family fecundity had made economic and social sense, but the persistence of the cult when there was no longer any sense left in it was a consequence of the relative slowness of the psyche's pace on the subconscious level in comparison with the pace of the intellect and the will. Without a religious revolution in the souls of the peasantry, it was hard to see how the world's Malthusian problem was to be solved, but the peasantry was not the only party to the situation that would have to achieve a change of heart if mankind was to find a happy issue out of an impending catastrophe. For, if it was true that man doth not live by bread alone, then a complacently prosperous Western minority had something to learn from an unworldly vein in the ethos of the peasantry. Western man had brought himself into danger of losing his soul through his concentration on a sensationally successful endeavor to increase his material well-being. If he was to find salvation, he would find it only in sharing the results of his material achievement with the less materially successful majority of the human race. The birth-controlling agnostic engineer had as much to learn from the incontinent and superstitious peasant as the peasant from the engineer. What part the world's historic higher religions might be destined to play in enlightening both parties and bringing them to a mutual understanding was a question that could not be answered yet. 5. Living happy ever after? If we could imagine a world society in which mankind had first rid itself of war and class conflict and had gone on to solve the population problem, we might surmise that mankind's next problem would be the role of leisure in the life of a mechanized society. Leisure had already played a part of capital importance in history, for, if necessity had been the mother of civilization, leisure had been its nurse. One of the distinctive features of civilization had been the pace at which this new way of life had developed its potentialities, and this impetus had been imparted to the civilizations by a minority of a minority by the purposeful few among a privileged class, whose privilege had been the enjoyment of leisure. All the great achievements of man in the arts and sciences had been the fruits of the profitably employed leisure of this creative minority. But the Industrial Revolution had upset and this in several different ways the previous relation between leisure and life. The most momentous of these changes had been psychological. Mechanization had set up in the industrial worker's mind a tension between his feelings towards his work and his feelings towards his leisure to which neither the peasant majority nor the privileged minority had been subject in a pre-industrial age. In an agrarian society, a cycle of the seasons that had been the husbandman's calendar had also settled for a leisured minority the allocation of their time between holding court and going to war, or between sitting in parliament and going hunting, shooting, and fishing. The peasantry and their rulers alike had taken both work and leisure for granted as alternating phases in a yin and yang rhythm beaten out by the perpetually recurring cycles of day and night and summer and winter. Each phase was a relief from the other. But this pre-industrial interdependence and parity of work and leisure had been deranged when the worker had been transformed into a tender of machines which could go on working, day and night, all the year round. The chronic industrial warfare which the worker now found himself impelled to wage in order to prevent the machines and their masters from working him to death had impregnated his mind with a hostility to the life of toil that his peasant forebears had taken as a matter of course, and this new attitude towards work had brought with it a new attitude towards leisure, for, if work was intrinsically evil, then leisure must have an absolute value in itself. Human nature's reaction against the routine of the factory and the office had, by the middle of the 20th century, already gone so far as to make the value of freedom from an excessive pressure of work count for more than the value of the remuneration that the worker could secure by working at full stretch. But at the same time the so far unchecked advance of technology was playing a sardonic practical joke on its human victims. When it was not threatening to work them to death, it was threatening to reduce them to unemployment. So trades union restrictive practices which had been devised as a form of organized inefficiency for putting a brake on the killing drive of the machine had come to serve the workers' further purpose of spinning out the residue of an employment that was apparently being snatched out of human hands altogether. One, it was possible to foresee an earthly paradise regained in which a regime of full employment would also be one in which the ration of work that could be doled out to each individual would occupy so small a fraction of his day that he would have almost as much leisure as the long extinct idle rich privileged class of which his ancestors had been taught to disapprove. In such circumstances the use made of leisure would evidently become more important than it had ever been before. How would mankind use this prospective universal leisure? The question, which was a disturbing one, had been raised by Sir Alfred Ewing in a presidential address to the British Association on the August 31, 1932. Some may envisage a distant utopia in which there will be perfect adjustment of labor and the fruits of labor, a fair spreading of employment and of wages and of all the commodities that machines produce. Even so, the question will remain, how is man to spend the leisure he has won by handing over nearly all his burden to a tireless mechanical slave? Dare he hope for such spiritual betterment as would qualify him to use it well? God grant that he may strive for that and attain it. It is only by seeking that he will find. I cannot think that mankind is destined to atrophy and cease through cultivating what, after all, is one of his most God-given faculties, the creative ingenuity of the engineer. The Pax Romana fell a very long way short of the future that we are now envisaging in respect of the ease that it provided for human existence, yet, even so, the author of a treatise on sublimity in style, writing at an undetermined date during the Roman Empire's heyday, felt that the relaxation of tension due to the establishment of the Hellenic universal state had led to a deterioration of human quality. One of the cancers of the spiritual life in souls born into the present generation is the low spiritual tension in which all but a few chosen spirits among us pass their days. In our work and in our recreation alike, our only objective is popularity and enjoyment. We feel no concern to win the true spiritual treasure that is to be found in putting one's heart into what one is doing and in winning a recognition that is truly worth having. These findings of an Hellenic critic were endorsed, at the beginning of the modern age of Western history, by one of the pioneers of the modern scientific spirit. The following passage is to be found in The Advancement of Learning, which was published by Francis Bacon in AD 1605. For as it has been well observed, that the arts which flourish in times while virtue is in growth, are military, and while virtue is in state, are liberal, and, while virtue is in declination, are voluptuary, so I doubt that this age of the world is somewhat upon the descent of the wheel. With arts voluptuary I couple practices joculary, for the deceiving of the senses is one of the pleasures of the senses. Practices joculary would cover a good deal of the use of leisure in the wireless and television age. The raising of the working class to the material standards of the middle class was apparently being accompanied by a proletarianization of the life of a large portion of the middle class on the spiritual plane. The guests at Circe's banquet had soon found themselves penned in Circe's sty. The open question had been whether they were going to remain there indefinitely. Was this a fate to which the human race was likely to resign itself? Would the human race really be content to live happy ever after in a brave new world in which the only change from a monotony of insipid leisure would be a monotony of mechanical work? Such a forecast surely failed to take account of a creative minority that had been the salt of the earth in all ages of history. The gloomy diagnosis of the author of the late Hellenic treatise on sublimity in style had overlooked an all-important element in the situation under his eyes. He appears to have been unaware of the Christian martyrs. It may seem, and indeed it is, a far cry from a prospect of technological unemployment to an expectation of another day of Pentecost, and the reader may incline to ask the skeptic's question, how may these things be? Midway through the 20th century of the Christian era it was not possible to tell how they might be, yet something might already be said to suggest that such a hope was not merely wishful thinking. One of the devices by which life achieves the tour de force of keeping itself alive is by compensating for a deficit or surplus in one department by accumulating a surplus or incurring a deficit in another. We might therefore expect that, in a social milieu in which there is a deficit of freedom and a surplus of regimentation in the economic and political spheres, the effect of such a law of nature would be to stimulate freedom and to relax the tyranny of regimentation in the sphere of religion. Such, undeniably, had been the course of events in the days of the Roman Empire. One lesson of this Hellenic episode was that in life there is always an irreducible minimum of psychic energy that will insist on discharging itself through one channel or another, but it is equally true that there is also a maximum limit to the quantity of psychic energy which life has at its disposal. From this it follows that, if a reinforcement of energy is required for putting a greater drive into one activity, the requisite additional supply will have to be obtained by making economies of energy in other quarters. Life's device for economizing energy is mechanization. For example, by making the beating of the heart and the alternating inflation and deflation of the lungs automatic, life had released human thought and will for other uses than the continuous maintenance of physical vitality from moment to moment. If a conscious act of thought and act of will had never ceased to be required for the initiation of each successive breath and each successive heartbeat, no human being would ever have had any margin of intellectual or volitional energy to spare for doing anything else but just keeping alive, or, to make the same point more accurately, no subhuman being would ever have succeeded in becoming human. On the analogy of this creative effect of the economy of energy in the life of man's body physical, we might surmise that, in the life of his body social, religion would be likely to be starved so long as thought and will were preoccupied with economics, as they had been in the West since the outbreak of the Industrial Revolution, and with politics, as they had been in the West since the Western Renaissance of a deified Hellenic state. Conversely, we might infer that the regimentation that was now being imposed on the Western society's economic and political life would be likely to liberate Western souls for fulfilling the true end of man by glorifying God and enjoying Him once again. This happier spiritual prospect was at least a possibility in which a dispirited generation of Western men and women might catch a beckoning gleam of kindly light. One Schumpeter, J.A., Business Cycles, New York 1939, McGraw-Hill, 2 volumes, Volume 2, p. 1033. 1. The idea that, one day, the machines would grow up and dispense with their human assistance had been elaborated in Samuel Butler's Eruhan, published AD 1870. 13. Conclusion. XLIV. How this book came to be written. Why do people study history? The present writer's personal answer would be that an historian, like anyone else who has had the happiness of having an aim in life, has found his vocation in a call from God to feel after Him and find Him. Among innumerable angles of vision, the historian's is only one. Its distinctive contribution is to give us a vision of God's creative activity on the move in a frame which, in our human experience of it, displays 6 dimensions. The historical angle of vision shows us the physical cosmos moving centrifugally in a 4-dimensional frame of space-time. It shows us life on our planet moving evolutionarily in a 5-dimensional frame of lifetime-space, and it shows us human souls, raised to a 6th dimension by a gift of the Spirit, moving, through a fateful exercise of their spiritual freedom, either towards their Creator or away from Him. If we are right in seeing in history a vision of God's creation on the move, we shall not be surprised to find that, in human minds whose innate receptivity to the impress of history is presumably always much the same on the average, the actual strength of the impression varies in accordance with the recipient's historical circumstances. Mere receptivity has to be reinforced by curiosity, and curiosity will be stimulated only when the process of social change is vividly and violently apparent. A primitive peasantry had never been historical-minded, because their social milieu had always spoken to them, not of history, but of nature. Their festivals had not been a 4th of July, a Guy Fawkes Day, or an Armistice Day, but the unhistorical red and black letter days of the annually recurrent agricultural year. Even, however, for the minority whose social milieu spoke to them of history, this exposure to the radiation of an historical social environment was not in itself enough to inspire an historian. Without a creative stirring of curiosity, the most familiar and impressive monuments of history will perform their eloquent dumb show to no effect, because the eyes to which they will be addressing themselves will be eyes that see not. This truth that a creative spark cannot be struck without a response as well as a challenge was borne in upon the modern Western philosopher Pilgrim Volney when he visited the Islamic world in AD 1783-5. Volney came from a country which had been drawn into the current of the histories of civilizations as recently as the time of the Hannibalic War, whereas the region that he was visiting had been a theater of history for some 3,000 or 4,000 years longer than Gaul and was proportionately well stocked with visible relics of the past. Yet, in the last quarter of the 18th century of the Christian era, the living generation in the Middle East were squatting among the amazing ruins of extinct civilizations without being moved to inquire what these monuments were, whereas this same question drew Volney from his native France to Egypt, and, in his wake, the goodly company of French savants who seized the opportunity offered to them by Bonaparte's military expedition 15 years later. Napoleon knew that he was striking a note to which even the uneducated rank and file of his army would respond when he reminded them, before going into action on the decisive battlefield of Imbaba, that 40 centuries of history were looking down on them from the pyramids. We may be sure that Murad Bey, the commander of the opposing Mamluk force, never thought of wasting his breath by addressing any similar exhortation to his own incurious comrades. The French savants who visited Egypt in Napoleon's train distinguished themselves by finding a new dimension of history for a modern Western society's insatiable curiosity to conquer, and, since that date, no fewer than 11 lost and forgotten civilizations, the Egyptiac, the Babylonic, the Sumeric, the Minoan, and the Hittite, together with the Indus culture and the Shang culture, in the Old World, and the Mayan, Yucatec, Mexic, and Andean civilizations in the New World had been brought to life again. Without the inspiration of curiosity no one can be an historian, but this is not enough by itself, for, if it is indirect, it can issue only in the pursuit of an aimless omniscience. The curiosity of each of the great historians had always been canalized into the task of answering some question of practical significance to his generation which could be formulated, in general terms, as how has this come out of that? If we survey the intellectual histories of the great historians, we find that in the majority of cases some momentous, and usually also shocking, public event had been the challenge that had inspired a response in the form of an historical diagnosis. This event might be one that they themselves had witnessed, or in which they had even played an active part, as Thucydides had in the Great Atheno-Peloponnesian War and Clarendon in the Great Rebellion, or it might be an event long past, the repercussions of which could still arouse a response in a sensitively historical mind, as the intellectual and emotional challenge of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire stimulated Gibbon when he was musing among the ruins of the Capitol centuries later. The creative stimulus might be a momentous event which seemed to provide cause for satisfaction, such, for example, as the mental challenge which Herodotus received from the Persian War. But, for the most part, it is the great catastrophes of history which, in challenging man's natural optimism, call out the historian's finest efforts. An historian born, as was the present writer, in AD 1889, who was still alive in AD 1955, had indeed already heard a long peal of changes rung on the historian's elemental question, how has this come out of that? How, first and foremost, had it happened that he had lived to see the immediately preceding generation's apparently reasonable expectations so rudely disappointed? In liberal-minded middle-class circles in democratic Western countries in a generation born round about AD 1860, it had seemed evident, by the close of the 19th century, that a triumphantly advancing Western civilization had now carried human progress to a point at which it could count on finding the earthly paradise just round the next corner. How was it that this generation had been so grievously disappointed? What, exactly, had gone wrong? How, through the welter of war and wickedness which the new century had brought in its train, had the political map come to be changed out of all recognition, and a goodly fellowship of 8 great powers come to be reduced to 2, both of them located outside Western Europe? The list of such questions might be indefinitely elaborated, and they furnished themes for an equally large number of historical inquiries. Thanks to his professional good fortune in being born into a time of troubles that was, by definition, an historian's paradise, the present writer was, in fact, moved to interest himself in each of the historical conundrums flung at him by current events. But his professional good fortune did not end here. He had been born just in time to receive a still undiluted early modern Western Renaissance education in Hellenism. By the summer of AD 1911 he had been studying Latin for 15 years and Greek for 12, and this traditional education had the wholesome effect of rendering its recipients immune against the malady of cultural chauvinism. An Hellenically educated Westerner could not easily fall into the error of seeing in Western Christendom the best of all possible worlds, nor could he consider the historical questions that his own contemporary Western social milieu was putting to him without referring them to the oracles of a Hellas in which he had found his spiritual home. He was, for example, unable to observe the disappointment of his liberal-minded elders' expectations without being reminded of Plato's disillusionment with a Periclean-Attic democracy. He could not live through the experience of the outbreak of war in AD 1914 without realizing that the outbreak of war in 431 BC had brought the same experience to Thucydides. As he found his own experience revealing to him, for the first time, the inwardness of Thucydidean words and phrases that had meant little or nothing to him before, he realized that a book written in another world more than 2,300 years ago might be the depository of experiences which, in the reader's world, were only just beginning to overtake the reader's own generation. there was a sense in which the two dates AD 1914 and 431 BC were philosophically contemporaneous. It will be seen that in the present writer's social milieu there were two factors, neither of them personal to himself, which had a decisive influence on his approach to a study of history. The first was the current history of his own Western world, and the second was his Hellenic education. By perpetually interacting with one another, they made the writer's view of history binocular. When the historian's elemental question, "How has this come out of that?" was put to the writer by some current catastrophic event, the form that the question was apt to assume in his mind was, "How has this come out of that in Western as well as in Hellenic history?" He thus came to look upon history as a comparison in two terms. This binocular view of history might have been appreciated and approved by Far Eastern contemporaries, in whose then likewise still traditional education the classical language and literature of an antecedent civilization had played a no less predominant part. A Confucian light Radus would, like the present writer, have found himself unable to encounter any passing event without being reminded by it of some classical parallel that would have, for him, a greater value, and even perhaps a more vivid reality, than the post-classical occurrence that had set his mind working on its congenial task of chewing the cud of a familiar classical cynic lore. The principal difference in mental outlook between this late Confucian-minded Chinese scholar and his late Victorian Hellenic-minded English contemporary might prove to be that the Chinese student of human affairs could still remain content to make his historical comparisons in two terms only, whereas the late Victorian Englishman, when once he had begun to think historically in two terms, could no longer rest till he had extended his cultural gamut to a wider range. For a Chinese student receiving his traditional classical education towards the end of the 19th century of the Christian era, it would still be a novel idea that any civilization other than the Cynic and its Far Eastern successor could be deserving of any serious consideration, but a similarly blinkered vision was impossible for any Westerner of the same generation. It was impossible because, within the preceding 400 years, the Western society to which he belonged had thrust itself into contact with no less than 8 other representatives of its own species in the Old World and the New, and it had since become doubly impossible for Western minds to ignore the existence, or to deny the significance, of other civilizations besides its own and the Hellenic, because, within the last century, these insatiably questing Westerners, who had already conquered a previously virgin ocean in the wake of Columbus and da Gama, had gone on to unearth a previously buried past. In a generation which had acquired this wide historical horizon, a Western historian who had been led by his Hellenic education to make historical comparisons in two terms, could not be content until he had collected, for comparative study, as many specimens as he could find of the species of society of which the Hellenic and the Western were merely two representatives. When he had succeeded in multiplying his terms of comparison more than tenfold, he could no longer ignore the supreme question which his original comparison in two terms had already threatened to raise. The most portentous single fact in the Hellenic civilization's history was the eventual dissolution of a society whose breakdown had been registered in 431 BC by the outbreak of the Great Atheno-Peloponnesian War. If there was any validity in the writer's procedure of drawing comparisons between Hellenic history and Western, it would seem to follow that the Western society must, at any rate, be not immune from the possibility of a similar fate, and, when the writer, on passing to his wider studies, found that a clear majority of his assemblage of civilizations were already dead, he was bound to infer that death was indeed a possibility confronting every civilization, including his own. What was this door of death through which so many once flourishing civilizations had already disappeared? This question led the writer into a study of the breakdowns and disintegrations of civilizations, and thence he was led on into a complementary study of their genesis and growths. And so this study of history came to be written. Argument. Introduction. The unit of historical study. The intelligible units of historical study are not nations or periods but societies. An examination of English history, chapter by chapter, shows that it is not intelligible as a thing in itself but only as a part of a larger whole. This whole contains parts, e.g. England, France, the Netherlands, that are subject to identical stimuli or challenges but react to them in different ways. An example from Hellenic history is introduced to illustrate this. The whole, or society, to which England belongs is identified as Western Christendom, its extension in space at different dates is measured, and its origins in time. It is found to be older, but only slightly older, than the articulation of its parts. Exploration of its beginnings reveals the existence of another society which is now dead, namely the Greco-Roman or Hellenic society, to which ours is affiliated. It is also obvious that there are a number of other living societies: the Orthodox Christian, the Islamic, the Hindu and the Far Eastern societies, and also certain fossilized relics of, at this stage, unidentified societies such as the Jews and the Parsis. 2. The comparative study of civilizations. The purpose of this chapter is to identify, define, and name all the societies, or, rather, civilizations, for there are also primitive or non-civilized societies which have come into existence so far. The first method of search to employ is to take the existing civilizations already identified, examine their origins, and see if we can find civilizations now extinct to which these are affiliated, as Western Christendom has been found to be affiliated to the Hellenic civilization. The marks of this relationship are, a universal state, e.g. the Roman Empire, itself the outcome of a time of troubles, followed by, b an interregnum, in which appear, c a church, and d a Völkerwanderung of barbarians in an heroic age. The church and the Völkerwanderung are the products, respectively, of the internal and external proletariats of a dying civilization. Employing these clues, we find that the Orthodox Christian society is, like our own Western society, affiliated to the Hellenic society. Tracing the Islamic society back to its origins, we find that it is itself a fusion of two originally distinct societies, the Iranic and the Arabic. Tracing these back to their origin, we find, behind 1,000 years of Hellenic intrusion, an extinct society, to be called the Syriac society. Behind the Hindu society we find an Indic society. Behind the Far Eastern society we find a Cynic society. The fossils are found to be survivals from one or other of the extinct societies already identified. Behind the Hellenic society we find the Minoan society, but we observe that the Hellenic society, unlike the other affiliated societies so far identified, did not take over a religion discovered by the internal proletariat of its predecessor. It might therefore be regarded as being not strictly affiliated to it. Behind the Cynic society we find a Shank culture. Behind the Indic society we find an Indus culture that stands in some relation to a contemporary Sumeric society. As offspring of the Sumeric society we find two more societies, a Hittite and a Babylonic. The Egyptiac society had no predecessor and no successor. In the New World we can identify four societies, the Andean, the Yucatec, the Mexic, and the Mayan. Thus we have, in all, 21 specimens of civilizations, and, if we divide the Orthodox Christian society into Orthodox Byzantine, in Anatolia and the Balkans, and Orthodox Russian, and the Far Eastern into Chinese and Japanese Korean, we have 23. 3. The comparability of societies. 1. Civilizations and primitive societies. Civilizations have at any rate one point in common, that they are a separate class from primitive societies. These latter are very much more numerous but also very much smaller individually. 2. The misconception of the unity of civilization. The erroneous idea that there is only one civilization, namely our own, is examined and dismissed, also the diffusionist theory that all civilization had its origin in Egypt. 3. The case for the comparability of civilizations. Civilizations are, relatively speaking, a very recent phenomenon in human history, the earliest of them having originated no more than 6,000 years ago. It is proposed to treat them as philosophically contemporaneous members of a single species. The half-truth history does not repeat itself is exposed as constituting no valid objection to the procedure proposed. 4. History, science, and fiction. These are three different methods of viewing and presenting the objects of our thought and, among them, the phenomena of human life. The differences between these three techniques are examined and the uses of science and fiction in the presentation of the theme of history are discussed. 2. The genesis of civilizations. 4. The problem and how not to solve it. 1. The problem stated. Of our 23 civilized societies, 16 are affiliated to previous civilizations, but 6 have emerged direct from primitive life. Primitive societies existing today are static, but it is clear that they must originally have been dynamically progressive. Social life is older than the human race itself, it is found among insects and animals, and it must have been under the aegis of primitive societies that sub-man rose to the level of man, a greater advance than any civilization has as yet achieved. However, primitive societies, as we know them, are static. The problem is, why and how was this primitive cake of custom broken? 2. Race. The factor that we are looking for must be some special quality in the human beings who started civilizations, or some special features of their environment at the time, or some interaction between the two. The first of these views, namely, that there is some innately superior race, e.g. the Nordic race, in the world, which is responsible for the creation of civilizations, is examined and rejected. 3. Environment. The view that certain environments, presenting easy and comfortable conditions of life, provide the key to an explanation of the origin of civilizations is examined and rejected. V. Challenge and response. 1. The mythological clue. The fallacy in the two views already examined and rejected is that they apply the procedure of sciences which deal with material things to a problem that is really spiritual. A survey of the great myths in which the wisdom of the human race is enshrined suggests the possibility that man achieves civilization, not as a result of superior biological endowment or geographical environment, but as a response to a challenge in a situation of special difficulty which rouses him to make a hitherto unprecedented effort. 2. The myth applied to the problem. Before the dawn of civilization, the Afrasian steppe, the Sahara and the Arabian desert, was a well-watered grassland. The prolonged and progressive desiccation of this grassland presented its inhabitants with a challenge to which they responded in various ways. Some stood their ground and changed their habits, thus evolving the nomadic manner of life. Others shifted their ground southwards, following the retreating grassland to the tropics, and thus preserved their primitive way of life which they are still living today. Others entered the marshes and jungles of the Nile Valley and, faced with the challenge that it presented, set to work to drain it, and these evolved the Egyptian civilization. The Sumeric civilization originated in the same way and from the same causes in the Tigris-Euphrates Valley, and the Indus culture in the Indus Valley. The Shang culture originated in the Yellow River Valley. The nature of the challenge which started it is unknown, but it is clear that the conditions were severe rather than easy. The Mayan civilization arose in answer to the challenge of a tropical forest, the Andean in answer to that of a bleak plateau. The Minoan civilization arose in answer to the challenge of the sea. Its founders were refugees from the desiccating coasts of Africa who took to the water and settled in Crete and other Aegean islands. They did not, in the first instance, come from the nearer mainlands of Asia or Europe. In the cases of the affiliated civilizations, the challenge that brought them into existence must have come primarily not from geographical factors but from their human environment, i.e. from the dominant minorities of the societies to which they are affiliated. A dominant minority is, by definition, a ruling class that has ceased to lead and has become oppressive. To this challenge the internal and external proletariats of the failing civilization respond by seceding from it and thereby laying the foundations of a new civilization. 6. The virtues of adversity. The explanation of the genesis of civilizations given in the last chapter rests on the hypothesis that it is difficult rather than easy conditions that produce these achievements. This hypothesis is now brought nearer to proof by illustrations taken from localities where civilization once flourished but subsequently failed and where the land has reverted to its original condition. What was once the scene of the Mayan civilization is now again tropical forest. The Indic civilization in Ceylon flourished in the rainless half of the island. This is now entirely barren, though the ruins of the Indic irrigation system remain as evidence of the civilization that once flourished here. The ruins of Petra and Palmyra stand on small oases in the Arabian desert. Easter Island, one of the remotest spots in the Pacific, is proved by its statues to have been once a center of the Polynesian civilization. New England, whose European colonists have played a predominant part in the history of North America, is one of the bleakest and most barren parts of that continent. The Latin townships of the Roman Campagna, till recently a malarial wilderness, made a great contribution to the rise of the Roman power. Contrast the favorable situation and poor performance of Capua. Illustrations are also drawn from Herodotus, the Odyssey, and the Book of Exodus. The natives of Nyasaland, where life is easy, remained primitive savages down to the advent of invaders from a distant and inclement Europe. 7. The challenge of the environment. 1. The stimulus of hard countries. A series of pairs of contiguous environments is adduced. In each case the former is the harder country and has also had the more brilliant record as an originator of one form or other of civilization, the Yellow River Valley and the Yangtze Valley, Attica and Boeotia, Byzantium and Chalcedon, Israel, Phoenicia, Philistia, Brandenburg and the Rhineland, Scotland and England, the various groups of European colonists in North America. 2. The stimulus of new ground. We find that virgin soil produces more vigorous responses than land which has already been broken in and thus rendered easier by previous civilized occupants. Thus, if we take each of the affiliated civilizations, we find that it has produced its most striking early manifestations in places outside the area occupied by the parent civilization. The superiority of the response evoked by new ground is most strikingly illustrated when the new ground has to be reached by a sea passage. Reasons for this fact are given, and also for the phenomenon that the drama develops in homelands and epic in overseas settlements. 3. The stimulus of blows. Various examples from Hellenic and Western history are given to illustrate the point that a sudden crushing defeat is apt to stimulate the defeated party to set its house in order and prepare to make a victorious response. 4. The stimulus of pressures. Various examples show that peoples occupying frontier positions, exposed to constant attack, achieve a more brilliant development than their neighbors in more sheltered positions. Thus the Osmanlis, thrust up against the frontier of the East Roman Empire, fared better than the Karamanlis to the east of them. Austria had a more brilliant career than Bavaria thanks to being exposed to the prolonged assault of the Ottoman Turks. The situation and fortunes of the various communities in Britain between the fall of Rome and the Norman conquest are examined from this point of view. 5. The stimulus of penalizations. Certain classes and races have suffered for centuries from various forms of penalization imposed upon them by other classes or races who have had the mastery over them. Penalized classes or races generally respond to this challenge of being excluded from certain opportunities and privileges by putting forth exceptional energy and showing exceptional capacity in such directions as are left open to them, much as the blind develop exceptional sensitiveness of hearing. Slavery is perhaps the heaviest of penalizations, but out of the hordes of slaves imported into Italy from the eastern Mediterranean during the last 2 centuries BC there arose a freedman class which proved alarmingly powerful. From this slave world, too, came the new religions of the internal proletariat, among them Christianity. The fortunes of various groups of conquered Christian peoples under Osmanli rule are examined from the same standpoint, particularly the case of the Phanariot Greeks. This example and that of the Jews are used to prove that so-called racial characteristics are not really racial at all but are due to the historical experiences of the communities in question. 8. The golden mean. 1. Enough and too much. Can we say simply, the sterner the challenge the finer the response? Or is there such a thing as a challenge too severe to evoke a response? Certainly some challenges which have defeated one or more parties that have encountered them have ultimately provoked a victorious response. For example, the challenge of expanding Hellenism proved too much for the Celts but was victoriously answered by their successors the Teutons. The Hellenic intrusion into the Syriac world evoked a series of unsuccessful Syriac responses: the Zoroastrian, the Jewish, Maccabean, the Nestorian, and the Monophysite, but the fifth response, that of Islam, was successful. 2. Comparisons in three terms. Nonetheless, it can be proved that challenges can be too severe, i.e. the maximum challenge will not always produce the optimum response. The Viking emigrants from Norway responded splendidly to the severe challenge of Iceland but collapsed before the severer challenge of Greenland. Massachusetts presented European colonists with a severer challenge than Dixie and evoked a better response, but Labrador, presenting a severer challenge still, proved too much for them. Other examples follow, e.g. the stimulus of blows can be too severe, especially if prolonged, as in the effect of the Hannibalic War on Italy. The Chinese are stimulated by the social challenge involved in emigrating to Malaya but are defeated by the severer social challenge of a white man's country, e.g. California. Finally, varying degrees of challenge presented by civilizations to neighboring barbarians are reviewed. 3. To abortive civilizations. This section is a continuation of the argument of the last example in the preceding section. Two groups of barbarians on the frontiers of Western Christendom in the first chapter of its history were so stimulated that they began to evolve rival civilizations of their own which were, however, nipped in the bud, namely the far western Celtic Christians, in Ireland and Iona, and the Scandinavian Vikings. These two cases are considered and the consequences that might have ensued if these rivals had not been swallowed and absorbed by the Christian civilization radiating from Rome and the Rhineland. 4. The impact of Islam on the Christendoms. On Western Christendom the effect of this impact was wholly good, and Western culture in the Middle Ages owed much to Muslim Iberia. On Byzantine Christendom the impact was excessive and evoked a crushing re-erection of the Roman Empire under Leo the Syrian. The case of Abyssinia, a Christian fossil in a fastness encircled by the Muslim world, is also noticed. 3. The growths of civilizations. 9. The arrested civilizations. 1. Polynesians, Eskimos, and nomads. It might seem that, once a civilization had been brought into existence, its growth would be a matter of course, but this is not so, as is proved by the record of certain civilizations which have achieved existence but then failed to grow. The fate of these arrested civilizations has been to encounter a challenge on the borderline between the degree of severity which evokes a successful response and the greater degree which entails defeat. 3 cases present themselves in which a challenge of this kind has come from the physical environment. The result in each case has been a tour de force on the part of the respondents which has so engrossed the whole of their energies that they have had none left over for further development. The Polynesians achieved the tour de force of interinsular voyaging between Pacific islands. It eventually defeated them and they relapsed into primitive life on their several now isolated islands. The Eskimos achieved an extraordinarily skilled and specialized annual cycle adapted to life on the shores of the Arctic. The nomads achieved a similar annual cycle as herdsmen on the semi-desert steppe. The ocean with its islands and the desert with its oases have many points in common. The evolution of nomadism during periods of desiccation is analyzed. It is noted that hunters become agriculturists before taking the further step of becoming nomads. Cain and Abel are types of the agriculturist and the nomad. Nomad incursions into the domains of civilizations are always due either to increased desiccation pushing the nomad off the steppe or to the breakdown of a civilization creating a vacuum which pulls the nomad in as a participant in a Völkerwanderung. 2. The Osmanlis. The challenge to which the Ottoman system was a response was the transference of a nomad community to an environment in which they had to rule sedentary communities. They solved their problem by treating their new subjects as human flocks and herds, evolving human equivalents of the sheepdogs of the nomad in the form of a slave household of administrators and soldiers. Other examples of similar nomad empires are mentioned, the Mamluks for instance, but the Osmanli system surpassed all others in efficiency and duration. It suffered, however, like nomadism itself, from a fatal rigidity. 3. The Spartans. The Spartan response to the challenge of overpopulation in the Hellenic world was to evolve a tour de force which in many respects resembles that of the Osmanlis, with the difference that in the Spartan case the military caste was the Spartan aristocracy itself, but they too were slaves, enslaved to the self-imposed duty of holding down permanently a population of fellow Greeks. 4. General characteristics. Eskimos and nomads, Osmanlis and Spartans have two features in common: specialization and caste. In the former pair, dogs, reindeer, horses, and cattle supply the place of the human slave castes of the Osmanlis. In all these societies the human beings are degraded by specialization as boatmen, horsemen, or warrior men to a subhuman level in comparison with the all-round men, the ideal of Pericles' funeral speech, who alone are capable of achieving growth in civilization. These arrested societies resemble the societies of bees and ants, which have been stationary since before the dawn of human life on Earth. They also resemble the societies portrayed in utopias. A discussion of utopias follows, in which it is shown that utopias are generally the products of civilizations in decline and are attempts, insofar as they have a practical program, to arrest the decline by pegging the society at its actual level at the moment. The nature of the growths of civilizations. 1. Two false trails. Growth occurs when the response to a particular challenge is not only successful in itself but provokes a further challenge which again meets with a successful response. How are we to measure such growth? Is it to be measured by an increasing control over the society's external environment? Such an increasing control can be of two kinds: increasing control over the human environment, which normally takes the form of conquest of neighboring peoples, and increasing control over the physical environment, which is expressed in improvements in material technique. Examples are then adduced to show that neither of these phenomena, neither political and military expansion nor improvement in technique, is a satisfactory criterion of real growth. Military expansion is normally a result of militarism, which is itself a symptom of decline. Improvements in technique, agricultural or industrial, show little or no correlation with real growth. In fact, technique may well be improving at a time when real civilization is declining, and vice versa. 2. Progress towards self-determination. Real progress is found to consist in a process defined as etherealization, an overcoming of material obstacles which releases the energies of the society to make responses to challenges which henceforth are internal rather than external, spiritual rather than material. The nature of this etherealization is illustrated by examples from Hellenic and modern Western history. 11. An analysis of growth. 1. Society and the individual. Two traditional views are current as to the relation of society to the individual. One represents a society as simply an aggregate of atomic individuals, and the other regards the society as an organism and the individuals as parts of it, inconceivable except as members or cells of the society to which they belong. Both these views are shown to be unsatisfactory, and the true view is that a society is a system of relations between individuals. Human beings cannot be themselves without interacting with their fellows, and a society is a field of action common to a number of human beings. But the source of action is in the individuals. All growth originates with creative individuals or small minorities of individuals, and their task is twofold: first, the achievement of their inspiration or discovery, whatever it may be, and secondly, the conversion of the society to which they belong to this new way of life. This conversion could, theoretically, come about in one or other of two ways: either by the mass undergoing the actual experience which has transformed the creative individuals, or by their imitation of its externals, in other words, by mimesis. In practice the latter is the only alternative open in the case of all but a small minority of mankind. Mimesis is a short-cut, but it is a route by which the rank and file, en masse, can follow the leaders. 2. Withdrawal and return, individuals. The action of the creative individual may be described as a twofold motion of withdrawal and return: withdrawal for the purpose of his personal enlightenment, return for the task of enlightening his fellow men. This is illustrated from Plato's parable of the cave, from St. Paul's analogy of the seed, from the Gospel story and from elsewhere. It is then shown in practical action in the lives of great pioneers: St. Paul, St. Benedict, St. Gregory the Great, the Buddha, Muhammad, Machiavelli, Dante. 3. Withdrawal and return, creative minorities. Withdrawal followed by return is also characteristic of the sub-societies which form the constituent parts of societies in the proper sense. The period in which such sub-societies make their contributions to the growth of the societies to which they belong is preceded by a period in which they are markedly withdrawn from the general life of their society. For example, Athens in the second chapter of the growth of the Hellenic society, Italy in the second chapter of the growth of the Western society, and England in its third chapter. The possibility that Russia may be going to play a similar role in the fourth chapter is considered. 12. Differentiation through growth. Growth as described in the foregoing chapter clearly involves differentiation between the parts of a growing society. At each stage some parts will make an original and successful response, some will succeed in following their lead by mimesis, some will fail to achieve either originality or mimesis, and succumb. There will also be increasing differentiation between the histories of different societies, and it is obvious that different societies have different predominating characteristics, some excelling in art, some in religion, others in industrial inventiveness. But the fundamental similarity in the purposes of all civilizations is not to be forgotten. Each seed has its own destiny, but the seeds are all of one kind, sown by the same sower, in the hope of the same harvest. 4. The breakdowns of civilizations. 13. The nature of the problem. Of 28 civilizations that we have identified, including the arrested civilizations in the list, 18 are dead and 9 of the remaining 10 all, in fact, except our own are shown to have already broken down. The nature of a breakdown can be summed up in 3 points: a failure of creative power in the creative minority, which henceforth becomes a merely dominant minority, an answering withdrawal of allegiance and mimesis on the part of the majority, a consequent loss of social unity in the society as a whole. Our next task is to discover the causes of such breakdowns. 14. Deterministic solutions. Some schools of thought have maintained that the breakdowns of civilizations are due to factors outside human control. During the decline of the Hellenic civilization, writers, both pagan and Christian, held that the decay of their society was due to cosmic senescence, but modern physicists have relegated cosmic senescence to an unbelievably distant future, which means that it can have had no effect on any past or present civilizations. 2. Spengler and others have maintained that societies are organisms, with natural transitions from youth and maturity to decay, like living creatures, but a society is not an organism. 3. Others have held that there is something inevitably dysgenic in the influence of civilization on human nature, and that after a period of civilization the race can only be restored by an infusion of barbaric new blood. This view is examined and dismissed. 4. There remains the cyclic theory of history, as found in Plato's Timaeus, Virgil's Fourth Eclogue, and elsewhere. This probably originated in Chaldean discoveries concerning our own solar system, and the vastly wider vision of modern astronomy has deprived the theory of its astronomical basis. There is no evidence in favor of the theory and much against it. 15. Loss of command over the environment. The argument of this chapter is the converse of that in chapter XI, where it was shown that an increase in control over the physical environment, as measured by improvement in technique, and an increase in control over the human environment, as measured by geographical expansion or military conquest, are not the criteria or causes of growth. Here it is shown that the decline of technique and the geographical contraction caused by military aggression from outside are not the criteria or causes of breakdowns. The physical environment. Several examples are adduced to show that the decay of technical achievement has been a result, not a cause, of breakdown. The abandonment of the Roman roads and of the Mesopotamian irrigation system was a result, not a cause, of the breakdowns of the civilizations that had formerly maintained them. The oncoming of malaria, which is said to have caused breakdowns of civilizations, is shown to have been a result of the breakdowns. 2. The human environment. Gibbon's thesis that the decline and fall of the Roman Empire was due to barbarism and religion, i.e. Christianity, is examined and rejected. These manifestations of the external and internal proletariats of the Hellenic society were consequences of a breakdown of the Hellenic society that had already taken place. Gibbon does not begin his story far enough back, he mistakes the Antonine period for a golden age when it was really an Indian summer. Various examples of successful aggression against civilizations are passed in review, and it is shown that in every case the successful aggression occurred after the breakdown. 3. A negative verdict. Aggression against a society still in process of growth normally stimulates it to greater effort. Even when a society is already in decline, aggression against it may galvanize it into activity and give it a further lease of life. The editor adds a note on the meaning of breakdown as a technical term used in this study. 16. Failure of self-determination. 1. The mechanicalness of mimesis. The only way in which the uncreative majority can follow the leadership of the creative leaders is by mimesis, which is a species of drill, a mechanical and superficial imitation of the great and inspired originals. This unavoidable shortcut to progress entails obvious dangers. The leaders may become infected with the mechanicalness of their followers, and the result will be an arrested civilization, or they may impatiently exchange the Pied Piper's pipe of persuasion for the whip of compulsion. In that case the creative minority will become a dominant minority and the disciples will become a reluctant and alienated proletariat. When this happens, the society enters on the road to disintegration. The society loses capacity for self-determination. The following sections illustrate ways in which this comes about. 2. New wine in old bottles. Ideally, each new social force released by creative minorities should beget new institutions through which it can work. Actually, it works more often than not through old institutions designed for other purposes. But the old institutions often prove unsuitable and intractable. One of two results may follow, either the breakup of the institutions, a revolution, or their survival and the consequent perversion of the new forces working through them, an enormity. A revolution may be defined as a delayed and consequently explosive act of mimesis, an enormity as a frustration of mimesis. If the adjustment of institutions to forces is harmonious, growth will continue. If it results in a revolution, growth becomes hazardous. If it results in an enormity, breakdown may be diagnosed. Then follow a series of examples of the impact of new forces upon old institutions, the first group being impacts of the two great new forces at work in the modern Western society. The impact of industrialism on slavery, e.g. in the southern states of the USA. The impact of democracy and industrialism on war, as seen in the intensification of warfare since the French Revolution. The impact of democracy and industrialism on the parochial state, as shown in the hypertrophy of nationalism and the failure of the free trade movement in the modern Western world. The impact of industrialism on private property, as illustrated by the rise of capitalism and communism. The impact of democracy on education, as illustrated by the rise of the yellow press and of fascist dictatorships. The impact of Italian efficiency on transalpine governments, as illustrated, except in England, by the emergence of despotic monarchies. The impact of the Solonian Revolution on the Hellenic city-states, as illustrated by the phenomena of tyrannies, stasis, and hegemony. The impact of parochialism on the Western Christian Church, as illustrated by the Protestant Revolution, the divine right of kings, and the eclipse of Christianity by patriotism. The impact of the sense of unity on religion, as illustrated by the rise of bigotry and persecution. The impact of religion on caste, as shown in the Hindu civilization. The impact of civilization on the division of labor, showing itself as esotericism in the leaders, who become, and lopsidedness in the followers, who become. The latter defect is illustrated from cases of penalized minorities, e.g. the Jews, and from aberrations of modern athleticism. The impact of civilization on mimesis, which is directed no longer, as in primitive societies, towards the traditions of the tribe, but towards pioneers. Too often the pioneers selected for imitation are not creative leaders but commercial exploiters or political demagogues. 3. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral self. History shows that the group which successfully responds to one challenge is rarely the successful respondent to the next. Various examples are given, and it is shown that this phenomenon corresponds with certain fundamental postulates of both Greek and Hebrew thought. Those who have succeeded once are apt, on the next occasion, to be found resting on their oars. The Jews, having responded to the challenges of the Old Testament, are worsted by the challenge of the New. The Athens of Pericles dwindles into the Athens of St. Paul. In the Italian Risorgimento the centers which have responded in the Renaissance prove ineffective, and the lead is taken by Piedmont, which has had no part in previous Italian glories. South Carolina and Virginia, leading states of the USA in the first and second quarters of the 19th century, have failed to make a recovery from the Civil War comparable with that of the previously undistinguished North Carolina. 4. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral institution. Idolization of the city-state proved, in the later stages of Hellenic history, a snare into which the Greeks fell but not the Romans. A ghost of the Roman Empire caused the breakdown of the Orthodox Christian society. Illustrations are also given of the hampering effects of the idolization of kings, parliaments, and ruling castes, whether bureaucracies or priesthoods. 5. The nemesis of creativity, idolization of an ephemeral technique. Illustrations from biological evolution show that perfect technique or perfect adaptation to an environment often proves an evolutionary cul-de-sac, and that the less specialized and more tentative organisms show greater survival power. The amphibians are contrasted favorably with the fishes, and the rat-like ancestors of man with their contemporaries, the giant reptiles. In the industrial sphere, the success of a particular community in the first stages of a new technique, e.g. in the invention of the paddle steamer, makes that community slower than others to adopt the more efficient screw propeller. A brief review of the history of the art of war from David and Goliath to the present day shows that, at each stage, the inventors and beneficiaries of one innovation proceed to rest on their oars and allow the next innovation to be made by their enemies. 6. The suicidalness of militarism. The three previous sections have presented illustrations of resting on one's oars, which is the passive way of succumbing to the nemesis of creativity. We now pass on to the active form of aberration, summarized in the Greek formula, surfeit, outrageous behavior and destruction. Militarism is an obvious example. The reason why the Assyrians brought ruin on themselves was not because, like the victors reviewed at the end of the previous chapter, they allowed their armor to rust. From a military standpoint, they were continuously and progressively efficient. Their ruin came because their aggressiveness exhausted them besides rendering them intolerable to their neighbors. The Assyrians are an example of a military frontier province turning its arms against the interior provinces of its society. The similar cases of the Austrasian Franks and Timur-Lenk are also examined, and other examples are cited. 7. The intoxication of victory. A theme similar to that of the preceding paragraph is illustrated from a non-military sphere by the example of the Hildebrandine papacy, an institution which failed after raising itself and Christendom from the depths to the heights. It failed because, intoxicated by its own success, it was tempted to make illegitimate use of political weapons in pursuit of inordinate aims. The controversy over investiture is examined from this standpoint. V. The disintegrations of civilizations. 17. The nature of disintegration. 1. A general survey. Is disintegration a necessary and invariable consequence of breakdown? Egyptian and Far Eastern history show that there is an alternative, namely petrifaction, which was also nearly the fate of the Hellenic civilization and may be the fate of our own. The outstanding criterion of disintegration is the schism of the body social into three fractions: dominant minority, internal proletariat, and external proletariat. What has already been said about these fractions is recapitulated, and the plan of the following chapters is indicated. 2. Schism and palingenesia. The apocalyptic philosophy of Karl Marx proclaims that the class war will be followed, after the dictatorship of the proletariat, by a new order of society. Apart from Marx's particular application of the idea, this is what actually happens when a society falls into the tripartite schism already noticed. Each of the fractions achieves a characteristic work of creation, the dominant minority a universal state, the internal proletariat a universal church, and the external proletariat barbarian warbands. 18 Schism in the body social. 1. Dominant minorities. Though militarists and exploiters are conspicuous among the characteristic types in dominant minorities, there are also nobler types, the legists and administrators who maintain the universal states, and the philosophic inquirers who endow societies in decline with their characteristic philosophies, e.g. the long chain of Hellenic philosophers from Socrates to Plotinus. Examples are cited from various other civilizations. 2. Internal proletariats. The history of the Hellenic society shows an internal proletariat recruited from three sources: citizens of the Hellenic states disinherited and ruined by political or economic upheavals, conquered peoples, victims of the slave trade. All alike are proletarians in feeling themselves in but not of the society. Their first reactions are violent, but these are followed by gentle reactions culminating in the discovery of higher religions such as Christianity. This religion, like Mithraism and its other rivals in the Hellenic world, originated in one of the other civilized societies conquered by Hellenic arms. The internal proletariats of other societies are examined and similar phenomena observed, e.g. the origins of Judaism and Zoroastrianism in the internal proletariat of the Babylonic society were similar to those of Christianity and Mithraism in the Hellenic society, though, for reasons given, their later development was different. The transformation of the primitive Buddhist philosophy into the Mahayana provided a higher religion for the Cynic internal proletariat. 3. The internal proletariat of the Western world. Abundant evidence can be adduced of the existence of an internal proletariat here. Among other things, the existence of an intelligentsia recruited from the proletariat as an agent of the dominant minority. The characteristics of an intelligentsia are discussed. The internal proletariat of the modern Western society has, however, shown itself markedly unfertile in the production of new higher religions, and it is suggested that this is due to the continued vitality of the Christian Church from which Western Christendom was born. 4. External proletariats. So long as a civilization is growing, its cultural influence radiates into and permeates its primitive neighbors to an indefinite distance. They become a part of the uncreative majority which follows the creative minority's lead. But when a civilization has broken down, the charm ceases to act, the barbarians become hostile, and a military frontier establishes itself which may be pushed far afield but ultimately becomes stationary. When this stage has been reached, time works on the side of the barbarians. These facts are illustrated from Hellenic history. Violent and gentle responses by the external proletariat are pointed out. The pressure of a hostile civilization transforms primitive fertility religions of the external proletariat into religions of the Olympian divine warband type. The characteristic product of triumphant external proletariats is epic poetry. 5. External proletariats of the Western world. Their history is reviewed and violent and gentle responses of the external proletariats are illustrated. Owing to the overwhelming material efficiency of the modern Western society, barbarism of the historic type has almost disappeared. In two of its remaining strongholds, Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia, native rulers are protecting themselves by adopting imitations of Western culture. However, a new and more atrocious barbarism has become rampant in the ancient centers of Western Christendom itself. 6. Alien and indigenous inspirations. Dominant minorities and external proletariats are handicapped if they have an alien inspiration. For example, universal states founded by alien dominant minorities, such as British India, are less successful in making themselves acceptable than indigenous universal states like the Roman Empire. Barbarian warbands provoke much more stubborn and passionate opposition if, like the Hyksos in Egypt and the Mongols in China, their barbarism is tinged with the influence of an alien civilization. On the other hand, the higher religions produced by internal proletariats generally owe their attractiveness to an alien inspiration. Nearly all the higher religions illustrate this fact. The fact that the history of a higher religion cannot be understood unless two civilizations are taken into account, the civilization from which it has derived its inspiration and the civilization in which it has taken root, shows that the assumption on which the study has hitherto been based, the assumption that civilizations, taken in isolation, are intelligible fields of study, begins at this point to break down. 19. Schism in the soul. 1. Alternative ways of behavior, feeling, and life. When a society begins to disintegrate, the various ways of behavior, feeling, and life characteristic of individuals during the growth stage are replaced by alternative substitutes. 1. The former in each pair, passive; the other, the latter, active. Abandon and self-control are alternative substitutes for creativity, truancy and martyrdom for the discipleship of mimesis. The sense of drift and the sense of sin are alternative substitutes for the Allah which accompanies growth, the sense of promiscuity and the sense of unity for the sense of style which is the subjective counterpart of the objective process of differentiation which accompanies growth. On the plane of life there are two pairs of alternative variations upon the movement towards a transfer of the field of action from the macrocosm to the microcosm which underlies the process previously described as etherealization. The first pair of alternatives, archaism and futurism, fail to achieve this transfer and breed violence. The second pair, detachment and transfiguration, succeed in making the transfer and are characterized by gentleness. Archaism is an attempt to put back the clock, futurism an attempt at a shortcut to an impossible millennium on earth. Detachment, which is a spiritualization of archaism, is a withdrawal into the fortress of the soul, an abandonment of the world. Transfiguration, which is a spiritualization of futurism, is the action of the soul which produces the higher religions. Examples of all four ways of life and of their relations to each other are given. Finally, it is shown that some of these ways of feeling and life are primarily characteristic of souls in dominant minorities, others of souls in proletariats. 2. Abandon and self-control are defined, with examples. 3. Truancy and martyrdom are defined, with examples. 4. The sense of drift and the sense of sin. The sense of drift is due to a feeling that the whole world is ruled by chance or necessity, which is shown to be the same thing. The wide range of the belief is illustrated. Certain predestinarian religions, e.g. Calvinism, are productive of remarkable energy and confidence, and the cause of this, at first sight, curious fact is considered. Whereas the sense of drift normally acts as an opiate, the sense of sin should be a stimulus. The doctrines of karma and original sin, which combine the ideas of sin and determinism, are discussed. The Hebrew prophets furnish the classic case of the recognition of sin as being the true, though not the obvious, cause of national misfortunes. The teaching of the prophets was taken over by the Christian Church and was thus introduced to a Hellenic world which for many centuries had been unconsciously preparing itself to receive it. The Western society, though inheriting the Christian tradition, seems to have discarded the sense of sin, which is an essential part of that tradition. 5. The sense of promiscuity. This is a passive substitute for the sense of style characteristic of civilizations in course of growth. It manifests itself in various ways: a. Vulgarity and barbarism in manners. The dominant minority shows itself prone to proletarianization, adopting the vulgarities of the internal and the barbarisms of the external proletariat, until, in the final stage of dissolution, its way of life has become indistinguishable from theirs. b. Vulgarity and barbarism in art is the price commonly paid for the abnormally wide diffusion of the art of a disintegrating civilization. c. Lingue franche. The intermingling of peoples leads to confusion and mutual competition of languages, some of them spread as lingue franche, and in every case their expansion entails a corresponding debasement. Many examples are examined as illustrations. d. Syncretism in religion. Three movements are to be distinguished: the amalgamations of separate schools of philosophy, the amalgamations of separate religions, e.g. the dilution of the religion of Israel by combination with the neighboring cults, which was opposed with ultimate success by the Hebrew prophets, and the amalgamation or syncretism of philosophies and religions with one another. Since philosophies are a product of dominant minorities and higher religions a product of internal proletariats, the interaction here is comparable with that illustrated in A. above. Here, as there, the proletarians move some way towards the position of the dominant minority, but the dominant minority moves a far greater distance towards the position of the internal proletariat. For example, the Christian religion employs for its theological exegesis the apparatus of Hellenic philosophy, but this is a small concession compared with the transformation undergone by Greek philosophy between the ages of Plato and of Julian. Quis regio eius religio? This section is a digression arising out of the case of the philosopher Emperor Julian considered at the end of the previous section. Can dominant minorities make up for their spiritual weakness by using political force to impose the religion or philosophy of their choice? The answer is that, subject to certain exceptions, they will fail, and the religion which seeks the support of force will grievously injure itself thereby. The one apparently striking exception is the case of the spread of Islam, and this is examined and shown to be not really as much of an exception as it at first appears to be. An opposite formula, religio regionis religio regis, is nearer the truth. A ruler who, from cynicism or conviction, adopts the religion of his subjects prospers thereby. 6. The sense of unity. This is the active antithesis of the passive feeling of promiscuity. It expresses itself materially in the creation of universal states, and the same spirit inspires the concepts of an omnipotent law or an omnipresent Godhead pervading and ruling the universe. These two concepts are examined and illustrated. In the latter connection, the career of Yahweh, the jealous God of the Hebrews, is traced from his beginnings as the gin of a Sinaitic volcano to his eventual sublimation as the historic vehicle for a purified and exalted conception of the one true God who is worshipped by the Christian Church, and an explanation is offered of his triumph over all his rivals. 7. Archaism. This is an attempt to escape from an intolerable present by reconstructing an earlier phase in the life of a disintegrating society. Ancient and modern examples are given, the modern including the Gothic revival and the artificial revival, for nationalistic reasons, of a variety of more or less extinct languages. Archaizing movements generally either prove sterile or transform themselves into their opposite, namely. 8. Futurism. This is an attempt to escape the present by a leap into the darkness of an unknown future. It involves a scrapping of the traditional links with the past, and is in fact revolutionism. In art it expresses itself as iconoclasm. 9. The self-transcendence of futurism. As archaism may fall into the gulf of futurism, so futurism may rise to the heights of transfiguration. In other words, it may abandon the forlorn attempt to find its utopia on the terrestrial plane and may seek it in the life of the soul, untrammeled by time and space. In this connection the history of the post-captivity Jews is examined. Futurism expressed itself in a series of suicidal attempts to create a Jewish empire on earth, from Zerubbabel to Bar Kokhba, transfiguration, in the establishment of the Christian religion. 10. Detachment and transfiguration. Detachment is an attitude which finds its most uncompromising and exalted expression in a philosophy professing to represent the teaching of the Buddha. Its logical conclusion is suicide, for real detachment is possible only for a God. The Christian religion, on the other hand, proclaims a God who has voluntarily abandoned a detachment which it was clearly within his power to enjoy. God so loved the world. 11. Palingenesia. Of the four ways of life here examined, transfiguration is the only one which presents a thoroughfare, and it does so by a transference of the field of action from the macrocosm to the microcosm. This is true also of detachment, but, whereas detachment is only a withdrawal, transfiguration is a withdrawal and return, a palingenesia, not in the sense of a rebirth of another example of an old species but in the sense of a birth of a new species of society. XX The relation between disintegrating societies and individuals. 1. The creative genius as a savior. In the growth stage creative individuals lead successful responses to successive challenges. In the disintegration stage they appear as saviors of or from the disintegrating society. 2. The savior with the sword. These are the founders and maintainers of universal states, but all the works of the sword prove ephemeral. 3. The savior with the time machine. These are the archaists and futurists. These, too, take to the sword and suffer the swordsman's fate. 4. The philosopher masked by a king. This is Plato's famous remedy. It fails on account of the incompatibility between the detachment of a philosopher and the coercive methods characteristic of political potentates. 5. The God incarnate in a man. Various imperfect approximations fall by the way and Jesus of Nazareth alone conquers death. XXI The rhythm of disintegration. Disintegration proceeds not uniformly but by an alternation of routes and rallies. For example, the establishment of a universal state is a rally after the rout of a time of troubles, and the dissolution of a universal state is the final rout. As there is found to be usually one rally followed by a rout in the course of a time of troubles and one rout followed by a rally in the course of a universal state, the normal rhythm seems to be rout, rally, rout, rally, rout, rally, rout, 3½ beats. This pattern is exemplified in the histories of several extinct societies, and then applied to the history of our own Western Christendom with a view to ascertaining what stage in its development our society has reached. XXII Standardization through disintegration. As differentiation is the mark of growth, so standardization is the mark of disintegration. The chapter concludes with an indication of the problems standing over for examination in the forthcoming volumes. 6 Universal States. XXII ends or means. The course of the work down to the present point is summarized, and reasons are given for proceeding to a further examination, in successive parts, of universal states, universal churches, and barbarian warbands. Are universal states to be regarded simply as the final phases of civilizations or as prologues to further developments? XXIV The mirage of immortality. The citizens of universal states not only, in most cases, welcome their establishment but believe them to be immortal, and continue in this belief, not only when the universal state is obviously on the verge of dissolution but after it has disappeared, with the result that the institution reappears as a ghost of its former self, e.g. the Roman Empire of the Greco-Roman world as the Holy Roman Empire in the affiliated society of Western Christendom. An explanation may be found in the fact that a universal state marks a rally after a time of troubles. XXV Sic vos non vobis. The institutions of a universal state fail in the long run to preserve its existence, but at the same time serve the purposes of other institutions, more particularly, the purposes of the higher religions of the internal proletariats. 1. The conductivity of universal states. The universal state, by imposing order and uniformity, provides a medium of high conductivity, not only geographically between what had previously been separate parochial states, but also socially between the different classes of society. 2. The psychology of peace. The tolerance which the rulers of universal states find necessary for their own maintenance favors the spread of higher religions, as is illustrated by the common idea, expressed, for example, in Milton's Nativity Ode, that the Roman Empire was providentially ordained for the benefit of the Christian Church. Such toleration is not, however, universal or absolute. At the same time this tolerance, in the form of anti-militarism, will prove advantageous to aggressive outsiders, barbarians or neighboring civilizations. 3. The serviceability of imperial institutions. Communications. Roads, sea routes, and their orderly maintenance serve others beside the government, e.g. St. Paul's use of Roman roads. Will the higher religions of the present day make similar use of the worldwide system of communications provided by modern technology? If so, they will encounter problems which can be illustrated by the histories of Christian missions in non-Christian worlds at earlier dates. Garrisons and colonies serve purposes of civilization as well as of government, but also contribute to the pamexia and proletarianization which mark disintegrating societies. The most obvious beneficiaries are the barbarian warbands, but the higher religions profit also. Illustration from the development of Islam. Mitraism spread from garrison to garrison along the frontier of the Roman Empire and Christianity from colony to colony, e.g. the significance of Corinth and Lyons, both of them colonies founded by the Roman government, in the early history of the Christian Church. Provinces. Contrasted policies illustrated from the history of the Cynic universal state, and the use of provincial organization by a higher religion illustrated from the development of the Christian Church. Capital cities. Various factors influence their location. The original capital of the conquerors who found the universal state may not prove permanently suitable. A survey of capitals and their migrations follows. Some capitals which have lost their political significance remain memorable as headquarters of religions. Official languages and scripts. The problems confronting the rulers of universal states in the choice of official languages and their various solutions. The currency of some languages, e.g. Aramaic and Latin, has extended, in time and space, far beyond the empires in which they originally prevailed. Law. Here again the rulers of universal states have differed greatly from one another in the extent to which they have imposed their own systems on their subjects. The legal systems of universal states have been utilized by communities for which they were not designed, e.g. the use of Roman law by the Muslims and by the Christian Church, and the use of the Code of Hammurabi by the authors of the Mosaic Law. Calendars, weights and measures, money. The problems of calendar making and the close association of calendars with religion. Our methods of measuring time are still part Roman, part Sumerian, and the French Revolution failed to revolutionize them. Weights and measures, the battle of the decimal and duodecimal systems. Money, its significance, and origin in Greek cities, its subsequent spread through the absorption of these cities into the Lydian and Achaemenian empires. Paper money in the Cynic world. Standing armies. The Roman army is source of inspiration to the Christian Church. Civil services. Civil service problems illustrated by a comparison of the policies of Augustus, Peter the Great, and the British Raj in India. Civil service ethos in the Cynic and British Indian services. The Roman civil service training of three great churchmen founders of Western Christendom. Citizenship. Extension of citizenship, a privilege conferred by the rulers of universal states, it helps to produce the egalitarian conditions in which the higher religions flourish. 7 Universal churches. XXVI alternative conceptions of the relations between universal churches and civilizations. 1. Churches as cancers. Since churches grow in the decaying bodies social of universal states, they are naturally regarded as cancers, both by their contemporary opponents and by a school of modern historians. Reasons are given for regarding this view as mistaken. Religions tend to quicken rather than destroy the sense of social obligation in their votaries. 2. Churches as chrysalises. Each of the civilizations of the third generation alive today has as its background a church, through which it is affiliated to a civilization of the second generation. The indebtedness of the modern Western civilization to the Christian Church is analyzed. By contrast, the civilizations of the second generation were affiliated to their predecessors by other links, and this fact suggests a revision of our hitherto accepted plan of the course of history. 3. Churches as a higher species of society. A new classification. The rises and falls of civilizations compared with the revolutions of a will whose purpose is to carry forward the chariot of religion. The steps in religious progress represented by the names of Abraham, Moses, the Hebrew prophets, and Christ are to be seen as products, respectively, of the disintegrations of the Sumeric, Egyptiac, Babylonic, and Hellenic societies. Does the forthcoming unification of the world today offer a prospect of a further advance? If so, the higher religions now existing have difficult lessons to learn. B. The significance of the churches past. An admission that the record of the churches hitherto seems to disqualify them for the role here assigned to them. C. The conflict between heart and head. The impact of modern science on religion was not the first conflict of its kind. The conflict between the early Christian Church and Hellenic philosophy had ended in a compromise, in which the philosophers accepted the truth of Christian revelation provided that that revelation clothed itself in the language of the philosophers. These outworn Hellenic garments have long since become a source of embarrassment, enlisting the Christian Church in a number of non-religious lost causes with which Christianity had no concern. Religion must surrender to science every province of intellectual knowledge to which science can establish a title. Religion and science are concerned with different kinds of truth, and the modern psychology of the subconscious psyche throws a profound light on the nature of the difference. D. The promise of the Church's future. The distinguishing mark of the churches is that they all have as a member the one true God. This differentiates them from all other types of societies, and the consequences of this difference are elucidated. XXVII. The role of civilizations in the lives of churches. 1. Civilizations as overtures. An examination of the vocabulary of technical terms which the Christian Church took over from the Hellenic civilization and transformed to new uses is an example of etherealization and suggests that the Hellenic civilization served as an overture to Christianity. 2. Civilizations as regressions. The subsequent degradation of these same technical terms when taken over for secular use by the Western society which has emerged from, and emancipated itself from, the Christian Church. XXVII. The challenge of militancy on earth. The breakaway of the affiliated civilization from the Church is due to false steps on the part of the Church, and these are an inevitable consequence of the embodiment of the spirit of religion in an ecclesiastical institution for the purpose of militancy on earth. 3 types of false step are noted. I. A political imperialism gives reasonable cause for offense to secular authorities as an interference with the proper discharge of their own duties. 2. The economic success which inevitably attends the discharge of economic duties heartily, as to the Lord and not unto men. 3. The idolization by a church of its corporate self. Can religion promise no golden age ahead at the end of the journey? In an other world perhaps, but not in this one. Original sin presents an unsurmountable obstacle. This world is a province of the kingdom of God, but it is a rebellious province, and, in the nature of things, it will always remain so. 8 Heroic Ages. XXIX. The course of the tragedy. 1. A social barrage. An heroic age is the social and psychological consequence of the crystallization of a limes, or military frontier, between the universal state of a disintegrating civilization and the transfrontier barbarians. It may be likened to a barrage or dam across a valley, creating a reservoir above it, and the implications of the simile are elaborated in this and the following sections of the chapter. 2. The accumulation of pressure. The pressure on the limes, or barrage, increases as the transfrontier barbarians learn the military techniques of the civilization that they are up against. The guardians of the civilization find themselves reduced to employing barbarians themselves, and these mercenaries turn against their employers and strike at the heart of the empire. 3. The cataclysm and its consequences. The triumphant barbarians are inevitably ruined by their own success, being totally unfit to cope with the crisis that they have created. Nonetheless, in their agony, they give birth to heroic legends, and ideals of conduct such as are expressed in the Homeric Eidos and Nemesis and the Umayyad Hilm. The heroic age of disorder ends with surprising suddenness, and is followed by a dark age in which the forces of law and order gradually reassert themselves. The interregnum ends, and a new civilization begins. 4. Fancy and fact. Hesiod's curious scheme of ages gold, silver, bronze, and iron, in which an age of heroes is inserted between the bronze and the iron ages. The age of heroes is, in fact, the age of bronze described over again, in terms not of historic fact but of Homeric fancy. The glamour of the epic poetry produced by triumphant barbarism deceived Hesiod, the poet of the Dark Age following. It also deceived, for example, the forerunners of the Third Reich who glorified the blonde beasts of Nordic barbarism. Yet the barbarians served as a link through which those civilizations of the second generation that produced higher religions were affiliated to civilizations of the first generation. Note, the monstrous regiment of women. An explanation of how demonic women came to play so conspicuous a part in the tragedies of heroic ages, not only in legend but also in fact. 9 Contacts between civilizations in space. XXX An expansion of the field of study. Civilizations, which can be studied adequately in separation from each other in their phases of genesis, growth, and breakdown, cease to be intelligible fields of study in their final phase of disintegration. Their contacts in this phase have now to be studied. Certain geographical areas, Syria and the Oxus-Jaxartes Basin, have been conspicuous in the histories of these contacts, and it is no accident that these same areas and their immediate surroundings also contain the birthplaces of the higher religions. XXXI A survey of encounters between contemporary civilizations. 1. A plan of operations. We propose to begin by examining the encounters between the modern West and all the other contemporary civilizations. The modern period of the history of the Western society can be dated from 2 events, one just before the close of the 15th century of our era, and the other just after the beginning of the 16th. The first was the mastering of the technique of oceanic navigation, the second was the breakup of the medieval Western Christian Commonwealth, which had been put together and held together by the papacy. The Reformation was, of course, a stage in a long process of evolution which had begun in the 13th century and was not completed till the 17th. But the Reformation itself overtook the same generation as had witnessed the voyages of Columbus and da Gama. We shall next step backward in time and examine the contacts of the West in its medieval phase with the 2 rival societies which it encountered, and then the contacts of the Hellenic society, concluding with a glance at some earlier contacts of the same order. In dealing with the contacts of the modern West, we shall find that these chapters of history, though known to us, in detail up to date, are most of them, perhaps all of them, unfinished, and leave off on a note of interrogation. 2. Operations according to plan. A. Encounters with the modern Western civilization. I. The modern West and Russia. The original patrimony of Russian Orthodox Christendom had suffered from invasions and conquests at the hands of the Western parochial state of Poland-Lithuania from the 14th century onwards, losses not fully retrieved until AD 1945. The radiation of the Western culture received a welcoming, Herodian, response from Peter the Great, but, after 2 centuries of westernization on lines approved in the West itself, the Petrine regime was tried and found wanting in the ordeal of the First World War, and was supplanted by an heretical westernizing regime, communism. 2. The modern West and the main body of Orthodox Christendom. In this society, which had been politically clamped together under the rule of an alien universal state, the Ottoman Empire, modern Western culture penetrated, not from above downwards, as in Russia, but from below upwards, from the 17th century onwards. This might have led to the westernizing of the Padishah's empire under Phanariot Greek influence. Unfortunately, nationalist movements prevailed and led to the breakup of the empire into parochial states. Russia failed to secure the leadership of these peoples, either on pan-Orthodox or on pan-Slav lines, though a Russian pan-communist regime has now been imposed upon some of them. 3. The modern West and the Hindu world. Here the West imposed itself in the form of an alien universal state, replacing another alien universal state, the Muslim Mughal Raj, which had already gone into liquidation. The British Raj employed an Indian elite, much as the Ottoman Padishah had employed an Eastern Orthodox Christian elite. This Indian elite eventually succeeded, where the Phanariots had failed, in Indianizing the Raj while preserving it intact, with the large exception of the secession of Pakistan. The strong and weak points of the British Indian civil service are discussed, and the population problem indicated as the cloud on the horizon of India's future. 4. The modern West and the Islamic world. At the opening of the modern Western period, the 2 sister Islamic societies, Arabic and Iranic, blocked all the overland lines of access to other parts of the world from the domains of the Western and Russian societies, but a sensational reversal of fortune to Islam's disadvantage was about to follow. Since this change in the balance of power, the rulers of a number of Muslim states have been pursuing policies of Petrine Herodianism with varying degrees of success. The Islamic world embraces the homelands of 3 out of the 4 primary civilizations of the Old World, and the natural agricultural wealth of these areas has now been reinforced by the discovery that they are rich in oil. In consequence, they have become the Naboth's vineyard of a 20th century world in which the West and Russia are in conflict. V. The modern West and the Jews. The Jewish diaspora did not fit into the Western system of homogeneous territorial states. In an historical survey starting, not from the opening of the modern age of Western history, but from the beginnings of the Western Christian society itself, 3 phases may be noted. In the first phase, e.g. in the history of Visigothia, the Jews, though unpopular and ill-treated, were found useful, since, in that age, the Western Christians were, as Cecil Rhodes said of the Oxford Dons, children in finance. In the next phase, the Western Christians had learned to be their own Jews, and the Jews were expelled, e.g. from England in AD 1291. In the third phase, the Western society was financially competent enough to allow the Jews back again, e.g. to England in AD 1655, and to welcome their expertise in business. The liberal age which then ensued unhappily did not prove to be the end of the story. The section concludes with examinations of anti-Semitism and of Zionism. 6. The modern West and the Far Eastern and indigenous American civilizations. These civilizations had had no previous contact with the West before it presented itself in its modern phase. To all appearance, though this may be deceptive, the American civilizations were completely obliterated. The stories of the impact of the modern West on China and on Japan run curiously parallel. In both cases there is a reception of Western culture in its early modern religious form, followed by rejection, and, at a later date, an impact of late modern Western technology. The differences between the two histories are largely accounted for by the fact that China is a vast and sprawling empire and Japan a close-knit insular community. Both societies were, at the time of writing, in eclipse, China under communism and Japan under American control. Both, like India, were facing a population problem. 7. Characteristics of the encounters between the modern West and its contemporaries. Modern Western civilization is middle-class civilization. Those non-Western societies which had developed a middle class welcomed the modern Western ethos. If a ruler of a non-Western civilization that had no indigenous middle class wished to Westernize, he had to create an artificial middle class for his purpose in the form of an intelligentsia. These intelligentsias ultimately turn against their masters. B. Encounters with medieval Western Christendom. I. The flow and ebb of the Crusades. Medieval Western Christendom entered on a period of expansion in the 11th century, followed by a period of collapse and withdrawal on some frontiers, though not on others, 2 centuries later. The causes of this expansion and subsequent retreat are analyzed. 2. The medieval West and the Syriac world. The Crusaders and their Muslim adversaries had much in common. Norman Franks and Seljuk Turks were, both alike, ex-barbarians recently converted to the higher religion of the society which they had entered and, in many respects, dominated. The cultural radiation of the Syriac civilization into the less advanced Western Christian society affected poetry, architecture, philosophy, and science. 3. The medieval West and Greek Orthodox Christendom. There was a greater antipathy between these two Christian societies than between either of them and its Muslim neighbors. This mutual antipathy is illustrated by citations, on the one side, from the Lombard bishop Liutprand's account of his mission to Constantinople and, on the other side, from the picture of the Crusaders in Anna Comnena's history. C. Encounters between civilizations of the first 2 generations. I. Encounters with the post-Alexandrine Hellenic civilization. The Hellenic civilization in this phase had encounters with every contemporary civilization in the Old World, and the results of the consequent Hellenic radiation were not worked out and completed until several centuries after the Hellenic society itself had gone into dissolution. The Hellenic culture spread far beyond the conquests of Hellenic armies, e.g. into the Cynic world. The career of Alexander marks an expansion in Hellenic history comparable with the conquest of the ocean in the history of Western Christendom, but, whereas the West, in its modern phase, was emancipating itself from its chrysalis religion, Christianity, the Hellenic civilization, having had no such religious chrysalis, was becoming increasingly hungry for religion. 2. Encounters with the pre-Alexandrian Hellenic civilization. A conflict between three antagonists for mastery of the Mediterranean basin, the rivals of the pre-Alexandrian Hellenic society being the Syriac society and a fossilized remnant of the Hittite society, namely, the Etruscans. The Syriac society manifested itself both in the Phoenician sea power and, in the later stages of the story, in the Achaemenian Empire. The most important cultural conquest of the Greeks in this period turned out to be the Hellenization of Rome, which was achieved indirectly through a previous Hellenization of the Etruscans. 3. Tares and wheat. The only fruitful results of encounters between civilizations are the works of peace. A glance at contacts between civilizations of the first generation, Indic and Cynic, Egyptiac and Sumeric, follows. XXXII The drama of encounters between contemporaries. 1. A concatenation of encounters. On the military level, a challenge from one side leads to a challenge from the other, and this, after redressing the balance, passes over into a counter-aggression and provokes a retort in turn. A chain of such encounters between East and West is traced from the Achaemenian Empire's assault on Greece down to the 20th century reactions of non-Western peoples against Western imperialism. 2. Diversities of responses. A military response is not the only one possible. Communist Russia reinforces armaments with ideological warfare. Where a military response has been impossible, or has been tried and failed, some conquered peoples have reacted by maintaining their identity as communities by an intensive cultivation of their religion. A classic case of this response is that of the Jews since their dispersion. The supreme response is the creation of a higher religion which in due course takes the conquerors captive. XXXII The consequences of encounters between contemporaries. 1. Aftermaths of unsuccessful assaults. The result of the successful repulse of an assault may be the militarization of the victor, with ultimately disastrous results. Thus a victory over the Achaemenian invader led, within 50 years, to the breakdown of the Hellenic civilization. 2. Aftermaths of successful assaults. A. Effects on the body social. The social price that a successfully aggressive civilization has to pay is a seepage of its alien victims' culture into its own life stream. The effect on the victims of assault is of the same order, but more complex. The introduction of Western ideals and institutions into non-Western societies often produces disconcerting results, for one man's meat is another man's poison. The attempt to introduce one element of an alien culture, while excluding the rest, is doomed to failure. B. Responses of the soul. I. Dehumanization. The successful assailant succumbs to hubris and regards the conquered as underdogs. Thus the brotherhood of man is denied. When underdog is regarded as a heathen, he may recover human status by conversion; when regarded as a barbarian, he may recover human status by passing an examination, but when he is regarded as a native, he has no hope, short of the overthrow or the conversion of his master. 2. Zelotism and Herodianism. The terms imply a clear-cut distinction between rejection and acceptance of the conqueror's ethos, but a closer examination suggests that the distinction is not as clear-cut as it looks at first. The point is illustrated by a consideration of modern Japan, and of the careers of Gandhi and Lenin. 3. Evangelism. The self-defeat of the original Zealots and Herodians is set against the achievement of St. Paul. Note. Asia and Europe, Facts and Fantasies. Asia and Europe originated as names of the opposite mainland coasts confronting Hellenic mariners on a voyage from the Aegean to the Black Sea. The attribution of political and cultural significance to the terms has led to nothing but confusion. Europe is a subcontinent, with an ill-defined frontier, of the continent of Eurasia. X. Contacts between civilizations in time. Thirciv. A survey of Renaissances. 1. Introduction. The Renaissance. The origin of the term Renaissance is stated, and the meaning given to it in this study explained. 2. Renaissances of political ideas and institutions. The late medieval Italian Renaissance began earlier, and exercised a more enduring influence on the political plane than on the literary or the artistic. City-states, secular monarchies, the Holy Roman Empire. Ecclesiastical coronation. A renaissance of an Old Testament rite. 3. Renaissances of systems of law. The revivals of Roman law in Eastern Orthodox Christendom and in Western Christendom, and their consequences for church and state. 4. Renaissances of philosophies. The revivals of the Cynic Confucian philosophy in the Far Eastern society in China and of the Hellenic Aristotelian philosophy in medieval Western Christendom were parallel events in several respects. The former survived until worsened by an intruding modern Western ethos at the beginning of the 20th century. The latter was shaken by the Hellenic literary renaissance of the 15th century and was finally worsened by the Baconian scientific movement of the 17th century. 5. Renaissances of languages and literatures. A conspicuous part was played by dynastic rulers in launching renaissances in this department, e.g. the prodigious libraries assembled by certain Chinese emperors. The Italian Renaissance of Hellenic languages and literatures had an abortive forerunner in the Carolingian Renaissance, which, in turn, had its roots in a Renaissance in Northumbria. Renaissances cannot succeed until the society seeking to call up the ghost of a dead civilization has itself reached the appropriate stage of development for performing the act of necromancy. 6. Renaissances of the visual arts. A number of examples are cited, besides the Western instance popularly known as the Renaissance. The course of this last is traced in architecture, sculpture, and painting. In all three departments the ultimate result was to sterilize originality. 7. Renaissances of religious ideals and institutions. The contemptuous attitude of Judaism to its successful Christian offspring, and the uneasy and ambiguous attitude of the Christian Church towards the Jewish ideals of monotheism and aniconism, are discussed. The Sabbatarian and bibliolatry of the Protestant movement from the 16th century onwards furnish a clear example of a powerful and popular renaissance of Judaism within the Western Christian fold. 11. Law and freedom in history. XXXV. The problem. 1. The meaning of law. The law of nature distinguished from the law of God. 2. The antinomianism of modern Western historians. The notion that history reveals the workings of a divine providence, as maintained down to the time of Bossuet, has since been discredited. But the men of science, whose law of nature has replaced the law of God in most departments of inquiry, have felt constrained to leave history in a state of lawlessness where anything may be expected to follow from anything else, as in the view of H.A.L. Fisher. 30. The amenability of human affairs to laws of nature. 1. A survey of the evidence. A. The private affairs of individuals. Insurance companies rely on a calculable regularity in human affairs. B. The industrial affairs of a modern Western society. Economists find themselves able to calculate wavelengths of trade cycles. C. Rivalries of parochial states, the balance of power. The fairly regular recurrences of war and peace cycles in the histories of several civilizations. D. The disintegrations of civilizations. Regularities in the rout and rally alternations, with suggested explanations. E. The growths of civilizations. The regularity traceable in breakdown and disintegration phases is here absent. F. There is no armor against fate. Further illustrations are given of the persistence with which a tendency, thwarted first at one point and then at another, sometimes ultimately wins through. 2. Possible explanations of the currency of laws of nature in history. The uniformities that we have discerned may be due to the working either of laws current in man's non-human environment or of laws inherent in the psychic structure of man himself. These alternatives are examined, and it is found that man's dependence on the laws of non-human nature diminishes with man's progress in technology. The succession of human generations is found to have great significance, 3 generations being the time span of several kinds of changes in mental habit. The laws of the subconscious psyche, which psychologists were only just beginning to discover at the time of writing, are next considered as an influence on the course of history. 3. Are laws of nature current in history inexorable or controllable? As regards the laws of non-human nature, man cannot alter them, but he can harness them to his own purposes. As regards the laws affecting human nature itself, a more cautious answer seems to be called for. The result will depend on man's relations, not just with his fellow men and himself, but above all with God his Savior. XXXVII The recalcitrance of human nature to laws of nature. This recalcitrance is illustrated by a number of examples of challenge and response. Faced with a challenge, man is free, within limits, to alter the pace of change. 38 The law of God. Man does not live under the law of nature only, but also under the law of God, which is perfect freedom. Contrasted views of the nature of God and his law are examined. 12 The prospects of the Western civilization. 36 The need for this inquiry. The ensuing inquiry marked a departure from the standpoint, adopted and hitherto maintained throughout this study, of treating all the civilizations known to history synoptically. The departure is justified by the facts that the Western society is the only one surviving that is not manifestly in disintegration, that in many respects it had become worldwide, and that its prospects were, in fact, the prospects of a westernizing world. XL The inconclusiveness of a priori answers. There was no reason for supposing, on pseudoscientific grounds, that, because all other civilizations had perished or were perishing, the West was bound to go the same way. Emotional reactions, such as Victorian optimism and Spenglerian pessimism, were equally void of cogency as evidence. XLI The testimony of the histories of the civilizations. 1. Western experiences with non-Western precedents. What light do our previous studies of breakdowns and disintegrations throw on our present problem? We have noted war and militarism as being the most potent cause of the breakdown of a society. The West has so far wrestled unsuccessfully with this disease. On the other hand, it has achieved unprecedented successes in other directions, e.g. the abolition of slavery, the growth of democracy and education. The West also now displays the ominous division into dominant minority and internal and external proletariats. On the other hand, some remarkable successes have been achieved in coping with the problems of a diversity of internal proletariats within the westernizing world. 2. Unprecedented Western experiences. The mastery of man over non-human nature and the accelerating rapidity of social change are both without parallel in the histories of earlier civilizations. The plan of the following chapters is indicated. XLII Technology, War, Government. 1. Prospects of a Third World War. Characteristics of the United States of America and of the Soviet Union, and of the attitude of the rest of the human race towards each of them. 2. Towards a future world order. The prospects of the human race compared with Heyerdahl's raft, Kon-Tiki, on approaching the reef. A future world order would inevitably be something very different from the present United Nations organization. The qualifications of the American nation for leadership are discussed. Slyine technology, class conflict, and employment. 1. The nature of the problem. The triumphs of modern technology had led to an unprecedented demand for freedom from want, but would mankind be prepared to pay the price required for the satisfaction of this demand? 2. Mechanization and private enterprise. Modern technology had entailed a mechanization, or regimentation, not only of the manual workers, but also of their employers, nationalization, and c. of the civil service, red tape, and of the politicians, party discipline. The working class organs of resistance, trade unions, had required further regimentation. The authors of the Industrial Revolution, on the other hand, had come out of a non-regimented society. 3. Alternative approaches to social harmony. The American, the Russian, and the West European, especially the British, approaches analyzed and compared. 4. Possible costs of social justice. Social life impossible without some measure both of personal liberty and of social justice. Technology tilts the balance in favor of the latter. What, in an age when the death rate was being lowered by preventive medicine, were going to be the consequences of an uncontrolled personal liberty to propagate the human species? The prospects of a great famine ahead are discussed, and the conflicts that it seemed likely to engender. 5. Living happy ever after? Suppose that the world society found a successful solution of all these problems, would the human race thenceforth live happy ever after? No, because original sin is born again in every child that comes into the world. 13. Conclusion. XLIV How this book came to be written. The writer, born into the age of the late Victorian optimism, and encountering the First World War in early manhood, was struck by the parallels between the experience of his own society in his own lifetime and those of the Hellenic society, a study of which had provided the staple of his education. This raised in his mind the questions: why do civilizations die? Is the Hellenic civilization's fate in store for the modern West? Subsequently his inquiries were extended to include the breakdowns and disintegrations of the other known civilizations, as further evidence for throwing light on his questions. Finally, he proceeded to investigate the genesis and growths of civilizations, and so this study of history came to be written.